It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration and second reading of Bill C-380, Ban on Sharkfish Importation Act, standing in the name of Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly, seconded by Mr. May, moves that Bill C-380, an act to amend the Fish Inspection Act and the Fisheries Act, importation of shark fins, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. Debate. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the facts before us today. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to begin debate on second reading of Bill C-380, which would amend the Fish Inspection Act by legally banning the importation of shark fins not attached to the rest of the shark to Canada. It would also amend the Fisheries Act by enshrining in legislation Canada's current prohibition on shark finning. My bill seeks to address a conservation crisis that is happening in oceans around the world. Right now, we are witnessing the rapid decline of sharks due to the demand for their fins. Up to 73 million sharks are being killed each year, primarily for their fins. According to the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, over 1/3 of all shark species are currently threatened with extinction. Sharks are being finned. The practice of finning is brutal. If I could show you an image of a shark getting its fins cut off before being dumped back in the ocean, you would be horrified. Mr. Speaker, let me describe how sharks are caught and killed. Long lines, often 85 kilometers long or so, are placed in the ocean. These lines have multiple hooks which indiscriminately catch sea creatures like sharks, turtles, swordfish, tuna, and other big fish. Sharks are hauled into the fishing vessel. Some are dead, many are still alive. Once they are in the boat, they cut off the fins and dump the body of the shark back into the ocean, left to die a slow and painful death as they sink helplessly to the bottom of the ocean. This is not only unethical, but it is a terribly wasteful practice. Scientists estimate that in just a few short decades, some regional shark populations will have declined by over 95%. Experts also predict that if current trends continue, up to 20 shark species could become functionally extinct by 2017. 2017, Mr. Speaker, that's only 4 years from now. Sharks have long life cycles and are slow to reproduce. They predate dinosaurs. They are apex predators and play a critical role in the maintaining of the health and balance of our ocean ecosystems. For these reasons, sharks cannot sustain the intense fishing practices they are under. Humans are causing irrevocable harm to our marine ecosystems by continuing to fish sharks into extinction. The consequences of not addressing this problem will significantly and permanently harm the health of our ocean. As parliamentarians, we must consider how Canada can play a positive role in this global conservation crisis. I propose that Canada adopt an importation ban of shark fins, as it is a practical and effective way for Canada to help curtail the illegal global shark fin trade. The primary reason for the rapid decline of sharks in our oceans is the demand for their fins. Unfortunately, shark finning has become a prevalent practice in various parts of the world. While some countries have banned shark finning, global demand for shark fin continues to drive illegal, unreported, and unregulated shark fisheries. On average, a shark fin sells for $400 per kilogram, while shark meat is worth about 50 cents a kilogram. Consequently, a highly profitable underground shark fin market has emerged, which exploits threatened and endangered shark species to maximize profits. Organized crime is very much involved with the sale of shark fin around the world. Canada imports, on average, just over 100 tons of shark fin a year. Some consumers of shark fin soup falsely believe only shark fins from properly regulated and well-managed fisheries are allowed into the country. This is simply not the case. The fact is, there is no quick and easy way to verify whether imported shark fins came from a sustainable or humane shark fishery. In fact, most do not. It has been proven that fins of threatened and endangered sharks are being sold in Canada today. Last year, CTV News and the Vancouver Animal Defence League purchased dried shark fins from various shops in the Lower Mainland, and they had the DNA tested by a lab at the University of Guelph. Of 59 samples tested, it was determined that 76% of those fins came from sharks listed as threatened or endangered by the IUCN. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. In fact, 10% of samples came from scalloped hammerhead sharks, which the IUCN lists as endangered. These hammerheads are also listed under Appendix 3 of CITES, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. This is the international treaty intended to protect species from overexploitation. As a member of CITES, Canada is asked to assist in controlling the trade of these sharks, but it is clear that we are not living up to our commitment. Despite being a signatory to CITES, Canada is contributing to the global trade of illegal shark fins by continuing to import fins indiscriminately. This is a black eye on our reputation as a world leader in ocean conservation and stewardship. It is also important to note that existing international regulations and protocols have not demonstrated that they can swiftly respond to the urgent threats facing overexploited shark populations. Proposals to strengthen finning bans and add more shark species to endangered species lists are failing to gain consensus due to member countries' competing self-interests. Even Canada has been criticized for being the only country to oppose listing porbeagle sharks as endangered at the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas. It is clear that current regulations are not enough to protect sharks from being fished to extinction for their fins. The best way to put an end to this horrific practice is to legislate a ban on the importation of shark fins to Canada. By adopting an import ban, Canada would be joining a worldwide conservation movement to protect sharks. Other countries with shark fin bans include the Bahamas, Chile, Ecuador, Fiji, and Guam, as well as the U.S. states of California, Hawaii, Illinois, Oregon, and Washington. Across Asia, there are numerous examples of the growing movement to protect sharks. the Chinese government recently announced it would stop serving shark fin soup at official banquets. Prestigious restaurants and hotels across Asia have removed shark fin soup from their menus, including major high-end hotel chains like Peninsula, Shangri-La, the Marriott, and the Sheraton. Cathay Pacific Airlines halted its role in the shark fin trade when it decided to stop transporting shipments of shark fin and other shark products. In Canada, efforts to protect sharks have gained significant momentum over the past few years. A growing number of Chinese restaurants have taken shark fin soup off their menus, including Floda Seafood Restaurant in Vancouver, one of the largest Chinese restaurants in the country. However, some restaurant owners, while recognizing the harmful impact of shark fin soup, fear that by taking it off their menu, customers may take their business elsewhere. This is the case for Veronica Kwan, owner of Cam Fung Chinese Restaurant in Brossard, Quebec. She wrote to members of Parliament urging them to support my bill, C-380. She writes, quote, "A ban on the import of shark fins to Canada would level the playing field for business owners such as myself who want to do what is ethically and ecologically responsible while still remaining commercially competitive," unquote. Increased awareness and action to protect sharks is in due part to grassroots organizations like Shark Truth, which is fostering change through positive campaigns like their Happy Hearts Love Sharks wedding contest, which encourages couples to go fin-free at wedding banquets. Organizations like the Humane Society International Canada, Wild Aid Canada, and United Conservationists have raised national awareness of the urgent need to protect sharks. I must also highlight the work of Canadian filmmaker Rob Stewart, whose 2007 film Shark Water opened the eyes of millions to the exploitation of sharks through finning and the rampant corruption present in the shark fin trade. Through stunning original footage, Stewart documents how even sharks in marine reserves are targeted by poachers. His film has reached large audiences in Canada and around the world, and is in part responsible for increased awareness of the realities of shark finning. Mr. Speaker, numerous municipalities in Ontario, Alberta, and British Columbia have responded to the growing public awareness of threats to sharks by adopting bans on shark fin. And many more cities across the country are considering similar bans. Last year, the Union of British Columbia Municipalities passed a near-unanimous resolution calling on the federal government to ban the import of shark fins to Canada. Cities across Canada are taking action to protect sharks, and they are calling on the federal government to do the same. Before drafting my bill, I consulted with Chinese Canadian business associations, restaurant owners and individuals, as well as academics, elected representatives from all levels of government, environmental organizations, and the wider public. I had polling done in Chinese, in English, Chinese in Cantonese and Mandarin in British Columbia, which found 76% of Chinese-speaking respondents and over 83% of English-speaking respondents support a federal import ban of shark fins. It is clear that there is widespread support for the federal government to ban the importation of shark fins to Canada. Tens of thousands of Canadians have signed petitions and written to their members of Parliament urging them to support Bill C-380. And I know many members have received emails because I've heard from them that they have received calls and emails, especially in the last few weeks. And I want to thank Canadians for writing in and contacting their members to let them know how important this issue is. I have introduced many of these petitions in the House of Commons, and I can tell my colleagues that they come from all corners of this country. Children are particularly passionate about shark conservation, and I have been amazed by their enthusiasm to create change. In my riding, a class of grade 1 students and their teacher from Moody Elementary made a great presentation to Port Moody City Council in support of a municipal ban of shark fin. They researched the environmental impact of shark finning, and they were excited to share their learning with Council and the public. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, it was quite moving when these young people came into Council chambers with their very organized messages and their signs, and they gave a very compelling presentation. And I have never seen members of a council react so quickly, and they wanted to pass a ban that night. It did take a while in Port Moody, but they became the first municipality in British Columbia to pass a ban on shark fin, and that caused a chain reaction of other municipalities in British Columbia, now the province that has the most municipal bans in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the facts before us today make the case that Canada must take immediate action to address the crisis of rapidly declining shark populations. We are facing the likely extinction of shark species around the globe, largely due to the demand for their highly valued fins. Canada must stop indiscriminately importing fins from endangered and threatened sharks. We must put an end to our role in the illegal global shark fin trade. I ask all members to support Bill C-380 at second reading so it can be studied further at committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I just wanted to ask him a little bit more about the scope of or the principle behind his bill. He talks about a conservation crisis and uses words like rapidly declining shark populations, pending extinction, and so on. And though there are many shark populations that are quite healthy as well. But if this is the case, if this is the motivation behind this bill, is he suggesting for other species that might be facing conservation crises, let's say, for example, tuna, that the same approach should be taken, that Canada should, for example, ban the importation of tuna? And would he then suggest that every other country should follow Canada's example and not allow the importation of tuna, for example, which could negatively affect both our own fishers who fish for tuna, and as well as those who fish for shark within Canadian waters? I wonder if he's thought that through as well.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary for raising that issue. The issue of tuna and the protection and conservation of tuna is critically important, and I hope that Canada will take action. Of course, my bill is focused specifically on shark conservation. Sharks are being targeted for their fins, not their meat. The meat is, as I mentioned in my speech, about 50 cents a pound. The fins, on the other hand, are valued up to $400 a pound or a kilogram. So it is the shark fin is what is being targeted here, and as some scientists have predicted, we could lose sharks as some species as early as 2017. In other words, in this decade, if we don't take dramatic action. Canada can become a global leader by becoming the first country to ban the importation of sharks and really focusing on the shark fin as the source of the issue that will help conserve our shark populations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A number of my constituents are Chinese Canadians, and they've approached me with concerns about this bill. Like the Honourable Member, they're dead opposed to finning, and they're totally opposed to the importation of sharks that are an endangered species. So they accept those principles. But at the same time, they view an outright ban of shark fin soup as an attack on the Chinese culture. And so I think there is a way around this, and my question to the Honourable Member is, would he entertain amendments to his bill that would allow the use of shark fin soup in Canada, but only on condition that it is not shark that has been subject to finning, it is not sharks that are endangered, and the importation would be limited to countries that obey international law in these matters.
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. There are three issues that I could respond to. In terms of consultation, I consulted with a wide variety of stakeholders, including Chinese business associations, and their concern is they want a level playing field. They want to see an importation ban. They feel that that is the fair way to go. Now, I want to clarify that this bill does not impact what is sold in the country. This bill focuses on coming into the country, so it actually doesn't address the issue that the honourable member was talking about in terms of a ban of shark fin soup in provinces. That is more provincial jurisdiction in terms of the sale and trade. But the importation of shark fins, which is really getting at the illegal finning trade, is what this bill focuses on, and it will curtail that important demand that is existing in the world right now, which Canada plays a part of. In terms of addressing issues at committee stage and entertaining amendments, I think that is what committee is for. There'll be a healthy discussion and debate. I hope that all honourable members will consider supporting this bill at second reading so that we can get this bill forwarded to committee for a further discussion. And perhaps there are amendments that might need to be made, but that's where at committee that discussion will be had. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Je suis heureux d'avoir l'occasion.
I am pleased to have the opportunity to respond to Bill C-380. It goes without saying that this is a very difficult matter.
Committed to addressing the serious problem of shark finning. We are taking action on a number of fronts to end this deplorable activity, and it is very important to note that shark finning has been banned in Canada since the mid-1990s. L'interdiction s'applique aux eaux.
This ban applies to Canadian waters and also to vessels with a Canadian license that fish outside our territorial waters. In fact, Canada is one of the first country to have put in place a national action plan for the conservation and management of sharks.
National fisheries management organizations, such as the Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Organization, to ensure strong management and enforcement practices globally is the most effective way to prevent unsustainable practices such as finning. We take seriously our legal obligation to prevent the import of products from shark species that are currently listed as endangered and protected under the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. Ces espèces sont le grand.
These species are the great white shark, the whale shark, and the basking shark. I will speak more specifically about the provisions of the bill that deal with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's food safety regime and the proposed amendments to the Fish Inspection Act.
Let me begin by reiterating our government's unwavering commitment to food safety and the role of the CFIA. The CFIA is already exploring what can be done on the importation of shark fins. Shark products for human consumption fall under regulations that address the importation of fish and seafood products. These regulations set standards for quality, safety, and identification and are enforced by the CFIA. La CIA s'occupe.
The CFI strictly oversees food safety and quality as well as consumer protection. Furthermore, all Canadian fishing license holders for sharks or bycatches of sharks must respect the conditions that prohibit them from shark finning. All vessels licensed for shark fishing in Canada are monitored 100% of the time. Noncompliance with license conditions is a violation of the Fisheries Act, which is enforced by Fisheries and Oceans Canada.
Are aware, Bill C-380 proposes to prohibit the importation of shark fins unless authorized by a permit issued by the Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. The expertise and jurisdiction to make these determinations lies with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and therefore renders the licensing scheme in this bill through the Fish Inspection Act completely unfair.
The purpose of the Fish Inspection Act is to regulate food and seafood quality and safety, especially those fish and seafood that are destined for human consumption. The import prohibition under this regulation applies only to fish products which pose a risk to human health. Yet there is no evidence that shark fins do pose a risk to human health.
Importation of shark fins for any reason other than food safety, we would leave Canada vulnerable for a trade challenge at the WTO. The proposed ban on shark fin imports does not prohibit the legal production and sale of domestic shark fins in Canada, but prohibits imports of shark fins that were legally produced in other countries. It is a protectionist policy, one that is not good for trade. This could pave the way for other countries to impose protectionist policies on Canadian imports with little to no basis. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, Canada is currently challenging the EU at the WTO for a similar type of ban on Canadian seal products. Les recommandations du projet de loi.
The recommendations contained in Bill C-380 exceed the scope of current regulations and the new legislation that will be upcoming on food safety.
Canada's Fish Inspection Act will be repealed as our government's Safe Food for Canadians Act comes into force. The Safe Food for Canadians Act, which received royal assent this past fall, strengthens and modernizes our food safety system to make sure it continues to provide for safe food for Canadians.
It will provide the tools needed so that Canadians can continue to trust the CFIA to protect their food. The main objective of the new legislative provisions on food safety is to strengthen our ability to protect Canada's food supply and the health of Canadians. The Safe Food for Canadians Act will help us achieve this by grouping the provisions of certain acts and regulations, such as those in the Fish Inspection Act, to allow for more regulatory and statutory consistency of food products.
Continue to support responsible, legal shark harvesters and crack down on those who break the rules. And I appreciate my honourable colleagues' full attention on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-380, an act to amend the Fisheries Inspection Act and the Fisheries Act, sponsored by my honourable colleague, the member from New Westminster, Coquitlam. This bill, BC-380, is an important bill with very important implications. The bill would enshrine in legislation Canada's ban against shark finning. Shark finning is a cruel and inhumane practice which I believe the Government of Canada should be doing whatever it can to end on a global basis. Besides cruelty, shark finning is an awful practice for a number of reasons. Shark fin fisheries are associated with excessive mortality as fishing effort is not limited by hold space. Finning threatens the sustainability of fisheries. Finning hinders the collection of catch data needed to monitor population trends and set sustainable catch limits. Overfishing, which may be driven by finning, is widely recognized as the greatest cause for the extinction risk to sharks. The removal of the large number of top predators may destabilize marine ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, it was the Liberal government that banned shark finning in Canada back in 1994, and it has been enacted through fisheries regulations and management plans since then. Bill C-380 would replace it directly under the Fisheries Act. This would be a good step to take and would send a clear and renewed message that Canada would never accept this practice in any shape or form. It would be a strong symbolic gesture of Canada's stance on the issue. The stocks of some shark species are in bad shape, and some of this problem can be traced to the practice of shark finning by those countries which allow it. Canada should be doing its part to take a strong stand and take effective action against others who participate in this awful practice. It is the other part of the bill that I do partially support, but which gives me some hesitation, Mr. Speaker. This part of the bill would add to the Fisheries Implication Act a prohibition against importing shark fins that are not attached to the rest of the shark carcass. This would allow the minister also allow the minister to import fins that are used for scientific research related to the survival of shark species. In 2011, Canada imported over 100 tons of shark fin, worth $6.3 million. None of these fins were attached to the rest of the carcass at the time of import. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill would essentially ban all shark fin imports from Canadian soil without making a difference whether they were obtained through shark finning or through sustainable and proper fishing methods.
Right.
About half of the 2011 shark fin imports came from other countries which already banned the practice of shark finning. I just wonder what message this would send if we completely ban the import of shark fin and do not note the difference between the countries that ban the practice of shark finning and those that still allow it to take place.
Good point.
I believe that we must make a distinction and send a clear message to those countries which still allow the practice to take place in their shark fishery. I also wonder if we do not make a distinction between which species the fins come from. Are they the endangered species, or are they the species where the stock is in good shape? These are important points to make, Mr. Speaker. The bill as it's currently written would make a federal ban on imports of food that is still seen as very valuable and very important by many in the Chinese-Canadian community. I do not believe that a complete federal ban on all shark fin imports to this country, whether or not they were obtained, I do not believe that a complete federal ban on all shark fin imports to this country, whether or not they're obtained through shark finning or through the proper sustainable fishing methods, would send a very good message to those countries. I believe that we should have the right to choose to eat a culturally imported food as long as it's obtained properly from species which are not threatened and the fishery or the shark did not be fished cruelly. Mr. Speaker, it is dependent upon us as federal legislators to be very sensitive of the cultural and identity concerns of Canada's many different communities, while still taking a strong stance against the very cruel and inhumane practice of shark finning, which is still practiced in countries around the world. Not all shark fisheries involve species which are threatened, and not all shark fishers participate in the cruel practice of shark finning. I would just like to note that I believe this is an important point also to make. We must not put countries which do a good job of regulating their shark fishery to prevent overfishing and cruelty in the same boat as countries which foment overfishing and shark finning. If we punish only those countries which allow these practices by banning their imports from them, we will send them a very clear message that this is unacceptable. Perhaps this will be an incentive for those countries to change the way they handle their shark fishery, and perhaps other countries will follow suit. But if we also punish those countries that are doing a good job in regulating their shark fishery and preventing cruelty, what message are we sending to them? That it makes no difference whether you regulate your fisheries or prevent cruelty? That we will treat you the same as other countries with unregulated fisheries who allow overfishing to destroy shark stocks and who allow the cruel practice of shark finning? I certainly, Mr. Speaker, do not feel that this is a prudent thing to do. I would like to explore this bill further in committee and see whether we can make a distinction between where the shark fin comes from and what species it is from. Some shark fins may very well come from countries which ban shark finning already. The shark may be of a species which is fished sustainably in an appropriate manner by countries which ban shark finning. The fin may also be separated from the carcass properly once the shark has been landed and brought to the shore of that country. Other shark fins may come from countries which allow shark finning or from threatened species of shark. These fins are the fins we should focus on banning from importation to Canada. Mr. Speaker, if this bill passes as it's currently written, it would make Canada the first country in the world to ban shark fin imports. It is a very important bill and we must look at it closely. I agree completely that shark finning is an awful practice and we need to do more to pressure those countries which engage in this practice to stop it from happening. We must do what we can to make sure that shark fin comes into Canada from a legally harvest. I come from an area of this country where fisheries is very important. Having sustainable fishery is something that is truly important to myself and to the many people involved in the fisheries in my riding of Cardigan and in the province of Prince Edward Island. We all agree that a sustainable fishery is something we must have, but the people involved in the fishery must be able to make a living if they are fishing the proper species of shark and that they are using the proper methods. We should not punish those people involved in sustainable shark fishery. We cannot lump them in together with people who fish critically endangered species and those who practice shark finning. I believe if we look at this bill at committee and more closely and are able to make some amendments, that it would serve this purpose. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well said.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin my speech on this, the Year of the Snake, by wishing you and my colleagues
J'aimerais d'abord aussi
a Happy New Year. I'd also like to thank my colleague for New Westminster Coquitlam who put forward this bill. This is a bill that's very dear to my heart. I thank him for all the work he did in the field, for getting people together on this bill. I think we should all support it. To explain a little why I support this bill to such an extent and why it's so important to me is that I am an underwater diving instructor. I don't have time for that anymore since I've been a member, but when I did these courses, I talked about the importance of maintaining, conserving our environment, especially the marine flora. One of the things I used to do was show a video called Shark Water, produced by a Canadian who won prizes worldwide, 31 awards if I'm not mistaken, worldwide. This is a documentary that is so beautiful and so simple. It explains the problem with regard to shark fins and the impact this has on the shark population, as well as the reason why we use those fins. I have to talk about my origins as well. As you know, I'm of Asian origin. I grew up eating shark fin soup. However, there are changes, and new generations, as I will explain a little later, support this bill. There is a change going on. It's important for us as parliamentarians to carry forth such changes.
After a dive and you're on the boat and you actually have the chance to see a real-life shark, which is something really, it's truly a pleasure. Everyone on the boat will have a smile, will talk about how amazing that creature is, how important it is, and really how privileged we are to actually swim with them. And, you know, I know a lot of people have seen Jaws, but that's Hollywood. If you look at what's happening in real life, it's a beautiful creature, and it's a very important creature to keep our ecosystem in equilibrium. One thing that's really important about also shark fin is because there's tremendous amount of sharks being killed just for their fin. And I repeat, just for their fins. People are not eating shark steak. My colleague has mentioned the price of fins versus the price of the meat. And the reason why we don't eat shark meat is because they're the apex predator, and there's so much mercury in it. And basically, I don't hear a lot of people eating steak shark. So really, the real problem is the fact that we're killing sharks. Often we're killing them alive, or we're finning them alive, just for their fins. And why are we doing it for their fins? Is because there's something in my community, in the Chinese and Vietnamese community, where it's very important to have, to treat your guests well. And one way of doing it is, at a wedding, for instance, is to bring them shark fin soup. But the reality of it, if you taste the soup, it might taste really good, but it's not because of the shark fins. It's because what's in it. And I know there's a lot of chefs but we're talking about pork broth or chicken broth, so that's what brings the taste to it. Shark fin has no taste. It's a cartilage. It brings no nutritional value to it. It's basically just a question of prestige. And I think that's why kids these days, and I know my colleague from New Westminster Coquitlam has been approaching a lot of kids and people from different communities, and it's really important for them because there's a difference between, the value and the fact that you want to look good for the banquet for people, but the fact is it's not necessary to do that. And even the Chinese government has realized that, and a lot of hotels, a lot of chains have started doing that. And if you look at it,
if you really look at it, it's not just cultural. I've heard this from the government, that the Chinese or Asian culture is being attacked here. That's not true. I think that cultures evolve, traditions evolve. I'm of a new generation. I discuss this with a lot of people. We have to keep our roots, but we have to evolve as well. And that's why I'm asking my colleagues to support this bill, because it's very important for future generations. When you know that a tradition is harmful, or we sometimes cite the example of ivory and endangered, imperiled species, I think that came to an end, and I think we can do the same thing for shark fins. I heard colleagues talk about truly attacking certain types of fins. If we look at a report from CTV in 2012, out of 59 shark fins, they collected DNA samples. 76% came from threatened species. So even though the idea already exists that you can't just cut off the fins, in practice, it's really impossible for inspectors to verify all the fins. If my colleagues had watched shark water, they would know that there is a huge black market that is growing. And this is completely illegal. So how can we have these checks done? Where are the fins from? Are they from a country that does not ban this practice? As we say, they often cut off the fins with the animal still alive. How do we know whether it comes from the black market or not? That's the problem, and that's what the bill is trying to address. My Liberal colleague mentioned that he would like to bring this before committee for examination, and we agree completely. Contrary to another party, we are open to amendments and discussion. I think the point is there's a problem. The problem is that sharks are being attacked. This causes an environmental imbalance for the marine flora, and it's not necessary. As my colleague mentioned, tuna, for example, should the principle be applied to tuna as well? Well, this is a practice where you kill a shark, cut off the fins to sell it in one dish, which unfortunately doesn't really bring much to the dish except the cost and prestige. Now, there's already an unbalance in the environment when it comes to the protection of marine flora. If my colleague wants to protect fish, he would know that the fact that the shark is taken out of the food chain leads to an unbalance in the aquatic milieu or habitat. If we just talk about protection, and when I do scuba diving, I'm very affected by this, seeing a shark and having future generations able to see a shark is important. If we don't follow the recommendations, in 2009, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature reported that 1/3 of shark species were threatened with extinction because of this trade. So we see the problem. 73 million sharks killed every year. That is a phenomenal number. If we do nothing, these future generations will suffer. And I'm talking about not only future generations of people in school now, and that's why there is an outcry from the public. I invite my colleagues to watch this. I'm sure they got tweets and emails about this.
Future generations are saying, they're saying protect the sharks, protect them because keep them for the next generations. And if we're not doing anything now, and we know the reason why we're bringing forward or bringing in shark fins, it's simply for a question of prestige. I think at one point we have to react. We know that the laws in place, the regulations in place are not doing the job right now. So this is why we have to change, we have to move forward. There's a tremendous amount of support from the community, from scuba divers, from even from the Chinese community also. And I'll very quickly just thank Véronica Kwan de la Maison Camfung de Brossard dans ma circonscription.
From the Kwan Fung House in Brossard, in my riding, who is aware of the problem. She supports this bill. Also the International Humane Society in Canada, which has worked a great deal for this. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to thank the Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam for bringing this important issue to the attention of this House. And I think I can safely say that every member of this House, as I do, thinks that the practice of shark finning is an awful thing. It involves the removal of the shark's fin while it's still alive and discarding the rest of the animal into the sea to die of suffocation or predation. And we all agree that this is deplorable. Where we might disagree is on how to deal with the issue of shark finning. And I'm not yet convinced that Bill C-380 is the way. To remind honourable members, the bill proposes to amend 2 federal acts, the Fish Inspection Act to prohibit the importation of shark fins, and the Fisheries Act to prohibit the practice of shark finning in Canada. As my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, has spoken to the Fish Inspection Act, I will focus primarily on the changes proposed to the Fisheries Act. C-380 calls for amendments to the Fisheries Act to ban the practice of shark finning. Mr. Speaker, this bill attempts to fix something that isn't broken. Shark finning is banned in Canada and has been for almost 2 decades. The practice of finning has been banned in Canada since 1994, in fact, through license conditions under the Fishery General Regulations. That ban applies to Canadian fisheries waters as well as Canadian licensed vessels fishing outside of our territorial waters. Shark fishing in Canada is governed by sustainable management plans that include strong enforcement regimes to ensure that finning does not occur in Canadian fisheries. And these apply to all shark fisheries in Canadian waters. And indeed, only a few shark species are harvested in Canada, including spiny dogfish, porbeagle shark, short-fin mako shark, and blue shark. And these harvests are carefully managed based on the best scientific advice, and they allow Fisheries and Oceans Canada to monitor shark populations in order to ensure their conservation. The shark fishery in Canada is highly regulated with rigorous dockside monitoring. In fact, Canada maintains the first and only shark fishery in the world to be certified as sustainable by the Marine Stewardship Council. As mentioned, Mr. Speaker, in 1994, due to rising concerns over the practice, the Canadian government prohibited shark finning. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans was given the ability to do this under Section 7 of the Fisheries Act, which sets out the Minister's authority to issue leases and licenses for fisheries or fishing. Section 22 of the regulations provides the Minister with a specific authority to set out targeted license conditions for the proper management and control of fisheries and the conservation and protection of fish. These provisions provide the Minister with the authority to impose, as a license condition, measures to eliminate shark finning. So the regulations already allow the Minister to impose, as a license condition, measures to eliminate shark finning, which has been done. Today, all license holders for Canadian shark fisheries and for fisheries where sharks are landed as bycatch are subject to license conditions that prohibit them from engaging in shark finning. So why try and reinvent the wheel with this bill? The ban is enforced through a number of different internationally accepted methods across Canada. One approach requires that the number of fins corresponds with the number of shark carcasses landed by shark fishing vessels. Under a second and more common approach, the number of fins on shark fishing vessels cannot exceed 5% of the overall weight of carcasses on board when it lands. Both methods are intended to ensure that sharks are not being caught solely for their fins. All licensed shark fishing vessels in Canada are subject to 100% monitoring to ensure that this ratio is respected, and any violation of a license condition is an offence under the Fisheries Act. Penalties for those found to be in contravention of their conditions of license range from warnings to prosecution to requests for court-imposed license suspensions and quota penalties to the loss of the privilege of renewal of the license. Now, these measures were put in place to ensure that Canada's shark fishery conforms to sustainable harvesting practices. It's a very practical approach, Mr. Speaker, and it has worked well. There's been only one minor breach in recent years, but otherwise shark finning has not been an issue in Canadian fisheries. I would also add, Mr. Speaker, that Canada's approach is an internationally accepted standard within regional fisheries management organizations. So while this bill is flawed, there are other ways to address this issue. For example, the proposed amendments to the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act provide new tools for Canadian officials to seize shipments of fish products which have been caught illegally, such as shark fins. The proposed revisions to the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act, currently being reviewed by the Senate as Bill S-13, will provide the legislative authority for Canada to prevent the import of fish products from illegal sources. Additionally, Canada has worked with other countries to put an end to this practice, and the Government of Canada will continue to work with our international partners to ensure sustainable management of sharks, including the prohibition of the practice of finning. Globally, Canada promotes the sustainable management and conservation of sharks through international organizations, including the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization and regional fisheries management bodies, such as the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas. There are also a number of international agreements which Canada is a party to, which govern the conservation, management, and trade of certain at-risk shark species. For instance, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, usually called CITES, protects the great white basking and whale sharks. Imports of any of these shark species or any of their parts into Canada is only permissible if accompanied by an export permit from the country of origin, which certifies that the imported shark or products derived from it were caught in a scientifically proven sustainable fishery. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, proposals have been submitted to have 3 more added to the Convention's 16th Conference of Parties in March. So to summarize, Mr. Speaker, Canada has taken action against the deplorable practice of illegal shark finning. This practice has been banned in Canada since 1994. Canada believes that working through regional fisheries management organizations to ensure strong management and enforcement practices globally is the most effective way to prevent unsustainable shark fishing practices such as finning. A complete trade ban penalizes responsible, legitimate fishing practices without addressing overfishing practices or improving global fisheries management. And we will continue to support responsible, legal shark harvesters and crack down on those who break the rules. Given the above, Mr. Speaker, the government can't support Private Member's Bill C-380. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, there remain 5 minutes for the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate for a short period of time on this important debate. Let me, first of all, add my words of congratulations to the member from New Westminster Coquitlam for bringing in Bill C-380. What this member has done is he's recognized that there is a problem that exists in this country. In fact, there's a problem that exists globally with respect to this issue, the trade, the illegal trade in shark fins. And he said, I'm going to do something about it. And he's been talking with Canadians, been talking to municipalities, been talking to members of this House. And he's been talking to school children, and people support what it is that he's talking about. We heard members in this House, on all sides, talk about the fact that they, too, agree that the international trade in shark fins, the illegal trade in shark fins is deplorable. The practice of shark finning is deplorable. We've heard everyone agree to that. But the only one that's come forward with an actual plan to stop the problem is a member from New Westminster Coquitlam. The parliamentary secretary for Fisheries and Oceans had all kinds of excuses as to why they're not going to support our attempt to ban this illegal trade in shark fins, Mr. Speaker. And let me just highlight one point he made, and that is the work that the government is doing in international cooperation with other groups and organizations, be they regional or otherwise. And let me give one example. The ICAT, Mr. Speaker, which is the International Committee for the Conservation of Atlantic Tuna, has held meetings recently to deal with issues of tuna conservation, but also the subsequent and the tangential impact of that fishery and the impact it's had on the porbeagle shark. In 2008, a joint ICAT-ICES assessment for the Northeast Atlantic population of porbeagle gave the following advice, and I quote, "Given the state of the stock, no targeted fishing for porbeagle should be permitted, and bycatch should be limited, and landings of porbeagle should not be allowed." Well, Mr. Speaker, the EU and that committee then went on to set some limits on the total allowable catches, and this year, in 2012, in the ICAT meetings in Morocco, the only country that objected to a ban in the fishing of the porbeagle shark, which is facing extinction, was Canada. Now, this is one shark that's not included as right now on the list because of the work that Canada has been doing. So to suggest that we can solve the problem of shark finning and the illegal trade in shark fins across the world and deal with the impact of conservation on sharks and the devastation on the ecosystem, our marine ecosystem, Mr. Speaker, through existing agreements, through existing relationships we have around the world, is just simply fanciful. It's just simply fanciful. So what my colleague has done with the support of his colleagues in this caucus, and I believe I heard some support from the Liberal caucus, was that we should bring this bill forward, pass it out of second reading, move it to committee, and have a good discussion. If we agree, Mr. Speaker, and we've heard everyone say they do, and Canadians by the thousands are reporting that they want this practice stopped, if we agree with that, then let's move this bill, which is the first attempt in this Parliament to begin to deal with the problem. Let's move that bill from here into committee, and let's deal with it once and for all. Let's make a commitment, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Canadians concerned, on behalf of our marine ecosystem, on behalf of those that recognize the fact that we need to step up and stop the illegal trade in shark fins. We need to stop this practice. Then let's actually do something about it, Mr. Speaker. And I understand that my time is come to a close. I just want to urge all members of this House to vote in support of Bill 380, and let's do something about this deplorable practice of shark finning. Thank you.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order precedence on the order paper. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour will have 4 minutes remaining when this matter returns before the House. Orders of the day.
Third reading of Bill C-42, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act.
Mr. Nicholson for Mr. Taves, seconded by Ms. Finlay, moves that Bill C-42, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pride that I rise today to speak in favour of Bill C-42, the Enhancing RCMP Accountability Act. With a history extending back to the very formation of our country, few national institutions are more symbolic of Canada than the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. For many Canadians and for people in other countries, the Mounties have come to represent certain values associated with Canada, the values of integrity, honesty, courage, and determination. So when those values are questioned or tarnished, it not only undermines the functioning of the RCMP, it affects the very heart of how others see us and how we see ourselves. For that reason, this government has taken a keen interest in modernizing the RCMP to meet the challenges of the 21st century. I remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the RCMP Act was last substantially amended in 1988, which is 25 years ago. The world has changed so much in the last 25 years. Canadians are rightly demanding greater accountability from the RCMP alongside heightened transparency. The cumbersome RCMP human resources management framework, which is so heavily reliant on paperwork, only makes the situation worse. And while the well-publicized charges of sexual harassment are further evidence that far-reaching changes are required within the RCMP. Yes, the institution has made valiant efforts to correct its problems through its transformation agenda, but these internal changes can only go so far. What's needed now is an overhaul of legislation affecting the RCMP's oversight and operations. The RCMP and Canadians understand the need for legislative changes. It's very unfortunate that the NDP can't understand this, and sadly, Mr. Speaker, the NDP are not supporting this important bill. Mr. Speaker, it was made clear throughout committee hearings that there are structural deficiencies that must be fixed within the RCMP. There are management challenges that must be faced. There are issues of trust and confidence that must be resolved. The government is determined to deal with these questions head-on, Mr. Speaker. As you will recall, the government came to office on a platform of clear priorities. These included enhancing public safety and security and strengthening accountability and transparency. Bill C-42 contains many of the provisions included in legislation introduced in the last Parliament to address accountability issues within the RCMP. I'd like to now review the key components of the bill alongside with amendments that were introduced at the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Mr. Speaker, Canadians recognize the limitations of the current system of RCMP oversight. They want to know that the public complaints against RCMP officers are handled expediently, with thoroughness, and with impartiality. They want greater transparency so that justice is not only done, but it's also seen to be done. The government has listened carefully and recognized the need to strengthen external oversight of the RCMP. I do not want to suggest for one moment that this move denigrates the valuable work that has been accomplished by the Commission for Public Complaints against the RCMP, or the CPC, since its inception in 1988. They have done excellent work, Mr. Speaker. Yet we must also acknowledge the concerns raised by many quarters that the current legislation hampers the CPC from doing its job thoroughly. For that reason, Bill C-42 proposes to replace the CPC with an arm's-length body known, as could be renamed, as the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP. Bill C-42 takes the powers of the CPC and enhances them. For example, the new entity will continue to focus on reviewing public complaints through enhanced access to information. It could also summon witnesses to testify at a hearing. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the new body will be able to more broadly review RCMP activities in a particular area of interest and report on its findings. What's more, the new commission would also be empowered to share information or conduct joint complaints investigations with counterparts in other jurisdictions. And it would produce customized reports on public complaints for each jurisdiction that holds contracts with the RCMP. These reports would analyze the number and nature of complaints in a given period. They would also identify any trends within the complaints. In this way, the new commission would deliver a tailor-made report that would meet the needs and expectations of contract jurisdictions. These new measures have become the standard tool for modern review bodies. Mr. Speaker, one of the most sensitive areas of RCMP conduct involves what are known as serious incidents. These are cases where the RCMP contact with the Canadian public results in serious injury or death. In these high-profile events, it is vital that investigations of these cases are carried out independently, transparently, and impartially. And as I indicated earlier, Mr. Speaker, it is important to the integrity of these investigations that the reputation of the RCMP that this impartiality is apparent from the very start of the investigation of serious incident. That's why the proposed bill would require the RCMP to refer all cases of serious incidents to a civilian investigative body within the relevant province. This body would ensure the investigation is conducted in an impartial, transparent manner. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, not every province has a civilian investigative body that can handle cases of this nature. So if a provincial civilian agency does not exist, the case would then be referred to another police force. However, Mr. Speaker, there are situations where there is no civilian body or other police agency available to conduct the investigation, for instance, at some remote RCMP locations. The legislation would provide for this third possibility. In the absence of an external body, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP would investigate the incident itself. Since this would justifiably raise all of the old concerns about independence, transparency, and conflict of interest, the proposed legislation goes even further. If the RCMP or another police force is in charge of investigating these serious incidents, the jurisdiction in question or the new commission could appoint an independent observer to assess the impartiality of these investigations. The government has worked hard, Mr. Speaker, to promote the accountability and transparency demanded by serious incidents. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that we have succeeded with the provisions that are outlined in Bill C-42. Mr. Speaker, up until now I have concentrated my remarks on how the bill would enhance accountability of the RCMP to all Canadians. But accountability is also a concern within the RCMP themselves. Over the past year, incidents related to alleged misconduct and sexual harassment in the RCMP have been well documented by the media. The current human resource management framework clearly does not allow for the Commissioner to deal with these internal issues expediently. That's why a large portion of Bill C-42 is devoted to revamping and modernizing the RCMP discipline, grievance, and human resources management practice. The chief concern with disciplinary action is the requirement to turn over serious cases to an adjudication board. The current policy, which is embedded in existing legislation, accomplishes and in some cases results, and it's not a great accomplishment, but it results in two things. First, it sets in motion a bureaucratic nightmare, a process full of delays that can stretch on for years and years, and that can create animosities that poison workplaces. And second, by taking power away from frontline managers, they lose the ability to correct behaviors and return the member to work quickly with the incident behind them, or, Mr. Speaker, to demonstrate to others in the workplace that inappropriate behavior is not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, currently, frontline managers do not have the ability to do this within the RCMP. It's time that they have the ability to manage the people that they work with in a modern, efficient way. Bill C-42 would modify this process substantially. Most significantly, it would empower frontline managers within the RCMP. Under the bill's provisions, these managers could impose consequences or measures for most contraventions of the Code of Conduct. For example, managers could impose remedial training or corrective action, or in some cases, dock the officer's pay. Managers would only hand over the case to a conduct board if the review could lead to the firing of an officer. Mr. Speaker, the grievance process is just as troubling as the process for discipline, perhaps more so if that's possible. There seems to be as many processes as there are issues. A member with a problem with terms and conditions of employment goes one route. A member appealing a discharge goes yet another route. And other members appealing a disciplinary sanction takes yet a third route. There are so many different administrators and processes for each one of these incidents. Through it all, Mr. Speaker, frontline managers are kept in the dark so many times. It's time to shed light on this problem and shed the light of accountability on it and find solutions. Under Bill C-42, a single process would be instated for both grievances and appeals by members. The same set of administrators would deal with them. The same decision makers would review the results. In this way, the system would be much simpler, more consistent, and operate with greater efficiency. Complementing this formal approach, frontline managers would be encouraged to deal with minor problems informally and at the first occurrence, as human resource managers across the country and in other police forces are able to do, before these occurrences become official grievances and before they undermine a positive workplace culture. Mr. Speaker, our improvements to the RCMP management would not be complete without also considering the important role of the Commissioner. In short, the Commissioner currently lacks authority for decisions that would be part of any senior manager's toolkit, including those provided to other police chiefs. To rectify these shortcomings, the proposed legislation would give the Commissioner new authorities. These include, for example, the power to demote and discharge members, to appoint commissioned officers, and to investigate disputes involving workplace harassment. Mr. Speaker, I've highlighted the major provisions of Bill C-42 for consideration by this House. I would now like to take note and explain the changes that were adopted by the House of Commons at report stage. The committee accepted three substantive amendments. These were issues that were raised by witnesses throughout the hearings, and we were pleased to further strengthen this legislation by these amendments. As amended, the bill now supports the establishment of a strengthened reserve program, relying heavily on retired RCMP and other police officers. Currently, reservists are limited to how long they can serve consecutively. This change is important for a number of reasons, one being that it gives managers much-needed staffing flexibility and helps ensure a healthy and strong workplace by reducing the amount of overtime worked by regular members. So I'm pleased that the committee agreed to enhance the RCMP ability to benefit from the reserve program without interruptions in service time. The second amendment provides clarity for the chairperson regarding immunity. The original provision provided immunity to every member, officer, or employee performing the duties, powers, and functions of the new commission. This was always intended, Mr. Speaker, to include the chairperson. As such, the committee saw fit to formally spell it out in the legislation that the chairperson also has immunity. And, Mr. Speaker, the final amendment clarifies that the RCMP commissioner cannot refuse to investigate a complaint initiated by the chairperson. Mr. Speaker, the proposed legislation, together with the 3 substantive amendments, would bring the laws governing the RCMP into the 21st century. It's puzzling that the NDP would work with us at committee to further strengthen this legislation and then sadly play these games at report stage and now do not support this important piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely call on the NDP to support this legislation, to work with our government, and to help stop harassment within the RCMP. We heard at committee stage repeatedly that the proposed legislation will give the RCMP the flexibility it needs. At the same time, by addressing structural problems, it would enhance accountability and transparency. In doing so, it will bolster the trust and confidence of both Canadians and Mounties themselves in the RCMP. While sadly it seems that the NDP will not put aside the ideological opposition to our common sense reforms, I can assure Canadians that this government, our Conservative government, will be supporting this bill at third reading. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her remarks. But I guess I'd use the word astonished. I think she knows we worked quite closely together on this bill. We took it quite seriously in committee, but the government rejected each and every one of the amendments that we proposed to the bill. And so it's surprising to me how she could be surprised at this point that we're not supporting the bill. We obviously, on both sides of the House, accept the seriousness of the issues we're dealing with, but we were disappointed that the government had rejected all the amendments that we proposed at committee.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would challenge my honourable colleague that his amendments, although we appreciate them being brought forward, were not productive amendments. But right now we have a bill before us that we agree to. It's a good bill. What it seems like the NDP are doing is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. They didn't get exactly what they wanted, but they have a bill before them that we see and committee and witnesses agreed with is a good bill that will address so many issues within the RCMP. And instead of the NDP taking a principled stand and saying we're going to do the right thing for the RCMP and for the people of Canada, they are saying, no, we didn't get the amendments we wanted, so we're not going to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I call on the NDP to put aside that kind of what I call a selfish outlook. Stand up, be leaders, be representing their constituency, stand up for the RCMP, do the right thing, and support this important piece of legislation.
There you go.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we will be supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker. But I do have a question for the Parliamentary Secretary, and a very serious question. I've been Solicitor General, and I really understand the reasoning behind giving the Commissioner more power to demote individuals and discharge members for certain instances. However, one of the huge problems in the RCMP is the individual that may be commissioner and whether they use that power in the way it is intended to or not. Power can be a good thing, it can be a bad thing in the wrong hands. And so my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, within this legislation, how is there any way that the rank and file are being protected, or that there's safeguards there for the rank and file from a commissioner that may have a vendetta against a certain member or for whatever other reasons? And I think that balance is extremely important, and I wonder, could the Parliamentary Secretary give us some advice in that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Certainly, he does raise an important issue. There are measures currently in place whereby the Commissioner is held accountable. But in specific cases where RCMP themselves are concerned, there's still a very thorough complaints process whereby RCMP members can go to the board, bring their complaints forward, have it ruled on. So, Mr. Speaker, there are, just as in other police forces, there are ways that members members can disagree with their police chief or come forward and lodge complaints, because there's a very practical human resources process in place. So especially under this new enhanced and modernized RCMP Accountability Act, there are ways for RCMP members to do that and to make sure we have a great commissioner. We're so happy with the work that he's done, but certainly every leader, every commissioner needs to have ways to be held accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm quite pleased that my colleague spoke to this bill today because it is very important. I'm very proud of the work that she's done on this file and in moving this bill forward. And, you know, in preparation for the debate today, I was looking at some of the feedback that we've had from stakeholders across the country on this bill that have a direct impact because of its passage or proposed passage. For example, Catherine Ebbs, the chair of the Canadian Mounted Police External Review Committee, said Bill C-42 creates the opportunity for the force to renew and modernize their internal processes, and one focus in that development will be streamlining processes. I think that's a very worthwhile exercise. There is all sorts of people who have a direct influence or direct impact because of this bill who have supported it because it is necessary, and I was hoping my colleague could speak to some of the feedback that she's heard across the country on this important piece of legislation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. We certainly have had a lot of positive feedback, and this has been asked for so long by not only RCMP but by the Canadian public, and so the feedback has been tremendous. One of the things we even heard recently, and my colleague from the opposition, the critic for public safety, was upset that some of their amendments were not adopted. One of the things they wanted to introduce was yet another big bureaucratic investigative body in place of what we already have regionally and within jurisdictions. And Mr. Tom Stamatakis, who is the chair of the Canadian Police Association, commented on that even just recently, and he said that we're adding layers of infrastructure and duplication of offices. Police are capable of investigating these serious incidents, and so you have to have the right kind of independent oversight to ensure the investigation is conducted. But I think there are models that are more efficient than just adding more and more layers of bureaucracy to these kinds of incidents. That was in response to a question that I posed to him about one of the NDP proposed changes to this bill. The police don't want more bureaucracy. They don't want to add costs. This is a good bill that will have a very good three-pronged process for investigating serious incidents. The support is there. We support it. It's great to hear the Liberals are going to support it. Would the NDP do the right thing and vote in support of this bill for RCMP to end harassment within the RCMP? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 200 women who take action and who launch a collective lawsuit. Well, I think that's very eloquent concerning sexual harassment in the RCMP. But with regard to sexual harassment, that term is not even mentioned in Bill C-42. And they refused an amendment that was very simple, that is to offer training on sexual harassment to members of the RCMP. Can that be explained to me, please?
Well, Mr. Speaker, with respect to my honourable colleague, you give the tools to an organization like the RCMP to put processes in place to stop not only sexual harassment, but harassment, bullying, any kind of negative, wrong behavior to any one of the members. To put that kind of terminology in legislation actually limits the legislation and limits what the RCMP are able to do under practical best practices within human resources management. So I would ask the NDP to, maybe do a little bit of research, see how other companies, organizations, community, name the organization, or private or public, how they address forms of harassment. They have good policies and processes in place. This bill gives the RCMP the ability to do that. When you start putting very specific terminology embedded in legislation, it can limit it. We want to give the RCMP the ability to address every form of harassment, and that's what this legislation will do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member if she can tell us which independent witnesses, in other words, those who weren't government officials, RCMP officials, or otherwise holding a public office, appeared at committee and supported the government's bill, because my recollection is that absolutely no independent witnesses supported the government's position at committee.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, as I already mentioned, Tom Stamatakis, who's the head of the Canadian Police Association, who I would suggest that my honourable colleague would not want to discredit, supports this legislation. There were a number of them. And I mean, for the opposition to somehow suggest that this bill hasn't been asked for by the RCMP, that it's not supported, again, it might not be exactly the way they wanted it worded. Maybe they didn't get their amendments passed. They supported these changes. They need to do the right thing. You know, maybe they didn't win everything that they wanted, but it's not about the NDP. It's about the RCMP. It's about doing the right thing for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. It's not about the NDP being able to say, oh, we scored a political point. So stand up and do the right thing. Support this bill.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Wander-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on Bill C-42 at third reading today. And first, I want to begin by paying tribute to the women and men of the RCMP who work every day to help keep our communities safe. And often we talk about the wondrous blessings of this very large and diverse country, but sometimes I would also add that it's a large and cold country, and that can be a curse as well as a blessing. And in conditions that we faced over most of the country over the last week, I just think we need to remember that the emergency services people, the RCMP, and all those other frontline people are still out there working in the cold. They're out there keeping us safe despite the harsh weather conditions that keep many of the rest of us at home. I think that the opening of the third reading debate is a good time to remember why this bill is before the House. And the government likes to emphasize the word modernization and say, well, it's time to review the Act. This is the first major revision over 25 years. And therefore, we can bring things up to date since we last debated this in the House in 1988. And I would like to argue that this is before the House not just because time has lapsed or time has elapsed and it's time to look at it again. It's before the House because we have very serious concerns to address regarding the RCMP. And I do take exception to the position that's being stated this morning that somehow the NDP has an interest in this. What we're talking about is what we heard from witnesses, what we heard from stakeholders about some things that needed to be in this bill and were not there. And so we did propose amendments at the committee stage and again at report stage to address the serious concerns. And I want to just remind the House what those are. First, there is a declining confidence in the RCMP. Despite the fine work done by women and men on the front lines every day, overall, we've seen the public losing some of that confidence it's had over the years and that confidence that it's made the RCMP a national symbol in many ways. So, yes, the public still has confidence in the RCMP, but that decline in confidence, no matter how small, has to be a concern for members in this House. The second is that we have a clear problem with sexual harassment within the RCMP. And we also heard in committee that we have problems with other kinds of harassment. And so we have to address that problem directly. It's not just updating the bill, it's dealing with something that's happened inside the RCMP over time that has led to 200 women with a lawsuit against the RCMP for the damage to their careers that happened as a result of sexual harassment in the RCMP. And the third, which the government focuses on almost exclusively, I would agree. There is a need to deal with serious concerns about management of human resources and labor relations inside the RCMP. So let me talk about each of those in a little more detail and start with declining confidence. Obviously, we've had a number of unfortunate high-profile incidents over the last few years involving the RCMP, which resulted in deaths and serious injuries to the public. And some of this loss of confidence is to be expected whenever there are serious incidents of this kind. But in large part, I think the loss of confidence is attributable to the police investigating themselves. In these cases, which involve, as I said, serious bodily harm and or death, the public worries that somehow when police investigate police, there'll be a tendency to take care of one's own and to perhaps not pursue the investigation to its full lengths. I believe that the police generally do a good job of investigating themselves, but if the public doesn't have confidence in that investigation, then we need to proceed in a different way. So some of that loss of confidence is a direct result of public concern about the structures we use to hold the RCMP accountable. And yes, the honourable member, who's the parliamentary secretary, talks about a very confusing set of overlapping jurisdictions, and we would agree with her, which is why we proposed in committee that there be one clear, independent body which is able to investigate these kind of incidents, not adding that as another layer on top of existing bodies, but having one national civilian investigative agency in which both the public and the police could have confidence in the investigations that take place in these very serious cases. Secondly, I talked about the problem that we obviously have with sexual harassment within the RCMP. We can't just brush this aside saying, well, the RCMP will deal with it, because obviously they failed to do so. Anytime, as I mentioned, when 200 members of the RCMP, for any reason, go outside the normal RCMP processes and ask the courts to intervene because what they see as very damaging policies, practices within the RCMP, then we have a serious problem. And it's a problem not just of a few bad apples, but a systemic problem within the RCMP. So we on this side have a serious concern that there's a flaw in the culture of the RCMP now that's deeply ingrained. And it's a culture that now all too often tolerates harassment in the workplace, and specifically sexual harassment. And so the amendment we put forward was to the section which lists responsibilities of the commissioner of the RCMP. And it says in that section certain things that the RCMP commissioner must do. It does not list, as the honourable member on the other side implied, everything the commissioner does, but it establishes some clear responsibilities. And we heard from representatives of women who are bringing the lawsuits forward. We did hear in committee from experts on sexual harassment that instead of trying to deal with a problem at the back end using discipline, that there's a necessity to change the culture of the RCMP through training at the front end. And so to make people aware of what they sometimes don't even perceive as harassment. And I know this from serving on a municipal police board, which some 10 years ago, on that board, we required all employees in the police board to go through harassment training. And at the end of that training, some officers who I really respected said, you know, I've done some things over time that I didn't realize had this impact on others within the police force. And I think that's the importance of stressing, putting harassment training into the responsibilities of the commissioner will help change that culture, which results in the limitation of careers of women within the RCMP. We spend a lot of money training these officers, they gain a lot of experience, and they find their careers blocked or frustrated by a practice which is unacceptable, and that is sexual harassment. And as I've said, when we have so many instances that have come forward, we have a systemic problem. Our proposal, not an NDP proposal, not something that benefits the NDP, but what most organizations have done to deal with sexual harassment is to deal with it, as I said, at the front end through training. So it is beyond me why the Conservatives failed to accept at least that one amendment, a very simple amendment, to add harassment training to the specific responsibilities of the Commissioner. Also, when you add a specific responsibility for training, it creates accountability. And so when the Commissioner comes before the House, comes before the Public Safety Committee, if there's a specific responsibility listed in the Act, then it makes possible for members of Parliament to ask questions and say, how is that responsibility being carried out? What have you done in this area? How have you met your statutory responsibilities? Instead of leaving the Act silent on the question of sexual harassment. And as my honourable colleague said in his question, the word sexual harassment doesn't even appear in this bill, which is put forward as a solution to the problem of sexual harassment. And so I will accept the Parliamentary Secretary's argument that harassment is not just sexual in nature, and that there's a larger problem in the culture of the RCMP, which is why we put forward the amendment that was rejected by the Conservatives to make this something that's part of the upfront efforts to change the culture of the RCMP. And this, I believe, is a measure that would go a long ways, along with independent oversight, to helping restore confidence in the RCMP. Third concern, the management and labor resources concern, can really come down to, I think, what the Parliamentary Secretary pointed to, and that's a disciplined process which seems convoluted, sometimes arbitrary, and often ineffective. We've had some egregious examples, especially in dealing with discipline regarding sexual harassment, where a senior officer in one of the provinces who was found guilty through the internal processes of numerous incidents of sexual harassment of his female colleagues. And the punishment which came out of this disciplinary process was to transfer someone near the end of their career from one of the postings in a very cold part of the country to one of the postings in what I, of course, regard as one of the best parts of the country when it comes to climate. It didn't seem like much punishment. It didn't seem like very effective punishment to simply transfer someone and no training required, no remedial work with the person, simply transfer them to another jurisdiction where those problems may, in fact, be transferred with the individual. And so, again, the discipline process, we would agree, is sometimes convoluted, slow, arbitrary, and ineffective. And, of course, if your discipline process isn't effective, it does make it difficult to deal with all those other challenges that the RCMP faces effectively. So Bill C-42 is before the House this session, and we on this side supported its second reading because we acknowledge the seriousness of these challenges currently facing the RCMP, and we hope to have a dialogue which would result in a stronger bill at committee. We heard from many witnesses, and as I said in my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, we really heard from no one who was an independent witness, who was not an official of the RCMP, that they actually supported this bill. I've talked at great length with the President of the Canadian Police Association, and he does have reservations about this bill, despite the comments of the Parliamentary Secretary. The Conservatives presented this bill to the House last summer, just before the break, and on this side we responded with the serious set of hearings of witnesses in the fall. And I would argue we had a good set of hearings. We dealt with the issues substantively. But what it demonstrated was there was lots and lots of room for improvement in this bill. And again, we put forward a package of amendments that we believed would serve to strengthen the bill and address those serious problems. All of those amendments were rejected. We also put forward amendments at report stage, and once again, they were rejected. So it really should come as no surprise to the government that on this side of the House, we found that we cannot support the bill at third reading. It leaves those major issues unaddressed. And what it does is it really exacerbates the problems that result from the paramilitary model that the RCMP initially adopted. So when the RCMP was set up, the Government of Canada looked to the Royal Irish Constabulary, which had been established in Ireland in 1822. And this was a paramilitary model that was designed to help police an Irish population that was hostile to what it saw as the British occupation. There is another model from Britain, and a model which I believe would better serve the Canadian context. That model is nearly as old. It was set up in 1829 for the Metropolitan Police of London, based at Scotland Yard. And instead of being a paramilitary organization, the Metropolitan Police were set up on a community policing model and a model of shared governance, where there was more consultation with the, if you like, cop on the beat about how to do policing and less of a top-down structure. And so the solution in terms of administration and labor relations that the government's adopted here is to give the commissioner more power. And to me, a lot of the problems we're facing result from that concentration of power in the hands of one person. And so what we suggested were some amendments that would help spread out that power, increase the authority of the External Review Committee, increase the confidence that rank-and-file members would have in the internal discipline process in the RCMP, and therefore also increase public confidence in the RCMP. So we're opposing this bill because we believe that in the House of Commons we have a duty to do the best we can in terms of reforming an act, especially when these kind of issues only come before the House once every 25 years. To repeat, sexual harassment, still not in the bill. And our solution to tackle sexual harassment at the front end through training and a change in the culture rather than simply the disciplinary end was rejected by the Conservatives. In terms of oversight, what we suggested in our amendments was a fully independent complaints commission reporting to the House of Commons. What do we have in the bill? We have a complaints commission that continues to report to the minister, and a commission which cannot make binding recommendations. It only makes non-binding recommendations to the minister and the commissioner. So in order to have more fully independent commission, we thought some changes were needed.
to report to the House of Commons, to allow binding recommendations. Those suggestions were rejected by the Conservatives. Even the parliamentary secretary mentioned that there are 4 provinces and, of course, the 3 territories where there is no provision for independent investigation of the police. So in those serious incidents involving serious bodily harm or involving death, in 4 provinces, even after this bill passes, we will still have police investigating police. And this remains a serious confidence problem for the public. The Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary have both mischaracterized our proposal as one of adding to bureaucracy. And instead, what we were suggesting is an independent civilian national investigation organization which could replace some of those other organizations, replace some of the duplication, but most importantly would establish public confidence that when there are unfortunate incidents, they have been thoroughly investigated and they will result in an outcome that has the appropriate consequences. So I want to take a couple of minutes here to talk about 2 statements that were made by witnesses at the Public Safety Committee who both spoke about this solution of giving additional powers to the Commissioner. And one of those was Mr. Tom Stamatakis, President of the Canadian Police Association. And in committee on October 29th, this is what he said. Bill C-42 provides the Commissioner with extraordinary powers, powers that go beyond what one might find in other police services across Canada. For example, in Ontario, a police officer who is subject to a disciplinary process retains the right to appeal the decision to the independent Ontario Civilian Police Commission. That commission is a quasi-judicial body that provides an impartial review of the process and an impartial review of the decision. Without any additional and, most importantly, independent avenue for appeal, I would suggest there is a possibility that RCMP members could lose faith in the impartiality of a process against them, particularly in situations where the Commissioner has delegated his authority for discipline. End of quotation. So, in short form, what Mr. Stamatakis was saying was in line with the amendment we proposed. We have an external review committee that looks at disciplinary decisions within the RCMP, but it only makes recommendations to the Commissioner. So if you're a rank-and-file member and you appeal your discipline, it goes to this independent external review committee, but the Commissioner doesn't have to pay any attention to its decisions. And so our amendment was suggesting that we could have greater independence for the external review committee, and that was supported by the Canadian Police Association. Other witnesses at the Public Safety Committee also spoke out against the power imbalance in terms of labour relations within C-42. Most recently, we heard from Mr. Rob Creaser, the media liaison in British Columbia for the Mounted Police Professional Association, sometimes called the non-union union, since the RCMP is prevented from unionization. And what he said in committee was, one major problem that exists in the RCMP is the tremendous power imbalances within the organization. Bill C-42, rather than mitigating these issues, will only make them exponentially worse. If Bill C-42 is passed in its current form, with the charter violations and avenue for continued abuse of power by managers, rather than correcting the issues that have plagued the RCMP, our Parliament would be promoting the bad behaviour and cronyism by legitimizing this type of behaviour. End quote. A somewhat stronger statement than I might make on this issue, but pointing to the direction of our amendments, that we need a more collaborative management structure, not a strengthening of the powers of one person, and not a concentration of those powers in the hands of the Commissioner alone. So it became apparent to us, after hearing witnesses and experts at committee, this bill has deep flaws that will not fix the concerns the public and the rank-and-file members of the RCMP have. Since C-42 was passed in committee, 2,000 members of the RCMP have signed a petition stating they were not properly consulted on the changes in C-42 and they do not believe the government is representing their best interests in this bill. That's 2,000 serving RCMP members who have signed a petition opposing this bill. As I said, Bill C-42 still allows in 4 provinces for police to investigate police. And really the solution adopted by the Conservatives here is to dump responsibilities onto provincial investigating agencies rather than guaranteeing there is one high-quality civilian agency at the national level. So the NDP put forward our package of amendments reflecting what independent witnesses said in the committee and reflecting the things that we believe are necessary to address the three main concerns that I talked about earlier in this speech. Measures to address harassment training at the front end are critical to changing the culture in the RCMP. Measures to strengthen the independence of review bodies are critical to restoring public confidence in the RCMP. The Conservatives are standing by their argument that putting more power in the hands of the Commissioner to fire individual officers will curb all the ongoing issues in the RCMP. And by giving the Commissioner this concentration of power, we believe it will contribute to ongoing problems and not the solution. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that the NDP wish that we could have supported this bill at third reading, but the government was not able to see its way clear to accept any of the amendments which would have addressed these serious concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm thankful and appreciate my honourable colleagues' comments, although clearly I guess we're agreeing to disagree, which is too bad on such an important issue that needs to be moved forward. You know, Mr. Speaker, we talked about people who are supporting this bill who are independent of, as the member said, a government or RCMP themselves. David Eby, Executive Director of the BC Civil Liberties Association, said, there are changes that are long overdue. Certainly we have shared the frustration of senior management within the RCMP that they have not been able to remove problem officers in the way that we would expect. So it's good to see these changes coming. Shirley Bond, BC Justice Minister, said, I'm very pleased to see at least a response being made, and the Minister of Public Safety assured me that this is the kind of step we need in order to give our Deputy Commissioner and the Commissioner of the RCMP the tools they need. So certainly I think it's a very positive first step. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of others, including Ian McPhail, who I don't think my honourable colleague would somehow say is not impartial. He's completely impartial, as is Catherine Ebbs, who one of my own colleagues talked about. So, Mr. Speaker, my colleague said he wishes that the NDP could support it. Don't just wish for it, just actually do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Waunde-Fuga.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we should engage on either side in partial quotations from various people and try to win our argument here. I think we should go back to the general argument which we've advanced, which is that we believe there are some serious deficiencies on the three main concerns we see with the RCMP. I would like to say at this point, though, in committee, the government did allow us to call witnesses presenting opposing point of views. And I know there's been a lot of debate in the public about the relevance of Parliament. I think anyone who looks at the debate we've had on this bill will conclude that we have addressed real issues. We've had people before the committee or experts that we could listen to. And as the Parliamentary Secretary says, at this point, the government and the NDP will have to agree to disagree on this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Alpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question relates to the point that the member made on the imbalance of power, and I raised that question with the parliamentary secretary earlier, and I am very concerned about that. Although we do take a different approach and would support the bill, but I'm puzzled, and maybe the member can answer this because all of us don't have the opportunity to attend committee. I'm puzzled if the member had an amendment at committee to try and, I guess, balance out, for lack of a better word, balance out that balance of power. What's the reasoning for it not being accepted? I mean, one of the concerns we have with this government, regardless of the party, if an amendment doesn't come from the government, they just reject it at a hand. And to me, dealing with this serious issue that could be a problem down the road on balance of power with a commissioner with all the power in the world could be a problem. So I wonder, could the member just explain for me, who wasn't at committee, and to the House, what's the reasoning behind the loss of that amendment? It sounds to me, just from what I've heard here, it was a good one.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Waunde-Fuga.
Well, I thank the member for his question. Of course, questions come to the person who's just spoken at this time, but of course my confusion is about how the Liberal Party has decided to support this legislation despite its professed concerns about the lack of a balance of power. We put forward an amendment which said, a very particular one, that said the recommendations of the External Review Committee, when it reviews decisions on dismissal of members, would be binding on the RCMP Commissioner. The government gave us no clear reasons for rejecting that, other than saying they felt the solution was to give complete power to the Commissioner to allow him to move expeditiously. Yes, perhaps, in a few cases, we certainly know the Commissioner was not able to remove people quickly enough. But it ignores the other side of that question. What about all those other members who are worried about their careers, who may have been accused of something falsely, and they have to be able to accept that it's not just the Commissioner's view, but it's the evidence that would support discipline against them. And that's what making independent recommendations binding of the External Review Committee would do for the whole RCMP. It would give confidence that decisions are based on evidence, not just on, perhaps, the Commissioner's opinion.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst.
For the public safety. When she spoke about, well, the NDP wanted their way, if not their way, they're going to vote against it. Is it the first time that the member heard that from the government, that first of all, in a democratic institution like this one here, where we're here to debate and be able to study a bill and have amendment, seems to be that any amendment coming from the NDP, they cannot accept it. I mean, it seems to be a government that wanted their way or the highway. If it's not their way, you're not on their side. It's like you're not on the side of the right thing. It's just a bill, is it not there to be steady and be able to receive amendment and do a better bill? That's not what this building is all about, this parliament. I'd like to hear the member on this here.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Wander-Fuga.
Well, I thank the member for Acadie-Bathurst for his question, because I think it goes to the heart of what we sometimes see as the problems in this House under Conservative majority government, is that they call on us to work cooperatively with them, and when we try to do that and bring forward genuine improvements to bills, we find that there's very little possibility that those ideas will be accepted. And if I can just point to one amusing example, I guess I would call it, in public safety on a different bill, we had an idea for an amendment, and lo and behold, later it came back as a government amendment. So the very fact that we had actually proposed the amendment, it wasn't acceptable, but when a virtually identically worded amendment came forward from the government, we were happy to support it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton, St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. When I was listening to it, I was perplexed by his suggestion that the solution to the problems at the RCMP could be solved by front-end training. I don't mean to diminish the value of front-end training or harassment training, but I'm concerned that the effects of that would take years, if not decades, to have any palpable effect as new recruits were trained and ultimately found their way into management positions. Does he not agree with the Commissioner, who believes that this bill will help build a culture of management that's effective at the RCMP, and that's going to be a more effective and certainly a more expeditious solution to some of the problems at the RCMP?
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Wander-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, because I think he raises a good point. But to me, the point about training is that obviously it's not just rank and file RCMP members who need training on the issues of harassment. It's obviously management within the RCMP who failed to deal effectively over the years with sexual harassment in the force and led to this deep-rooted problem in the culture of the RCMP now. So yes, it'll take a while. We don't believe that harassment training is the silver bullet that will immediately make things better. But over time, it will change the culture of the RCMP and provide a workplace where women can serve with full equality with men and not worry about having limitations placed on their careers because of unacceptable behavior by their colleagues.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the comments that I keep hearing back from the government in many of these discussions is that NDP doesn't propose any amendments that they can accept, and yet I don't know how many bills have come through here since we've started this session, probably something like 50, and we have proposed amendments at every chance we had, and I don't think very many at all have been accepted. But what troubles me is that the the thrust of this bill, and one of the complaints we have about a lot of bills, is that immense power is being left in the hands of an individual. And that's happened in the immigration file, that's happened in the public safety file, and it's happening here again, where immense power is being left in the hands of a single individual. And that appears to be a theme from across the aisle, that the government believes that the person at the top should be empowered to make all these decisions. And we fear those kinds of powers, and I wonder if the member would like to comment further on that.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, if you could short answer, please.
Thank you very much. I think it reflects something we see all too often on the other side of the House. The other day in question period, we saw the Prime Minister answer almost all the questions. And so it's a model of one person taking the leadership role and making himself accountable without sharing the responsibilities and drawing on the expertise of others within the organization. So I do agree with the member that it's an unfortunate tendency we see starting right at the top on the other side with the Prime Minister.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-42, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. I just want to state for the benefit of the record, Mr. Speaker, what the summary of the two key points is all about, and I'll read that from the summary of the bill. That this enactment enhances the accountability of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police by reforming the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act in two vital areas. First, it strengthens the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Review and Complaints Body and implements a framework to handle investigations of serious incidents involving members. Secondly, it modernizes discipline, grievance, and human resource management processes for members with a view to preventing, addressing, and correcting performance and conduct issues in a timely and fair manner. So, Mr. Speaker, that all really sounds great in theory. But I can't help but start by stating my remarks, Mr. Speaker, that not always does wonderful ideas in theory work. I recall this government bringing in the Accountability Act. And they talked, and this is much along the same lines. There's going to be accountability. You heard the Parliamentary Secretary talk about accountability and transparency. Well, I remember the Accountability Act well. And I remember the government talking about transparency and accountability. And if there's anything that we've seen from this government, it is the absolute direct opposite. The direct opposite. We're seeing the least transparency we've ever seen of any government in Canadian history. We're seeing access to information taking longer and longer. We can't get answers from the government. Committees themselves are basically shoved into camera on simple motions, Mr. Speaker, on simple motions that should be debated in public. They're shoved into camera so the discussion takes part in secret. So I want to outline that in the beginning, Mr. Speaker, because when this government talks accountability and transparency in its own business, we've seen anything but. So I would hope, Mr. Speaker, that within the RCMP Act changes, that we will see some transparency and accountability. But the record of the government itself is the direct opposite, Mr. Speaker, and because I tell you, although we're debating the RCMP Act here, I'm concerned about this place because we're not seeing the kind of things happen at committee in an open and transparent way that we should anymore. And it's a blight on the Parliament of Canada, the way that this government is operating. And I don't, having been a former Solicitor General, I don't want to see that same blight applied to the RCMP because it is our national police force. It's a recognized icon around the world. I want to see it improved. And so the best intentions as laid out in this bill, may sound great, Mr. Speaker, but it needs to come to fruition in the way that it was intended to do. So, Mr. Speaker, our Liberal critic agrees with the central premise of the bill, that the Commissioner's capacity to deal with disciplinary issues should be strengthened and the process for dealing with these streamlined. Now, in questioning earlier, I outlined some concerns that I personally have in that regard, and I'll get to those in a moment. But the bill certainly is a step forward, and as with all legislation, it may need to be improved down the road as we go down the road piece. Our critic also says that there is some minor improvements could be brought to the powers and scope of the new civilian complaints body, that this body has been strengthened in keeping with previous positions that we've taken as a Liberal Party. So, Mr. Speaker, from our perspective as the Liberal Party, we welcome the new legislation and the attempts by government to address the current challenges facing the RCMP. And without a doubt, and it's been expressed in this debate and in future debates in this House, Mr. Speaker, there's many challenges facing the RCMP. We see the sexual harassment issues in the press all too much. And as I said a moment ago, this is a symbol of Canada. The RCMP is a symbol of Canada around the world, something that we're proud of. And we don't want to see this tarnished image that we've seen due to the odd individual in the force, as they like to call it, that tarnishes not only the image of the RCMP, but tarnishes the image of Canada. And so the corrective measures have to be put in place to make, I guess, to allow the National Police Force, if you want to call it that, to deal with these problems in an effective manner. Bill C-42 aims to tackle these harassment and discipline issues by reworking the force's bureaucratic grievance system and giving increased powers to the Commissioner. The bill also gives senior managers a wider range of options to sanction members immediately, such as suspending pay. Now, I raised some concerns about this point earlier, Mr. Speaker, not so much with the additional authority of the senior managers as a management team, but the power of the Commissioner and the power surrounding the Commissioner. That basically, as one member I talked to this morning, it gives the Commissioner the power to, quote, hire, fire, boot, and all the rest. Hire, fire, boot, and all the rest. End of quote. That's a pretty substantive statement, Mr. Speaker. And there is no question that in disciplinary issues, the Commissioner does need the power. However, having been there, and there's the Minister of Public Security. I was a former Solicitor General, but it's an interesting. It's kind of a dilemma to a certain point, if I could put it that way, Mr. Speaker. You have the Commissioner who is in charge of all things RCMP. You have a minister, now the Minister of Public Security, that is responsible for the RCMP and responsible for policy, that is so different than many of the other ministries, whereas if there's a problem in a ministry and staffing, well, the minister can step in. You really can't do that with the RCMP because you've got this space that you can't influence other than influence the law. And so for the rank and file of the RCMP members, the rank and file, they don't have the ability really to go to the government or the minister if they're having problems as a rank and file member with the Commissioner. And so much in the RCMP depends on the individual man or woman who may be commissioner of the RCMP, and how much power they take and how they use that power. They can either use it to good advantage or they can use it to bad advantage. And look, Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, there's politics in all organizations, including in the RCMP. It's a command system where people eventually move to the top and are appointed by the Minister of Public Security and or the Prime Minister to the position of commissioner. And there's always that internal kind of political dilemma. And I know the colleague from the NDP spoke on this earlier, that there's legitimate concerns there, I believe. But in fairness to the government, I believe, and in fairness to my own party, I believe there's the need to move ahead. I would wish that the government would accept amendments, reasoned amendments by opposition parties, which they tend not to do. I think this could be made a better bill. But because of the way this place works, and it's why I brought up accountability and transparency earlier in terms of their Accountability Act, that this place is not working because the government just doesn't accept amendments from others, no matter how well-reasoned they are. And that could be a problem. I mean, from where I sit here, I think we have to move forward with the bill, but I do think it could have been improved. And I admit that openly, Mr. Speaker. And I think part of the reason for it not moving forward is because this place and its committees are not working as they ought to work anymore, because the government, it's their way or no way. It's that simple. And that's a sad commentary on how our Parliament is working in this country. So I would say this on the power of the Commissioner. Yes, there needs to be power to be discipline, but there has to be, and just to go to the other review agency to protect yourself as a rank-and-file member may, in my view, may or may not work. Because the way it works in a command structure, which this is intimidation from the leader can be a very strong and powerful thing. And what tends to happen is people who disagree, they may just step aside and say, I'll go to another career or another occupation, or I'll go into security, or I'll go to a local police force or whatever. And so I'm being quite open here, Mr. Speaker. I think there is some reason for concern, and I think it's too bad that aspect couldn't have been improved. But I think we're in the situation that given the incidents that have happened in the RCMP, given its image, given its uniqueness to this country, that we do have to move ahead with Bill C-42. But we have to be wary. We have to be wary of the problems that could appear. And I would say to this minister and this government and to parliamentarians that we need to be watchful of that. And we need not be afraid in the future of bringing in corrective measures if it's seen necessary to do so. So I guess on that point, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I'd suggest to the government that they be very wary of that point. And I'd further and be watchful that it is that if it becomes a problem, there's the need to find ways to discipline and to deal with some of the unique internal problems within the RCMP. That's true. We need to deal with those. But we need to be absolutely confident that if we create some other problems along the way for the rank and file in terms of their interests and in terms of their maybe even challenging a commissioner for legitimate reasons, that ability to do that is not in fact undermined by the additional power given to the commissioner in this bill. So therefore, I would suggest that we all need to be watchful of that fact and willing to at some future point and quickly at some future point, if that becomes a problem, to address it. The second major area of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is Bill C-42 replaces the existing watchdog agency, the Commission for Public Complaints Against the RCMP, with the new Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. And, you know, Paul Kennedy was a witness before the committee, and he was chair of the Commission for Public Complaints Against the RCMP. Did a very, very remarkable job. Wasn't afraid to challenge the RCMP or indeed the government. But he's really, in all honesty, Mr. Speaker, he's one of the ones that lost his job, as many others, like Adrian Meisner and others down the road over the last 6 years, that lost his job for being brutally honest and challenging the government of Canada. And that shouldn't have happened, Mr. Speaker. It's really one of the reasons why the new body has been brought into place. You need these independent officers. He wasn't as independent as he'd hoped. He wasn't reappointed. The reason he wasn't reappointed is because he done his job and challenged the system. And so, Mr. Speaker, all I will say in terms of what is now going to be called the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission is that will it be independent enough? Will it have the authority? Will it have the backbone to challenge the system as Paul Kennedy did in his position when he was chair? Because, you know, as there's lots of complaints. We don't hear them, many of them. But if you're close to that, and I expect members in the committee have, and I'm not a member of the committee, but you know, there's all kinds of complaints that come in against the RCMP for many reasons. You know, there's the complaints in the rank and file and sexual harassment and other things, but there's complaints from the public in terms of how their particular case was handled, whether it was handled fast enough or whether they were elbowed during an arrest or whatever it may be. I mean, the Aurora issue went to the Commissioner of Public Complaints at one point in time. So they range all over the map. And that review body has to, in my view, have the ability to deal effectively with those complaints, to be willing to listen, receive complaints in the rank and file, I believe, under this new proposal as well. And they have to have the ability to be able to challenge the system and work in the interests of the public in terms of their determination of those answers, of answers for those complaints. So it's a very important body. It needs to be there. We absolutely need a way for the public to be heard, to issue, whether it's small or a big complaint, to challenge the RCMP and how an issue was handled. But my key point here is that given the experience with this government and their basically removal in one way or another, or not appointments, we're going to see the same thing with the parliamentary budget officer, no doubt, that an individual out there who has the backbone and a body that has the backbone to challenge the government, and in this case maybe a commissioner that they support, they absolutely must have that independence, and they must be made of the character to be able to challenge them. That's extremely critical. So let me close, Mr. Speaker, by saying I've raised some issues. I think there's no question we're going to support this bill moving forward because I believe decisions have to be made. I actually believe the bill could have been improved. It wasn't for whatever reason, because the government just doesn't allow anybody else's thoughts to enter their jurisdiction unless they think it's their own. Well, it can't be of merit. And, Mr. Speaker, there does need to be some changes within the RCMP. It is our national police force. It's unique around the world. People look to it. It's a symbol of Canada. And this bill is a step forward in terms of us getting there to regain that reputation. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your statement. Being a retired member of the RCMP, I'm very proud to weather and surge whenever I can. I've watched with interest Bill C-42 as it moved forward, and this bill really needs to get done, Mr. Speaker, because for well over 100 years the RCMP has been handcuffed by the fact that they have been unable to remove members from the RCMP when they needed to. And again, as the honourable member said across the way, it's not all the members, it's just a select few, but those select few really tarnish the RCMP. So my question to the member opposite is, does he believe that this bill has gone far enough for his party to move it forward? And if so, is he confident that in committee we would be able to do some opportunities that they see fit?
The honourable member from Malpeque.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think, as I've said, we have recognizing there needs to be improvements, and I agree with the member's remarks. He's been in the RCMP. You know, it's always, I believe, as Commissioner Paulson said, he needs the authority to get rid of some bad apples, and that's true. And it only takes one. To create a terrible image of the whole, and so this bill does give authority there. I did in my remarks also weigh in some concerns that we have to recognize that power can be taken too far as well, in terms of as it applies from the commissioner on the rank and file for maybe somebody that hasn't been a bad apple. And so we have to recognize that as well. But I do believe, and our party believes, it's a step forward, it's a move in the right direction, but we have to be vigilant in terms of the implementation of the bill and how what this bill entails works out with respect to the RCMP.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the honourable member, because I'm still perplexed, about the change or the support for this bill by the Liberal Party. In committee, the Liberal Party proposed no amendments. It did not even support all of our amendments. And so if the Liberal Party has these concerns, I guess they didn't really act on them at the committee level. And I have total respect for the member as a former Solicitor General. And I'm not doubting the sincerity of his remarks, but it seems peculiar to me that now the Liberal Party is prepared to support a bill which does not create a fully independent complaints commission, does not address the issue of sexual harassment, and further concentrates power in the hands of the commissioner.
The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his question. I think I've made it very clear, and I think that's what this place is all about. It's a place of debate. It's a place of different positions. It's a place to make decisions. I think when you go back to the remarks that were made at previous times in this House, that the Liberal Party has made it very clear where we stand. We see the bill as an improvement upon the current situation, but we recognize the bill could always be improved. We, as the member would be aware, we did support some amendments that the official opposition made, not them all, because quite honestly, all their amendments were not, in our view, good ones, and that's our opinion, and they differ from the member who just spoke. But there is, on balance, we as a party look at this and we say, does it move us a step forward? And we as a party believe it does.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, maybe if we can just pick up on that particular point that my colleague just made reference to, and that is, in fact, it's very rare that we see legislation of this nature going forward. There is absolutely no doubt that there could be amendments made to the legislation that would further enhance it and make it better quality legislation. Unfortunately, as my colleague has illustrated, that the government has not seen fit to accept in any real fashion, tangible fashion, amendments coming from opposition parties. And at the end of the day, I would ask the member just to reaffirm that even though the Liberal Party is supporting the legislation going forward, it doesn't necessarily mean that we believe that there's no need for improvements, that we suspect and anticipate that there will be a need to make more changes in the legislation because the government was negligent in not respecting the committee process and allowing some of those amendments that the Democrats might have passed, or even the dialogue that was taking place inside the committee.
The honourable member from Alpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague from Winnipeg is I think speaking to a broader issue rather than just this particular piece of legislation, Bill C-42. And I mentioned that in my remarks, and I increasingly am concerned of how committees are function, or could I put not allowed to function, in that hardly ever are amendments ever carried, even though they make a lot of sense. I think we continually run the risk. You know, at one point in time, the Senate would actually take issues seriously and review them down there and fix some mistakes that we might have overlooked in this place. That, in my view, is not happening now. The big whip comes down and get it through. And eventually, if this kind of process continues, if we pass legislation that isn't the best that it can be, then the courts will start ruling back some of the flaws that we've made in legislation. So I think my colleague is speaking to the broader issue, Mr. Speaker, how this place works, and I've laid that out in my remarks. I'm very concerned. I believe Bill C-42 is an example where some amendments were pursued, were proposed, not accepted just because of where they came from, not what they said, in my view. And I think that's a concern that Canadians should increasingly be worried about.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation. I think I heard him say at least 2 or 3 times in his speech that the bill is a step forward. Now, even if he says it 2 or 3 times, it's still only one step, and it takes more than one step to move forward. So we've got a bill here that may not make us go backwards, but it certainly leaves us no further ahead. How many times have I heard him say also that improvements should be made to this bill, but he's never mentioned which improvements. So could he give us an example of specific points on which the Liberal Party would like to move forward on this bill?
Malpak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. As I said in my opening remarks, that this bill does give the Commissioner the ability to deal with disciplinary issues and that is a big one facing the force at the moment, especially as it relates to some of the incidents by some individual rank-and-file members that are impacting the image of the force as a whole, and how we all see that the RCMP should and effectively operate. So that is a step in the right direction, that there is the ability to there. Now, in my remarks, I did say that we have to be watchful of that and see that the power, the new power, that the powers that have been given to the Commissioner, the RCMP, that they are used the way that they were intended to be used, and that's our job to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say at the outset that I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. So, Mr. Speaker, I must say that when Bill C-42, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act, was introduced in this House, I believe it was at the end of the last parliamentary session, at the in the summertime, when it was introduced, and when I read the bill, I must say that I was truly disappointed by the bill before me, because it's really just another example of the Conservatives' failings and their inaction on files regarding equality for women. It's as if the government just thinks that all it has to do is get this bill adopted, and the problem of sexual harassment in the RCMP will just disappear, and unfortunately that is absolutely false. This legislation is far from being the answer. I think it is important when we talk about a serious situation like this one that we go directly to the root of the problem. And the work environment and the corporate culture will not be changed by this bill that is a bill as vague and toothless as this one. Now, what we have to understand in unionized workplaces, which is not the case with the RCMP, there are good anti-harassment policies. Or rather, and with these policies which do not exist in the RCMP, harassment is present, and so we have to go very far to rid the RCMP of this type of behavior. Giving the power to the RCMP commissioner to fire officers will not solve the organizational culture. Arbitrary power, especially when we talk about the Conservative model, does not solve problems. We need awareness, monitoring, and joint action to make people change their behaviors. But we don't see any of that in this bill. In committee, where we studied this bill, all the witnesses pointed out that this bill alone will not solve the situation, and that arbitrary powers are merely the source of further abuse. The problem is systemic and complex. Bob Paulson, the RCMP commissioner, said it himself when we heard from him on the Status of Women committee last year. He said, in my opinion, the RCMP has not evolved in pace with society when society introduced processes targeting equality. It is the organizational culture that has not evolved. We have not been able to change our practices or policies, or to offer systems that would allow women to rise through the ranks in the organization and to contribute to maintaining order, which is what they are supposed to do. For the RCMP to be a first-rate police organization, the women must make a major contribution. I think of the way that the organization manages authority and powers. I said so publicly, and I'll repeat it. This problem goes well beyond sexual harassment. It is our idea of sexual harassment, the idea that we have a hierarchical organization that monitors men and women who have extraordinary powers over their fellow citizens, and the exercise of such powers calls for a great deal of discipline. During committee meetings, I had asked specific questions of the Commissioner on this question of organizational culture, and his response was enlightening. He said, if we manage to change the RCMP culture and ensure that the employees, regardless of rank, make principled decisions based on the situation instead of defending their ribbons, medals, and awards by showing their power and influence, then we will have managed to change the culture. I also want to talk about something with regard to very brave women who reported wrongdoing in the RCMP. The Status of Women Committee decided to study sexual harassment in the workplace in the public service, and on December 6th, 2012, on the Status of Women Committee, Vicky Smallwood of the Canadian Labour Congress talked about culture, or rather workplace culture.
Kind is a healthy, inclusive workplace with a commitment to gender equity. Job security, reasonable workloads, and a good labor relations all offer a sense of stability and comfort in the workplace. But while it does not completely prevent individuals from harassing others, it might create a climate that allows women to feel safe about coming forward with a complaint. Workplace culture is important. As you conduct this study, I hope you will consider looking at the culture of federal workplaces and any factors that may create an environment conducive to harassment or that may impede its prevention, that is, that may encourage women to keep silent. End of quote. Unfortunately, we saw with women of the RCMP, many of them keeping silent for many, many years, and in many workplaces that is the case. Now, this bill was introduced without the benefit of the findings of the internal gender audit of the RCMP ordered by the Commissioner that is currently underway and not yet completed. And the Conservative approach doesn't seem to make women in the RCMP a priority by ignoring any kind of gender-based internal audit or findings. And that's very unfortunate. And it is also unfortunate that other studies that are being done looking at this issue of sexual harassment and other gender-based discrimination in the RCMP as well as other federally regulated workplaces, such as the one being done at the Status of Women Committee, are not being considered. Now, the NDP thinks we can go further on these issues, as there needs to be a clear anti-harassment policy in the RCMP, one which contains specific standards for behavior and specific criteria for evaluating the performance of all employees. Such a policy is needed to serve as a basis for a fair discipline process. Now, this is absolutely necessary for us to have a better cultured environment workplace for the RCMP, as well as other workplaces that have a culture of dominance, for instance, brought from the fact that there is a culture of authority, which is necessary, obviously, in something like the RCMP, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there needs to be harassment, and we need to be dealing with that more concretely, Mr. Speaker. Donc, malheureusement, ce projet de loi.
So, unfortunately, this bill fails by allowing the RCMP to investigate itself in some situations by creating a haphazard system that puts the burden of supervision on the provinces, by creating a complaints commission that is not completely independent and that reports to the minister with non-binding recommendations, and by limiting access of this commission to sensitive information. To correct the flaws in this bill, to truly tackle this problem, the NDP voted at second reading to send this bill to committee. There, we presented a number of amendments which called for compulsory training with regard to harassment, something that is essential in any workplace where women need to be considered as workers on an equal footing. We also wanted to ensure that a civilian organization would be responsible for complaints against the RCMP, so it would be more independent. We wanted to create human resource policies that are more harmonious by withdrawing draconian powers that have been proposed for the Commissioner. The Conservatives rejected all the NDP's amendments, and we're used to that, but I don't think that it means that we should stop fighting for what is right. And these amendments truly sought to improve this bill, and they were in accordance with recommendations made by witnesses at the committee. So in closing, the NDP will not be able to support this bill. It is really something that doesn't go far enough, and I don't think that we should be telling Canadian women that when there is a problem, we'll just take half measures. We need to tackle the veritable root of the problem and ensure that there is true equality in this country. It's a shame because this bill it deals with an urgent topic. Women in this country want rapid action on the part of their government instead of bills that are doomed to ineffectiveness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Chêne-Lebert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to ask my seatmate and colleague. There's talk about having anti-harassment guidelines in this law, which are not there. But I would ask her if she agrees that there needs to be something that goes a step further. In any change in an institution, the integration of the armed forces in the U.S., for example, back in 1942, and the resistance that took, the women entering the armed forces or policing throughout the years. Not only does there need to be anti-harassment, but there needs to be an understanding of the contribution that women can make. And why harassment, or I guess why harassment is not acceptable. There needs to be a sensitization of the change in those institutional organizations. And I wonder if my colleague would like to comment on that.
The Honourable Member of Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel.
I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. Now, I want to say first, right off the bat, that this bill doesn't even include the word harassment. So that's a number one big disappointment. It's cowardly of the government not to actually address the issues that we're trying to address here. It is a question of equality for women in all workplaces, that we be protected from, that we have mechanisms to prevent these kinds of situations where we are demeaned and treated as inferior and as less important, and therefore not as able to contribute. Now, there are a lot of strong women who can speak out about these kinds of things and who manage to make their way up the ranks anyway, but it's not equality if we're living in a society where in places like the RCMP and other federally regulated workplaces that we could actually be making a difference, we're looking at bills that don't even include the word harassment.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
Honourable member. I'm sorry. For Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I know that the issues surrounding women are very important to her, and I know that she's doing exceptional work in committee. I'd like to get back to the quote she used earlier, where somebody said that the problem was harassment, but the notion we have of harassment. I know that in committee they proposed a compulsory harassment training, or training on harassment rather, in jobs such as the RCMP. So I'd like my colleague to talk about how such training would have been a good idea. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel.
A wonderful question. I'm no longer on the Status of Women Committee, although I did enjoy my year there. One thing that we heard over and over again is that there are no resources, or there are certainly a lack of resources for preventing sexual harassment in many workplaces, and that there are a lack of resources when it comes to essentially promoting gender equity across this country. Now, this kind of formation pour prévenir
training to prevent harassment, as well as to know how to manage a situation when harassment occurs. That is absolutely necessary in order to achieve any progress. Unfortunately, this bill is disappointing. It doesn't go in that direction at all. It doesn't really address how to prevent this kind of situation for Canadian women. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C-42 is quite a subject. At the outset, I must admit that it's with some bitterness and disappointment that I take part in this debate, because it seems to me once again that we are seeing a government missing in action, a government that is using empty words, empty shells, and sounded light show or smoke and mirrors show. But it seems to me that in a case like this, the issue at the heart of C-42, this is far from a sufficient step in the right direction. I don't think it's a step in the right direction that we need. I think that all of us here need to solve a problem when it arises. Unfortunately, C-42 does not achieve that. There's many angles of attack possible here regarding this bill, but I'll try to concentrate on two things. First of all, the gap between the substance and the form of this bill and the issues at stake in sexual harassment. Now, first of all, the form. More and more citizens that I meet in my riding and across Quebec have a big problem with what they call the denial of democracy. And I must admit that despite the fact we do in this House and in committee, I must admit they are right. The whole procedure surrounding C-42 demonstrates this very eloquently once again. So let me give you a few ideas here. Everything was done within the rules, strictly speaking, but that's not sufficient. For example, one might ask, on C-42, was there time allocation or any procedure to limit the time parliamentarians have to debate or go any further in examining the proposals here? The answer is yes. And if we were to talk only about time allocation, this is about the 30th time during the 2-year mandate of this government so far, as a majority government. The day after I was elected and I arrived for training orientation on the Hill, I was told, well, the work in the House is pretty partisan, but in committee, that's where we do the best work. That's where we see bills being improved and progress, and that gives all the meaning to our work as representatives of the population. Well, out of 18 amendments proposed by the NDP on Bill C-42, let me give you the number of amendments that were accepted: 0. It's become a tradition almost. Whenever something doesn't come from the government party, it's no good. So we're light years away from the adage that ideas emerge from the clash of ideas. If you have a notion similar to ours, it's a good idea, but otherwise keep it to yourself. But there were amendments accepted in committee, issued by the government members, which mostly dealt with corrections of grammatical errors in the French version. Far be it from me to say that such amendments aren't important. I have a great deal of respect for my language, and I would never disregard those corrections, but it seems to me that when it comes to the substance, they could have done better. One might also wonder whether one should question the very independence of the witnesses who come to shed light or expertise on the bill to allow the committee to go further with new proposals. Well, it seems that the majority of the witnesses called in by the government were either government witnesses or the RCMP itself, which doesn't exactly give them an image of impartiality. The witnesses called by the official opposition, well, I wasn't at the committee, but from what I gleaned, they were treated with dubious fairness. They were called at the very last minute. They were concentrated on the last day. There are a lot of questions that arise here about the way things were done, and we need better answers. Now, with regard to the substance, as I said earlier, given the importance of the topics in this bill, I will focus on denouncing the treatment of issues of sexual harassment. When an issue is this important, we're talking about gender equality. A step in the right direction is not sufficient. I will repeat. We had an opportunity to solve a problem, and once again, what we're seeing here is a way of circumventing the problem while seeming to have paid attention to it. Let me quote Yvonne Séguin, the Director General of the Groupe d'aide et d'information sur le harcèlement sexuel in Quebec, Sexual Harassment Action Group. She said, after 32 years' experience, we've noticed that when companies have a clear policy and that employees know what is acceptable and what is not, it's far easier for managers to solve problems. So, that is what one would expect to find in Bill C-42, that is clear directives so that employees and management knows exactly what's what. C-42 is the government's response to long-standing complaints of sexual harassment within the RCMP and a large number of recent events. Well, believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, throughout this bill, not once, nil, yet zero, not once is there any mention of the word harassment. For a bill that's supposed to solve the problem of sexual harassment, the government has not even had the courage to include the very word harassment. Seems to me that's a problem. When children ask you questions, you're supposed to give them clear answers with the correct vocabulary. Well, it seems to me that would have been a first step. The NDP did exert pressure since the beginning, since the very day when Bill C-42 bore another number in another parliament, so that the minister makes sexual harassment a priority and that he solve the problem. Because all employees, not only the RCMP employees, but all employees in all workplaces are entitled to an open and safe work environment, which is apparently not the case. Now, a union is not necessarily the greatest rampart to protect workers' rights, but one must admit that the RCMP is the only police force in Canada without collective agreements. Those who manage this are part of a process that's closer to consultation rather than collective bargaining. Despite all that, the NDP, because it firmly believes in fairness, equality, equity between individuals, has proposed amendments which were very basic. Allow me to remind you, they were all rejected, but for those following our debates, it's important to explain 3 or 4 amendments proposed by the NDP so that people can judge for themselves whether these were relevant. The first amendment It might not have been the first in the order presented, but the first one I cite. One that would force all RCMP members to get training about sexual harassment. Education or information has always been the basis of any progress. Even talking about it is apparently too much for this government. Second suggestion. How did they manage to refuse the establishment of a civilian organization that's totally independent that would avoid having the police investigate the police? It seems to me that there's great consensus in civil society about that. How can they refuse creating a better balanced police force in terms of human resources by reducing the powers of the RCMP Commissioner and strengthening the External Oversight Commission? They're going in the opposite direction with C-42. They are strengthening the powers of the Commissioner. They even increase the power of certain ministers of controlling information. So I'm running out of time. Let me conclude by reaffirming the position of the NDP that will continue to work with women so that the principle of equity can become an uncontrovertible reality, and we will take more than one step forward.
Questions
and comments?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I took note of the member's comments just when he said to increase the powers of the Commissioner and decrease the powers of the civilian authority. I wonder if the member could answer this simple question. By giving the civilian authority more power, how did he think that the Commissioner would be able to act from within?
L'honorable député de
Honourable member for Trois-Rivières. We had a very simple suggestion in 2011. It was a leitmotif of the NDP, and we're not going to abandon it because it does correspond to our way of seeing things, and that is, let's work together.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York West.
For your comments. I think some of them are worth consideration, but clearly C-42 is going forward. We're supporting it because, again, you know, it's those small steps forward. If we had to wait for 3 or 4 years to get something much more comprehensive and detailed that would deal with some of the issues that I think we all care about when it comes to the sexual harassment issues in the RCMP, I tend to think that would take a long time. What C-42 does is very much responds to what the Commissioner said was his own frustrations, was his inability to take swift action. Do you think with C-42, when adopted, will give Commissioner Paulson the key, the tools that he needs to be able to deal with these issues swiftly?
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I thank my colleague for her comments, and I especially thank her for her vision for the future, because she's recognized that in barely 2 years we're going to solve the problem by replacing this tired government that seems to focus on half measures. Now, with regard to whether a step in the right direction is sufficient or not, I think that that is our biggest difference of opinion. I think that it's high time that Canada says that half measures is over. Canadians deserve more than being told we have one step forward but not a second one.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate my colleagues' remarks on this. And I wonder if you'd like to reflect a bit more. The Liberals seem to suggest that requiring harassment training would take years for us to agree upon. And I find that a strange comment, since many large organizations have already introduced harassment training in their organizations. And I wonder if the member sees any obstacles to the RCMP doing that, and why we couldn't just simply put that in the legislation.
Honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his relevant question. I think that that illustrates clearly the corporate culture of the RCMP. that there was no agreement on the benefits of anti-harassment training. It shows that we are in a corporate culture that's paramilitary and hierarchical, and I think that in 2013 the time has come to try a different way.
Comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from York South-Weston, a short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member's comments talk about the fact that the Conservatives have refused all of our amendments. Is this an unusual step for the Conservatives to review amendments, or is this the way they do business generally?
L'honorable député de Trois.
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières, a very brief answer, please. It seems that that's the norm now, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, and the Honourable Member, we have 5 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my constituents of Vietnamese origin, Chúc Mừng Năm Mới, which means Happy Vietnamese New Year. But on Bill C-42 in specifics, I would like to add my comments to this lively debate on C-42 and explain in part why the NDP is forced to object and will be voting against the bill at report stage. We have proposed reasoned, positive, progressive amendments to this bill, and they have been rejected, all of them. We have included adding mandatory harassment training for RCMP members, specifically to the RCMP Act, ensuring a fully independent civilian review body to investigate complaints against the RCMP, adding a provision to create a national civilian investigative body that would avoid police investigating police, and creating more balanced human resources policies by removing some of the more draconian powers proposed by the RCMP for the RCMP Commissioner, and by strengthening the External Review Committee in cases involving possible dismissal from the force. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons this bill is here is because the RCMP has been itself the subject of a lot of criticism, and that criticism is leveled generally at the top echelons of the RCMP. More recently, the criticism has come in the realization that there is a huge and potentially much bigger than has been reported systemic sexual harassment going on in the RCMP. And none of us on this side of the House have any intention of allowing this to continue. And one of the proposals that we have made was to ensure that the culture of the RCMP would in fact change. Change doesn't happen through a legislation. Change doesn't happen by somebody saying to the boss, fix it. Change happens from the ground. Change happens from the individuals who are the individual RCMP members being taught, being trained, being given harassment training, anti-harassment training in the workplace, and made to understand that culturally it is no longer acceptable. It is no longer acceptable in this country that women should feel threatened when they are members of the RCMP, that they should feel that they cannot complain about the practices that go on that they feel harassed by. And that is a key element of the NDP's position on this bill, that the sexual harassment that has come to the fore in the last few months must be rooted out, and it must be rooted out quickly. And that's not going to happen with this bill. Giving a little bit more power to the Commissioner and the other tinkering that's going on, while we recognize that there is some improvements being made here, it goes nowhere near far enough. This bill does not deal with the systemic problems in the RCMP, the systemic problems that have caused a litany of complaints about the RCMP to be made public over the past 15 years or so. And in one case, the allegations of sexual harassment appear to go back 23 years. That's a long time, Mr. Speaker, and that's a lot of culture that needs to be corrected, and it's not going to be corrected overnight, and it's not going to be corrected without a direct action on the part of this government to introduce, to force, mandatory anti-harassment training on the RCMP. And if the Speaker is rising because my time has run out, I thank you.
Yes, the time for government orders has expired. The honourable member for York South Weston will have 16 minutes remaining the next time this matter returns before the House. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, it was with sadness that Roman Catholics across Canada and the world learned that Pope Benedict XVI will step down as Bishop of Rome and head of the Roman Catholic Church at the end of February. During his papacy, Canada saw the elevation of the Archbishop of Toronto to Cardinal, as well as the canonization of Brother Andre and Saint Kateri Tekakwitha. I can recall with emotion while in Rome last spring to witness the elevation of His Eminence, Thomas Collins, a Guelph native, to Cardinal, a moment during communion that a mother approached the Holy Father with her child and was moved as time seemed to stop when he paused and blessed her child before continuing with his duties. Always mindful of his role as servant of the servants of God, Benedict approached his vocation with great devotion, and it is with deep humility that he acknowledged today he had reached his physical limit for such an important responsibility. I join members across this House and Catholics across Canada and the world that thank him and pray for his health and well-being in the coming years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Diamond Jubilee Medal honours Her Majesty 60 years as Queen of Canada while allowing Canadians to recognize those who serve society. Over the weekend, I was pleased to host a ceremony to recognize 30 outstanding individuals from my riding of Palliser who have served their communities and country without expecting recognition. From the military service to community service, from mentoring youth to helping seniors, from attending to those in crisis to helping children at home or abroad, these 30 individuals are deserving of this medal. I would like to thank our MC, Candace Kirkpatrick, our guest speaker, Senator Pamela Wallin, and the nominators who brought these individuals to our attention. Lending a hand is a valuable service, and I am honored to help recognize these deserving individuals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My youngest son, Joe, is another year older today. His aspirations are much like the aspirations of many Canadians, like those who attended my town hall meeting last month on the budget priorities for the federal government. He, like many residents in my riding, think that we should invest in more training and skills development for young people like him and older workers so that he and others like him will be able to meet the skills shortage facing Canada and have better job prospects. Like my son Joe, many residents in York South Weston agree that we should have universal public child care so parents can afford to keep working to support their families. They believe that we need to do more to improve the lives of Aboriginal Canadians, including giving them the same access to quality education that all Canadians receive. They believe that we need to strengthen environmental protection laws, not diminish them. Our children will inherit this country someday and don't want to be saddled with our environmental mistakes. These were all things I heard loud and clear in my budget town hall. My son gets it. The question is, why doesn't this government get it?
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament sometimes get the opportunity to honour history. Such was the case yesterday when 10 Conservative MPs faced off against members of our military to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the Imjin River Games held in Korea. You need to take your minds back to a place decades ago and thousands of miles from home where Canadians again answered the call. Our soldiers were sent to repel a communist invasion into South Korea. It was a bloody war. All wars are. In the end, Canada lost 516 of its best, with thousands more wounded. To keep morale high, they played hockey on the frozen Imjin River. Yesterday, we recognized that history playing on the frozen Rideau Canal. I was honored to be part of this celebration, and yesterday we played to an 11-11 draw. It wasn't exactly a defensive gem, but the tie was a most appropriate ending. We honored our military by playing Canada's game, just like they did in Korea so long ago. Thanks to Senator Yana Martin for organizing this special day. It was a thrill to hold the Imjin River Cup knowing that participants from both teams will have their names engraved on it. And thanks again to our military for making us proud.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I testament with Syrian Canadians who put a human face on the unspeakable horrors and atrocities in Syria, where some 70,000 have died, thousands more detained and disappeared, 2.5 million internally displaced and suffering, more than 700,000 refugees, with the international community as bystanders to this horrific tragedy. Canada has an important role in helping to alleviate the human suffering. We must immediately expedite family reunification and sponsorship for Syrian Canadians, enhance our humanitarian aid and ensure that it reaches those who desperately need it. Join the international effort to bring Assad before the International Criminal Court. Most importantly, Canada must reaffirm the R2P doctrine. In a word, everything that we were told would happen if we intervene, more killings, sectarian strife, jihadist involvement, has happened not because we intervened, but because we did not intervene. While the world dithers and delays, Syrians continue to die. The time for action is now, and Canada must take the lead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1760, a 16-year-old boy who would become a Canadian hero was captured in Senegal and sold as a slave to a British officer in New England. When the Americans arose against the Crown in 1775, Richard Pierpoint joined the Loyalists, serving in the Butler's Rangers Regiment in Fort Niagara, where hundreds of black volunteers fought for Canada in decisive battles like the Battle for Queenston Heights. During the War of 1812, Major General Sir Isaac Brock approved Richard's request to form an all-black army. More than 30 of the 100 free black men in Upper Canada joined the Colour Corps to protect Canada. With courage and under danger, they built Fort Mississauga. For his war contribution, Richard was given 100 acres in Wellington County, next to my hometown of Fergus, where he lived until his death in 1837. As we celebrate Black History Month, we all salute black heroes like Richard Pierpoint, who so long ago made great contributions to Canada to make us the nation we are today.
The honourable member for Honoré Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democracy happens on the ground. As I've travelled through my riding since the beginning of the year, many citizens have told me how frustrated they are with the Conservatives. Many seniors don't receive the paper copy of their income tax return anymore. If they don't have the internet, well, too bad. Conservatives, again, are punishing our seniors. I also met with a teacher who told me about her despair regarding EI reform. Many of these professionals work on standby, and during the summer and fall, they depend on EI as a revenue. To preserve a society such as ours, we must allow Canadians to work in fields where they excel and not take any job. This is Academic Achievement Week, and I would like to thank the contribution of our partners and our teachers. They should be able to teach the next generation of talented Canadians without fear of losing their income. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with good news for northeastern British Columbians. This afternoon, WestJet's new regional air carrier, WestJet Encore, announced the first cities in Canada chosen for scheduled service this June, and British Columbia is the major beneficiary. Beginning in June, Fort St. John will benefit from service to and from Calgary and Vancouver. Competitive air service is essential to keeping our economy moving and linking our communities and businesses to each other. That's why we work so hard as a community to bring WestJet Encore to our city. More good news, Mr. Speaker. Passengers will be flying in brand new Bombardier Q400 planes manufactured right here in Canada. I'd like to congratulate WestJet and the people of Fort St. John as we work so hard to bring this new service to our area. On behalf of all British Columbia MPs, thank you, WestJet Encore, and welcome to beautiful British Columbia.
The honourable member for Nepean Carleton.
The proposed wind farm in North Gore, Ontario, would place industrial turbines within 800 metres of some family dwellings. With increasing reports of health problems and the need for properly designed clinical research, it only makes sense to put the project on hold until Health Canada completes its study. That is why I've been working with Ms. Jane Wilson and other concerned citizens to urge a moratorium. Yesterday, I was pleased to hear that Minister of Health for the federal government announced the revised research design for the study. Initially, the revised study will target 2,000 homes near wind turbine projects located across Canada. We must make our decisions based on science and research, not blind ideology. To that end, I join with the residents of North Gore in asking the province to impose a moratorium on this project until Health Canada can finish its important work.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
A recent report indicates that my community of Windsor lost over 20,000 jobs between 2006 and 2010. Despite Conservative claims to create jobs, they have again decided to slash more services and jobs. In fact, their action plan is failing Canadian families. They moved our CBSA headquarters from the busiest border in Canada, laying off dozens, and slashed 40-plus Service Canada positions. 16 more jobs disappear at the Canadian Consulate in Detroit, and now they even decide to close our Veterans Affairs office, reaching a new low. Sadly, these actions take place with little to no consultation. Now Canada Post has announced the sacking of 80 positions and their decision to close Walker's sorting plant and historic old Sandwichtown post office. Ironically, we just celebrated the War of 1812, and this post office is ground zero to some of the greatest moments in Canadian history. All these cuts without community consultation create even more job losses as individuals and businesses lose valuable and efficient services. So, Mr. Speaker, the next time the Conservatives want to spend millions on advertising their failures, why don't they can the commercials and keep service Canadian families want?
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament have the extraordinary privilege of unfettered free speech in this chamber. But they also have the important obligation to speak responsibly when they leave the House of Commons. The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre is well aware of this responsibility, Mr. Speaker, which is why it is troubling that the member created a legal defence fund to solicit donations to help offset the costs of a defamation lawsuit brought against him for his comments outside of this House. Media has reported that the member received a $10,000 donation to the fund from a union, and the website soliciting donations bears all the hallmarks of a political fundraising website. Shameful. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to know that donations from corporations and unions, which are precluded by the Canada Elections Act, cannot be funneled into a fund used to defray the costs of a legal matter involving a politician. Canadians also deserve to know the source or amounts of these donations. Accordingly, I've asked the Ethics Commissioner to examine this practice and the methods employed by the member for Winnipeg Centre.
The honourable member for Jonquière-Alma. Mr. Speaker, even before EI reforms were put into place, people living in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean already were having a lot of problems with the program. But rather than helping fix those problems, the government is now making things worse. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate Mr. Sylvain Bergeron from l'Astuce and Ms. France Simard of Mouvement Action Chômage, two organizations which for years have fought for the rights of the unemployed. The services you provide to our communities, workers and families, and to the most vulnerable people are greatly appreciated. I also want to encourage people to take part in events which are being organized and to denounce changes which are bad for Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean with regard to EI. There's going to be a protest in Chicoutimi tomorrow and Saturday at the Kinogami Centre. Let's turn out in full force for these events. Mr. Speaker, this morning senior Bloc MPs, including the member for HoC, held a press conference in Montreal calling upon the federal government to agree to a direct flight between Montreal and Beirut in Lebanon. I rise today to speak to our government's unequivocal decision, which is that we do not foresee a direct flight in the immediate future. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we still have serious concerns about the security of goods and passengers at the Beirut airport. According to media reports, dangerous organizations are operating at that airport. These organizations hold values and interests which contradict those of Canada. As members of Parliament, the security of all Canadians should remain our first priority. It is unfortunate that the Bloc ignored safety concerns in a small-minded attempt to make political hay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Bécancour. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday, our former colleague Gérard Asselin passed away. He died following complications for surgery in December to get rid of a cancer. A man with heart, he had a real passion for his region, which he represented here from 1993 to 2011. After having worked for over 30 years on behalf of his city and his region, he wanted to take advantage of life, and he wanted to travel and spend time with his family. We remember him for his unrelenting work on the ground, for his effectiveness in his writing, but also for his intense personality, colorful expressions, and ceaseless defense of Quebec's interests. Today we share his family's grief And on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, we offer them our deepest condolences. Farewell, Gérard. Thank you. Quebec is in your debt.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, it has been months and the NDP has yet to explain the $21 billion carbon tax found on page 4 of their platform. This tax would raise the price on everything Canadian families in Mississauga-Streetsville pay for, including gas, groceries, and electricity. Our government has a low-tax plan for jobs and growth across the country, a plan Canadians support. In fact, thanks to our government's efforts, a Canadian family of 4 now keeps over $3,000 more of their money in their own pockets. Why does the NDP leader and his party want Canadians to pay billions for his risky economic policies?
Good question.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister once promised as follows, and I quote, "I will not name appointed people to the Senate," close quote. The Prime Minister has now broken that promise 58 times. And the Conservatives defend their negligence of their duties with make-believe ads on the NDP. Mr. Speaker, as a new member, I find this all very sad. Conservatives have had 789 sitting days in government, and they've called their Senate bills for debate only 18 times over 7 years.
It's a shame. Wow.
Canadians know that maintaining the status quo in the Senate is in the vested interests of 2 parties. Parties who use taxpayer-subsidized senators to do partisan work for them. But thankfully, Canadians have the NDP. The only party... The NDP is the only party that opposes the entitlements of Conservative and Liberal senators. The only party that stands firm against patronage, and the only party that stands shoulder to shoulder with Canadians on accountability.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when the Liberal Party asked Canadians for a mandate to implement a job-killing carbon tax, they flatly rejected it. No matter to the NDP leader, he's ignoring Canadians' position and is peddling a similar, more expensive carbon tax. In fact, if he gets his way, the NDP leader will impose a new $20 billion job-killing carbon tax. This new tax will kill Canadian jobs and hurt Canadian families by making everything cost more, from gas to groceries to electricity. Did he check with his Northern Ontario caucus on this tax? No. Fact is, Canadians do not want the NDP's $20 billion carbon tax, and our government will continue to stand up against this NDP policy that would kill jobs and stall economic growth. Mr. Speaker, as long as the NDP continues to push his $20 billion job-killing carbon tax, the leader will continue to be as unpopular as the Liberal Party, if he isn't there already, especially in Northern Ontario.
Hear, hear. Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has now appointed more Conservative cronies to the Senate than even Brian Mulroney. Bagmen, defeated candidates, and party hacks doing political work on the taxpayers' dime. Senator Mike Duffy has been caught claiming a generous PEI housing allowance while holding an Ontario health card. That's to say nothing of Mr. Patrick Brazeau. How many more disgraceful incidents like these will it take before the Prime Minister admits that this pork barrel patronage project, otherwise known as the Senate, should be abolished?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage
knows that the Senate Board of Internal Economy, which is of course mirrored with a parallel institution here in the House of Commons, is looking at the whole issue of residences right now. And as a matter of fact, I think the NDP, both on Thursday and Friday, applauded the government's decision to move in that direction and also to bring in an internal auditor to look at this question. But of course, the leader of the NDP, of course, conveniently forgets the fact that every time the Canadian people have elected a senator, their elected Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, has appointed that person to the Senate. And the evidence is in Senator Unger, Senator Brown, and of course Senator Black, who are all members of the Senate elected by the Canadian people. That is the direction our government is going, and we will continue to do so.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaking of thieves, Together, the Liberals and Conservatives plundered the Employment Insurance Fund to the tune of $57 billion to give hands out to the richest corporations. $57 billion that the government used as if it was its own money, not the money of employees and employers. How can the Conservatives justify cutting access to the employment insurance program when workers and employers contributed more to the fund of this program than they ever received in benefits? Minister of Canadian Heritage. Let me say that I agree with the first half of the question, because yes, it was the Liberals. They were the ones who stole $57 billion out of the pockets of taxpayers while they were in power. But it is also the case that our government has provided access to the EI Fund for Canadians when they need it. That's what we promised during the 2006, 8, and 11 Conservative campaigns, and we delivered. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Human Resources said that the employment insurance program was too lucrative. This is the same minister who said that it encourages people to not to work. So it's not surprising that the Minister of Human Resources implemented an inhuman reform that attacks both unemployed workers and seasonal workers without consulting the provinces or the economic sectors affected. Now, public pressure is mounting, and the federal minister is meeting with their Quebec counterpart today. So will the Conservatives listen to political and economic actors and give up on this botched reform? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. The NDP has made these accusations in the past, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians simply said when they went to the urns that that they didn't want them. We were elected, and the purpose of a reform is to give access to Canadians the services they need and EI benefits when they need them. That is what our reform underscores, and when we see the results for the economy and for the regions, Mr. Speaker, we see that the current reform is doing good in all regions of the country. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Treasury Board recently stated that there is no legal way of renewing the term of Kevin Page, which is absolutely false. The Federal Accountability Act is clear. It talks about the renewable term of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. In April, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, I expect ministers to tell the truth all the time. So why didn't the President of the Treasury Board tell the truth? Honourable President of the Treasury Board. I have already said in this House, Mr. Speaker, that we want a parliamentary budget officer who is impartial, obviously, and who gives credible opinions on fiscal issues. The Librarian of Parliament has retained the services of a search firm, of course, and I want to say this in this House. We do not have the intention of removing the PBO from outside of the Library of Parliament's governance.
Parkdale High Park. Well, the President of the Treasury Board has made things up, but we've read the Accountability Act, Mr. Speaker, and the law contradicts him. It says, quote, renewable term. Conservatives are no longer satisfied just attacking Kevin Page personally, starving him of funds, and denying him information. Now they make up facts about the law. The budget's fast approaching, and extending Kevin Page's term is the sensible thing to do. So why are Conservatives attacking the PBO and undermining fiscal accountability?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, I've said in this place, there's numerous methods of accountability that we take seriously in this chamber, be it the estimates or the public accounts, the budget process, but we also want to see a parliamentary budget officer that is nonpartisan, that is a credible source of opinion on fiscal matters. I understand that the Library of Parliament, an institution of 100-plus years in this place, has retained a search firm. We welcome their deliberations, but we will not see any changes further from that. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, buried in all of last week's rubble about Duffy and Brazo and robocalls and push polls, there was some hard reality about the struggling Canadian economy. Consumer debt got worse. 22,000 jobs were lost. Trade was down again. Housing starts dropped by 19%. All signs of a weakening economy. This is no time for complacency. To counteract Canada's economic deterioration, will the government present a new budget before the end of February?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I'm really genuinely pleased that the Liberals are so excited for our budget. They want Christmas to come early, but he can rest assured our budget, of course, will be tabled along the regular timelines. But while I have a moment, indeed, I'm pleased to certainly let the member for Wascana in this House know some of the things that have been said very recently about the Canadian economy. Here's what Tom Donahoe, of course, who's the president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, he said, quote, "The great Canadian miracle is something that we should follow in the United States." Indeed, the Canadian economy has created over 900,000 net new jobs since the worst part of the recession. We've lowered taxes over 140 times for Canadians, and our budget will reflect this growing success in the Canadian economy.
Honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, government boasting is meaningless to those who've lost their jobs or can't afford a mortgage or a pension or can't get their kids into higher education. Saying we're not as bad as some others is settling for mediocrity. Will there be a budget in February? Will it freeze job-killing Conservative EI payroll taxes? Will it make family tax credits available to all Canadians, not just the more wealthy? Will it tear down barriers to skills and learning? Will it invest in infrastructure and housing? Will the budget do these sensible things?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't say we're better than the others. We're, in fact, the best in the world when it comes to job numbers. You know, the World Economic Forum confirms this. The OECD confirms this, that Canada's job numbers are the best in all the G7. It doesn't mean, of course, that we can be complacent. We have put in place our economic action plan. We'll be bringing forward responsible measures in Budget 2013, and we'll keep doing what we promised Canadians that we would do should we be entrusted with the majority government, which is take care of the Canadian economy so that Canadian families can take care of their responsibilities.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, the economy is in enough trouble without the government putting in its bad EI reform, which is denounced by seasonal workers in Quebec. The president of the Vintners Association of Quebec says that it discourages workers, and I lose these workers. The owner of a hotel in Île-aux-Coudres said, "We are angry. I have employees who've been working since last spring, and I'm afraid I'll lose them." Will the government listen to them and stop turning the EI reform into a job-killing reform? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the changes specify the responsibilities of unemployed workers who receive EI benefits. The purpose of EI benefits is to support these people while they are looking for another job. Mr. Speaker, we are helping these people look for work by broadening the job alert system and the job bank system. We want to help workers work.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Relations Office is a renowned black hole for funding proposals. In fact, very few see the light of the day. And those that are funded are increasingly out of step with Canadians. How did Christian Crossroads, an anti-gay organization, get sign-off from the minister to operate in a country which Canada has strongly criticized for its persecution of its gay citizens?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, we fund results-based projects, non-organizations, and projects are delivered without religious content, Mr. Speaker, including this particular project.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Saint-Marie.
Mr. Speaker,
organizations that work for the well-being of people throughout the world and that have achieved real results on the ground, such as Kairos and Development and Peace, have incurred the dislike of the Conservative government, and at the same time religious groups who promote their ideology have Conservative connections. Isn't it time to stop wreaking havoc on CETA and start issuing transparent, objective criteria? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
This is absolutely bogus. As I said earlier, we fund results-based projects, not organizations, and religion has nothing to do with any of that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, the procurement contract for the Cyclone helicopters was signed 9 years ago, but the goods still haven't been delivered. The Minister of Defence called this contract the worst procurement in the history of Canada. Fine, but the Minister granted additional funding of $117 million to Sikorsky. Although the Conservatives have hinted that they might support the NDP's position, seeking to create a defence procurement agency, we still don't have any helicopters. When will they finally deliver the goods? Honourable Minister of Public Works.
As the member said herself, it was under the previous Liberal government that this issue was neglected for years. And, Mr. Speaker, our government expects Sikorsky's obligations under this contract to be met, and to date they have not been met. In fact, they have missed every deadline and every timeline. To that end, we've already applied millions of dollars in liquidated damages, and we are going to be applying significant additional charges that will begin to accrue against this company for failure to deliver. We will continue to aggressively insist that Sikorsky meet its obligations.
Member for Beaches, East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that minister shares the unfortunate reflex of the Minister of Defence, always pointing the finger of blame at others. But those ministers have been in the front bench for a long time, and that means that they're responsible.
Order. The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York has the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm pointing at the minister who's responsible. He's responsible for the problems, responsible for fixing the problems, and responsible for getting the job done. And our air crews are still waiting for a replacement for the 50-year-old Sea Kings, Mr. Speaker. So why the kid gloves with Sikorsky, and when will our air crews get the equipment they need?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Speaker, as the member can see, I share his frustration. It was under the previous Liberal government that this contract was signed, and this issue was neglected for many years. We do expect Sikorsky to meet their obligations under this contract. To date, they have not met them. In fact, they have missed every deadline and every timeline, and to that end, we have already applied millions of dollars in liquidated damages against this company, and we will continue to significantly apply more damages to this contract. Mr. Speaker, we're doing what we can to aggressively insist that Sikorsky meet its obligations.
Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, since his appointment to the Senate, Senator Mike Duffy has been traveling across the country to sell Conservative policy and even to raise funds for the party. Thousands of dollars have gone up in smoke, just like in a conclave of the Catholic Church. Thousands of dollars that the Conservative senators have taken straight out of the pockets of Canadian taxpayers. That's what the Senate has come to. How can the government justify this abuse of public funds for partisan activities by people who are not even qualified to be senators? Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I think that question tarred an awful lot of great Canadians with a rather wide brush, and I'm a little bit saddened to see that coming from a party that purports to be treating people with respect. And in fact, there are many very respected Canadians doing hard work for Canada in this one parliamentary institution. Now, in terms of some issues and some questions that have been raised, the Senate Committee on Internal Economy, Budgets and Administration is, of course, examining those questions, and in 3 individual cases has referred those to an outside auditor to ensure they are dealt with appropriately so that taxpayers are protected.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, it would seem that the Senator Duffy is not the only one embroiled in the expenses scandal in the Senate. He is part of a select and growing club of people who are paid handsomely and who supposedly own a residence in the province that they are supposed to represent. The Prime Minister will certainly continue to appoint lifelong winners of this Conservative lottery. But before going ahead, can the Prime Minister tell us if there are other cases of senators who do not live in the riding that they represent? The Honourable Government House Leader.
We've addressed on a number of occasions the Senate Board of Internal Economy, Budgets and Administration has been reviewing both their policies, under which we all know that all parliamentarians are expected to maintain a residence both in their home region that they represent as well as here in Ottawa, and ensuring that those policies are correct and that they are being applied appropriately. They've been going through that diligent process, and we expect they will continue to do so to protect taxpayers' interests.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Former Conservative Senate Leader Lowell Murray says that either Mike Duffy can produce evidence that he lives in PEI or he's, quote, a goner. Now, surely the PMO must have vetted Duffy just like they vetted Patrick Brazo, and after being reassured about Patrick Brazo, they declared that anyone who had any questions about Brazo was, quote, an ankle biter. Well, they have been bit, but clearly someplace else. So will they produce the evidence that reassured that Mr. Duffy actually is eligible to sit in the Senate? And are there any other senators who've been breaking the rules and ripping off the taxpayers? Who are they? They must know.
Here, here.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated several times, the Board of Internal Economy, Budgets and Administration, the Senate has been looking into this matter, reviewing these policies, of course, something we've encouraged as a government, and I expect that they will complete that process in a thorough and diligent fashion.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's like they get caught, and now they're suddenly trying to show us that they actually cared about the rules, and they broke the rules all along. Speaking of which, we have Matt Meyer, who processed illegal voter suppression calls in the 41st general election based on lists that were handed to him by the Conservative Party. Matt Meyer was then hired by the top Conservative operative Jenny Byrne recently in these illicit phone calls in Saskatchewan. First they denied it, then they got caught. It's the robo-script all over again. Why is this government not putting a stop to the illegal tactics that were used to defraud people in the 41st general election?
Here, here. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, Minister of Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is the NDP civility project at work, that member right over there. You know, I find it interesting that he lobs false allegations when he knows that the Conservative Party is working proactively with Elections Canada to ascertain what happened in Guelph. As for the member trash-talking, he should leave that for his rap career. Vanilla Ice should look out because Vanilla Not So Nice is in the House.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Last week, the
Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth has the floor.
Last week, the Prime Minister defended a dishonourable scheme to put pressure on nonpartisan boundary commissioners in Saskatchewan. And he defended it with an enthusiasm that should cause all Canadians deep concern. The House Leader then claimed the government's support for these tactics is equivalent to two Newfoundland MPs legitimately appearing before a House committee to request a boundary adjustment. Does the government stand by the House Leader's effort to change the channel with such manifestly incorrect and false comparisons?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, as you would know, Mr. Speaker, electoral boundary processes encourage input from parliamentarians, public and political parties. It's well known that our party disagrees with and agrees with the 75% in Saskatchewan who support the riding boundaries as they are. As you should also know, Mr. Speaker, that StatsCan's latest report shows that Saskatoon and Regina are the fastest growing, youngest demographic cities in Canada. I don't understand why they want to limit the representation from those two great cities.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, the sag of the lost student loans data gets worse every day. This weekend, the government admitted the hard drive went missing in August, not November, as previously claimed. Nearly 600,000 Canadians were exposed to identity theft for over 6 months, not 3 months, as we were led to believe by this government. Now, this only gets worse as the minister refuses to explain herself for these outrageous privacy breaches. Changing stories and blaming staff won't work any longer. Simple question, why is the minister refusing to appear before the committee, and how is she going to be accountable to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the loss of this data was totally unacceptable, especially as it was unavoidable.
Mr. Speaker, that said, I've instructed the department to change the way they handle Canadians' data. They're changing the systems, they're changing the processes, they're providing training, mandatory training, to all staff who deal with personal data so that this sort of situation can never happen again. And my officials will be pleased to appear before committee very soon.
Honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, what's totally unacceptable is this minister's lack of accountability. For example, she says the data was lost in November. We know that's not true. She says that she provided those people with the best protection possible. That certainly is not true. And now we have students like Natasha from Kentville, who has received notice that she was affected. The problem is, though, she didn't apply for her student loan until 2007. The minister said that wasn't possible. Can the minister state unequivocally that only students between 2000 and 2006 were impacted?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the department has made every effort to contact those for whom information is available that were involved in this, to make sure that they're, number one, aware of the situation, but also that the Government of Canada will be providing credit protection for them for a period of 6 years. Mr. Speaker, they're also changing the way information is stored, the way it's processed, the way it's shared, so that this sort of thing cannot happen again.
The member for Malpeque.
My question is simple, Mr. Speaker, and it's directed to the Prime Minister. Why is the Conservative government essentially stealing early Canada pension plan payments from seasonal workers on employment insurance? Not only are the crippling changes made to employment insurance affecting those who are fortunate to gain a day's work with a clawback of 50 cents on the dollar, EI changes also claw back early pensions seasonal workers paid for. Will the Prime Minister fix this problem so seasonal workers' pensions are protected from this legal theft?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the changes are there to make sure that we take away things that discourage discouraged workers from working. Mr. Speaker, there were parts of the employment. Sure.
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources has the floor.
Employment insurance system was administered previously. People were discouraged from working. When they had the opportunity to work part-time, the EI system discouraged them from doing that. Mr. Speaker, with so many employers looking for workers full-time and part-time, we needed to make sure that they had access to the people for the right reasons. We needed to make sure that we were supporting families when they wanted to work and make them and their families better off.
Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Following many questions by the NDP, the Quebec Employment Minister has come to request an immediate interruption of the Conservative EI reform. The Conservative government of New Brunswick is also requesting an emergency meeting. Every day, my office receives hundreds of calls and emails from discouraged workers who are wondering why the Conservatives are harassing them. What does the government need to understand that their pillaging of the EI program is unacceptable and harmful for our economy? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I wonder why the NDP continues to spread fear among the unemployed. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. They're ignoring the facts. The facts are that we removed the factors that discouraged workers or the unemployed from working part-time or full-time. The NDP does not want us to help the unemployed find a job which would be better for themselves, their families, and their communities. We want to help the unemployed find work.
Hamilton Mountain.
Quebec's Labour Minister is in Ottawa to talk about why Conservative cuts to EI will hurt provincial labour markets. Provincial governments, seasonal workers, municipal groups, and local businesses are all united against the Conservatives' short-sighted cuts to EI. Consulting stakeholders is a basic principle of competent public administration, something this minister just doesn't get. Now that she's finally talking to the provinces, will the minister actually listen to these concerns and rescind her reckless cuts to EI?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
With the honourable member talks about cuts. In fact, it's just the opposite. What we're doing is we are enhancing the assistance that is provided to people who are unemployed and helping them find another job. We've expanded the job bank considerably so that it shows a lot more jobs that are available. We were also making sure that people are aware of those jobs. If they don't have access, we're sending them notifications so that they are aware of the opportunities for which they're qualified in their areas. Mr. Speaker, I think that's a big improvement in helping to connect Canadians with the jobs available for them.
Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, workers have had it up to here with the minister's evasive answers. They see that they are being punished unfairly with BEI reform, regardless of what the Conservatives might say. Workers and employers who depend on seasonal workers that are very numerous in Quebec and Eastern Canada are considered bad guys. The Conservatives are unraveling the social safety net and passing the buck to the provinces who have to assume the cost of welfare as a last resort. Will the minister admit her mistake and announce immediately the suspension of this unjustified reform? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. The Honourable Member is wrong, Mr. Speaker. We are helping people find jobs. It's better for them, their families, and their communities. If there are more people working, there would be less welfare to be paid by the government of Quebec. That makes sense. The changes we're making seek to help people identify jobs for which they are skilled in their region and help them find those jobs. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. The minister says there were no cutbacks. That means that the project came back. EI reform is provoking chaos in my region and throughout Eastern Canada. This morning, workers blocked downtown Tracadie-Shila. That's a third demonstration in 5 days. The New Brunswick Labour Minister, a Conservative, is demanding an urgent emergency meeting because he sees that the reform is unfair and it just isn't being swallowed. Does the minister understand that because she did not consult the workers in the provinces, this is where we're at? Her reform belongs in the trash bin, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the truth has to be told here in this House. We have to tell the truth. The truth is that for seasonal workers, yes, of course, as always, they have a responsibility to find a job in the off-season. If there is no work in their area of skills, in their region, employment insurance will be there as always. The NDP should stop fear-mongering and encourage people to accept work that is available to them.
Pardon, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, since first elected in 2006, our party has been steadfast in our commitment to put the rights of victims ahead of the rights of offenders. Hear, hear. We have enacted over 30 measures aimed at keeping our streets and communities safe. However, there's still much work to be done when it comes to further strengthening Canada's justice system. Canadians have expressed concerns with the number of high-risk accused persons found not criminally responsible. Can the Minister of Justice please provide the House with details on his latest justice bill, the Not Criminally Responsible Reform Act?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is correct. Canadians, particularly victims, are increasingly concerned about the potential for high-risk individuals being released into the community. It's not surprising given that, according to the Department of Justice, between 1994 and 2004, there was a 50% increase in the number of review board admissions for those found not criminally responsible and unfit to stand trial. This is one of the reasons why we've introduced the Not Criminally Responsible Reform Act. We're acting to ensure that public safety is given paramount consideration while giving a greater voice to victims. These are common-sense reforms, Mr. Speaker. I hope to have the support of all members of the House.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Full Harbour.
It wasn't enough Conservatives shut down the Experimental Lakes area, the Ozone Network, Pearl Research Centre, the National Roundtable on the Economy and the Environment. Then they stopped Environment Canada scientists from talking to the media. Now they're telling fisheries and ocean scientists that every publication they work on will have to have DFO approval before they can say anything.
Whoa.
Mr. Speaker, this is muzzling, plain and simple. What are they afraid of, and why did the minister approve this policy?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there's been no change in DFO policy with regard to scientists. We're very proud of the work that our scientists do and encourage them to participate in conferences and network throughout the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. The new directives imposed at fisheries and oceans are very troubling. We knew the Conservatives were control freaks, but this is something else. The Conservatives want to have increased control over independent scientific research. If something does not correspond to their ideology, the Conservatives will now have the opportunity to prevent the publication of independent scientific research. This is a paranoid and dangerous policy for science. Why does the Conservative government want to control independent scientific research? Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the only paranoia is on the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker. There's been no change in the way that DFO and DFO scientists deal with their science work. We encourage them, and we'll continue to encourage them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, I received a letter from the Department of Human Resources informing me that I was among the hundreds of thousands of Canadians that saw their personal information disappear under the watch of the Conservative government. Victims who, like myself, are exposed to identity theft expected a rapid reaction to correct this mistake, but the Conservatives waited for 3 class action suits before they took action. Why is it that the coverage offered for credit monitoring is less than what was recommended? The Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, we signed a contract with Equifax to protect the credit of the people affected by the information loss. This is a lot more than the opposition expected. There is no evidence that there was fraud in this regard. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
It took several class action lawsuits for them to act at all, and now they're offering less than what HRSDC originally recommended. That's fact. I know the minister likes to ignore real victims and act like we're just statistics, but I'm here, standing in front of her, so can she tell me, and along with the other 500,000 other Canadians who, for the rest of our lives, are now more vulnerable to identity theft, when will she take this issue of privacy seriously instead of re-victimizing Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do take the privacy of Canadians very seriously. That's why the Privacy Commissioner was contacted immediately. Mr. Speaker, that's also why the RCMP has been brought in to investigate the situation, because we want to make sure that we get the facts. Meanwhile, the department has signed a contract, a 6-year contract, with Equifax to protect the credit of those people affected, such as the honourable member, to make sure that their credit is secure, that their identity is not stolen. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, so far there is no evidence that there has been any fraudulent use of this data.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, after the coup d'etat in Mali, Canada cut direct aid to this government, which was the right thing to do, but now the government has 2 irreconcilable positions. They will restore aid to Mali once there's a democratically elected government, and secondly, it will restore aid to Mali when there is a roadmap for elections and the restoration of democracy, which would help the government assist in this democracy. So which is the government's policy exactly? The Honourable Minister.
Canada has a long history of supporting the people of Mali. In fact, the Ambassador of Mali noted that Canada's assistance has been long-standing and exemplary. While government-to-government assistance remains suspended, we continue our development and humanitarian assistance with our partners, and we wish to see democratically elected government in place and stability restored as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's national parks and tourism are the latest victims of the Conservatives' disastrous handling of the economy. First, they slashed $29 million from Parks Canada, which has forced cutbacks to hours, shortened seasons, and a serious downgrade of services. Now they're hoping to make up for these shortfalls with larger user fee increases. National parks contributes millions to our local economies. Why won't the Conservatives stop this government-killing tourism tax?
And the Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, my colleague knows, Mr. Speaker, that parks fees have been frozen for years, and in fact represent only a very small percentage of the actual costs of operating our parks. We have been working with our respective communities with regards to the different parks in different situations across the country, and we have developed a new fee regime that will address visitor experiences at the times of the greatest visitor numbers.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, if the Conservative government continues to drag its feet, Alzheimer's disease will become a major public health problem in the coming years. A recent U.S. study predicts that the number of people affected by Alzheimer's will triple by 2050. In Canada, that means that about 3 million people will be affected by dementia. Treating dementia is not simple. To achieve this, we need a pan-Canadian strategy to fight dementia. Will the government work with the NDP to achieve that?
Honourable Minister de la Santé.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our government is making investments with the provinces and territories by increasing the transfers of health care to $40 billion at the end of the decade. We're also making significant investments in health research. At the moment, we're funding about 10,000 research projects across the country and have increased research in Canada to $1 billion per year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Too many Canadian families will have to deal with Alzheimer's. I know it only too well. My mother suffered from it before she died. We are ill prepared to deal with this debilitating disease, which puts pressure on caregivers and on our healthcare system. There will be 1.5 million affected within a generation. Dementia costs over $33 billion a year. These costs could escalate to $293 billion a year. Will the Conservatives agree with the NDP and act now?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, that our government is making significant investments in health transfers to the provinces and the territories. At the end of the decade, it will reach $40 billion, and that party has voted against those transfers. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we have increased health research through the Canadian Institute of Health Research in this area. Again, that party has voted against it. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As part of our government's continued focus on jobs, growth and long-term prosperity, today the Minister of State for Finance will host an innovative, cost-effective roundtable to consult directly with Canadians on the economy. This groundbreaking telepresence pre-budget consultation will use new video conferencing technology to allow our government to gather important feedback from community and local business leaders from coast to coast to coast, all while saving taxpayers' dollars on travel spending. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister please update this House on how technology like telepresence is helping more Canadians be part of the budget process?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Another great question from the member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound, of course. Mr. Speaker, innovative, cost-effective consultations like telepresence and online submissions are allowing our government to exchange ideas with more and more Canadians in a very cost-effective way. And as we prepare for Economic Action Plan 2013, I'd like to encourage all Canadians to take the time to share their views on how to position Canada to prosper over the long term by visiting www.fin.gc.ca. One thing I don't think we'll be hearing about, Mr. Speaker, is Canadians begging for the NDP to impose a $20 billion carbon tax.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, Charlottetown had two big snow jobs this weekend, one from Mother Nature and the other from the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Backpedaling from closing 9 district offices, the minister hatched a plan. He came to PEI under the cover of night. His mere presence, unannounced, amounted to a Grim Reaper moment, unnerving employees wondering what further misery he was bringing. True to form, as the Minister of Symbolism, he announced that he would open a wicket line for vets, calling it an access office. Would the Minister tell the House if his new wicket will include case managers to help veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was really glad to meet with Mayor Clifford Lee from Charlottetown, Liberal Minister Roach from the Giz Cabinet, as well as many veterans, the Royal Canadian Legion, and also had a good fish and chip in a local brewery. Well, Mr. Speaker, more than that, it's more than obvious. You know, we have more than 1,000 great employees on the island in Charlottetown working for veterans. Isn't it obvious that our veterans should have access to them? Thank you.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
On Friday, the Prime Minister claimed the decision to close the Kitts Coast Guard station was made in the interest of public safety. But the people responsible for public safety on the coast contradict the Prime Minister's claim. Police, fire chiefs, and Coast Guard officials have all agreed that closing the station will put mariners' lives at risk. Why won't the government listen to public safety experts and British Columbians and reverse this reckless decision?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, we have listened to search and rescue experts, the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Coast Guard. Mr. Speaker, this question has been addressed thoroughly. Vancouver will continue to have an abundance of federally funded search and rescue assets available to protect and save lives. Mr. Speaker, British Columbia is served by 13 search and rescue lifeboats, 2 hovercraft, and 2 helicopters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs appeared before the Senate Committee on Aboriginal Peoples on Bill C-27. During this meeting, the Liberal Senator Nicholas acknowledged the difficulty in getting information out of her own First Nations leadership. And Liberal Senator Sibison said that he supported the bill. Yet, near the end of the meeting, these same Liberal senators walked out of the meeting denouncing the bill. Can the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs please remind this House of the importance of this particular bill?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, First Nation members have asked for greater accountability and transparency for public funds. Our government has responded to these calls with the First Nation Financial Transparency Act. This will provide community members with the tools they need to hold their band governments accountable. We're disappointed that the Liberals are opposed to transparency and accountability for band governments for the taxpayer dollars they receive.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, after promising Colonel Neil Russell, a 33-year veteran with the Air Force, a long-term care bed in Parkwood Hospital, Veterans Affairs is now backtracking. Colonel Russell will have to pay the province for the bed. This is a betrayal of the men and the women who served our country. Mr. Speaker, veterans are not a provincial responsibility. When will Veterans Affairs Canada stop this demeaning and adversarial process and take care of all of our veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to confirm to the honourable member that we take care of all veterans, and especially those who have an injury that requires a long-term care. That's why we are providing them with our community beds throughout the country where they want, and Mr. Speaker, as they want it. Mr. Speaker, I invite the NDP member to support our initiative. We are seeking their support. We are investing as much as we can for veterans. We'd like to have their support once in a while. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haute-Gaspésie, Amitié-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, in less than an hour, the Quebec Labour Minister will be meeting with the Minister of Human Resources about EI reform. Minister Maltais, like the unemployed and entrepreneurs, is worried about the dramatic effect of new measures on significant sectors of our regional economies, since Quebec accounts for 40% of the seasonal jobs targeted by the reform. That's why the Quebec minister has reiterated her demand that Ottawa provide all the impact assessments involving Quebec. Will the minister finally recognize the harmful effects of this reform for Quebec and pull the plug on measures that are discriminatory toward the regions? The Honourable Minister for Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, there are seasonal jobs and workers across Canada, and the changes to the system will help workers that have seasonal jobs. It'll help them find other jobs during the off-season so that they can do better and have more work. That is a good thing, Mr. Speaker. Good thing for them and for their families.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of a delegation from the Yukon, led by the Honourable Darryl Pizlowski, Premier, and the following ministers: Brad Cathers, Scott Kent, and Mike Nixon. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Nicholson, appelé par Mr. Van Loan, propose que ce projet...
Moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When should the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
For Edmonton Leduc.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the 15th official report of the Standing Committee on Finance.
To the House of Commons, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all members of the committee for their work on this report, our analysts, our clerks, and all other committee staff who made this report possible. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Test. There we go. I think we're there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts in relation to its study of Chapter 4, Regulating Pharmaceutical Drugs, Health Canada, of the Fall 2011 report of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Stauffer, seconded by Mr. Sandu, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Forces Members and Veterans Re-Establishment and Compensation Act, Death Benefit for Parents. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Sackville, Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The reason for the introduction of this bill is the fact that if you take Afghanistan, for example, we had 158 individuals passed away giving their lives to the service of Canada. And those, Mr. Speaker, that were married, their immediate spouses would be entitled to the supplementary death benefit, I believe, of over $270,000. But, Mr. Speaker, for those individuals who were not married, the estate would receive nothing. And I think it's time that on the battlefield we recognize whether a soldier is married or not married. It shouldn't matter to the estate whether supplementary death benefit goes. So this bill changes that, basically makes all our men and women of the services who die in the line of service for their country equal under the compensation benefit to ensure that their estate receives this supplementary death benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Stauffer, seconded by Mr. Sandu, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi. First bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Nepean Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to present this petition on from constituents mostly in the community of North Gore, who ask that there be a moratorium on the Marlborough Wind Farm project. The project will add as many as 10 industrial wind turbines, some of them as close as 800 meters, to dwellings in the North Gore area. Understandably, this, along with reports of health problems related to those turbines, has led residents to call for this moratorium, and I present the House with this petition in order to encourage that outcome. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, Présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple petitions here. The first one is in regards to calling for the new border crossing in the Windsor-Detroit corridor to have a bike lane. Hundreds of people are signing petitions, and is supported by the cyclists in Michigan as well, too, and by Michigan elected officials at all levels. A second petition, Mr. Speaker, is a petition signed by thousands of people with regards to the OIS being changed from the age of 65 to 67. These petitioners are objecting to this practice and want the government to rescind this as an issue. My last petition, Mr. Speaker, is a petition with regards to the elimination of poverty in Canada. The petitioners are identifying that Canadians and seniors and children are too much poverty, and they'd like to see elimination of poverty as a goal for this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present 3 petitions regarding CCSVI. Canadians living with multiple sclerosis are waiting to hear when patient recruitment will start for the promised CCSVI trial, which was to begin November 1st, which the CIHR website says began on that date, and which the Ministers of Health's office wrote started January 2013. Canadians with MS wonder why I have to wait until February 20th for simple answers to simple questions. How many trial centres have passed ethical and hospital reviews? How many patients have been recruited? And when did patient recruitment begin? The petitioners call upon the Minister of Health to undertake Phase 3 clinical trials on an urgent basis at multiple centres across Canada and to require follow-up care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honourable Deputy de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour and the pleasure to present a petition of 125 signatures from people who object to the way the charitable organization Development and Peace was treated. And the Archbishop gave me this petition of 125 names, calling on the government to ask the minister to give this organization enough funding so they can carry on the work they've been doing for years. They've been recognized for, and I certainly hope that the government listens to this request and supports development and peace.
The petition, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Numerous constituents of my riding of Kelowna Lake Country, as well as other constituents from across are Canadians and concerned with regard to tanning beds and the cause of cancer, and they support Bill C-386, which is tabled by my honourable colleague from Selkirk Interlake, and they're calling on Parliament to enhance consumer protection in the tanning industry by strengthening labels on tanning beds and prohibiting youth from access. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from residents of Winnipeg North that have signed asking me to send a direct message to the Prime Minister asking that they believe that people should be able to continue to have the option to retire at the age of 65 and that the government not in any way diminish the importance and value of Canada's 3 major senior programs, OAS, GIS and CPP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Commons. Resuming debate on Bill C-51 on second reading. Safer Witnesses Act.
Mr. Kent for Mr. Tave, seconded by Mr. Blaney, moves that Bill C-51, an act to amend the Witness Protection Program Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great privilege for me to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-51, the Safer Witnesses Act. Our government has been quite clear that one of our top priorities is to help build safer communities for all Canadians. One of the ways that we're doing that is by providing law enforcement officials with the tools that they need to do their job more efficiently and effectively. We've done a lot since day one. We've enacted legislation to stiffen sentences and increase the accountability of offenders. And we've enhanced the ability of all law enforcement officials to keep Canadians safe. Mr. Speaker, we've taken steps to modernize the RCMP. And the legislation before us today strengthens our track record and will go a long way to enhancing our collective efforts to combat organized crime. Crimes committed by organized crime networks present a serious concern to both police and to Canadians. Many organized crime groups are involved with the illicit drug trade, which we all know is growing. According to Statistics Canada, for example, cocaine trafficking, production and distribution in Canada has grown nearly 30% over the last decade. Today, we also know that organized crime is becoming more global, more transnational, and pervasive. We know that organized crime groups are becoming more sophisticated in order to avoid detection and arrest. And, Mr. Speaker, we also know that most serious organized crime groups are very secretive, and they often pose unique challenges for law enforcement officials because they can be very, very difficult to infiltrate. In some cases, law enforcement officials rely on the cooperation of individuals formerly involved with these organizations in order to combat their activities or successfully prosecute the ringleaders. In other cases, they might rely on the testimony of key eyewitnesses. Those who do come forward or cooperate often fear for their own safety, as well as the safety of their family and their loved ones. Public safety is the cornerstone of the Witness Protection Program, as it offers protection, including new identities for certain individuals whose testimony or cooperation can be so vital to the success of law enforcement operations. Although witness protection was informally available since 1970, Canada's Federal Witness Protection Program was officially established in 1996 with the passage of the Witness Protection Program Act. Today, the federal program, which is administered by the RCMP, can provide emergency protection to witnesses under threat, offer such services as permanent relocation, and also secure identity changes. Since provincial governments are also responsible for the administration of justice, many provinces, including Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, have established their own witness protection program, which differs from the federal program. The federal program has a legislative mandate to provide national protection services to all law enforcement agencies in Canada, as well as to international courts and tribunals. Legislation governing the Federal Witness Protection Program, however, has not been substantially changed since it first came into force, despite the constantly changing nature of organized crime and some calls for reform. The Safer Witnesses Act will help to strengthen the current Federal Witness Protection Program, a program that, as I have mentioned, is often vital to effectively combating crime, particularly organized crime. As the Honourable Shirley Bond, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of British Columbia, noted when commenting on Bill C-51, in the fight against crime, protecting witnesses is essential. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-51 will enhance the protection offered to key witnesses who wish to cooperate with the law enforcement officials in the fight against serious organized crime. Chief Bill Blair of the Toronto Police Services perhaps said it best when he said, "In Toronto, we have seen the fear caused by intimidation and the threat of retaliation in gang investigations. Witnesses with valuable information are deterred from coming forward." That was his quote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Chief Blair supports this legislation as it is, and in his words, a valuable step in protecting public safety. C-51 will also help to protect individuals and frontline officers involved in administering and delivering witness protection. Tom Stamatakis, President of the Canadian Police Association, recognized the protection put in place through our bill. The Canadian Police Association strongly believes that the legislation will will enhance the safety and the security of frontline law enforcement personnel who are engaged in protective duties. Mr. Stamatakis has stated that the Canadian Police Association appreciates the steps being taken by the Government of Canada to address those concerns. He went so far as to say, and I quote, "On behalf of the over 50,000 law enforcement personnel that we represent across Canada, we ask that Parliament quickly move to adopt this bill," unquote. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more. The Safer Witnesses Act will also promote greater integration between federal and provincial witness protection programs and will help to ensure that individuals can access federal identity documents more quickly and easily. Bill C-51 proposes important changes in 5 main areas, which I will outline. First, the changes which our government is proposing will allow provincial and territorial governments to request that their programs be designated under the Federal Witness Protection Program Act. This designation will facilitate their witnesses to receive a secure identity change without needing to be admitted into the federal program, which is the case today. Should an individual in a provincial program require a secure identity change under the existing rules, he or she must be temporarily transferred into the Federal Witness Protection Program so that the RCMP can obtain the appropriate documents. This can obviously cause delays. It can also lessen the security of the program and present witness management issues for the RCMP. The reforms which our government is proposing will streamline and speed up the issuance of security identity documents through the RCMP. As long as the Provincial Witness Protection Program has been designated, a provincial official responsible for the program will be able to work directly with the RCMP to quickly acquire the necessary documents. Once designated, secure requests for documents will be handled more quickly and easily, since witnesses under a provincial program will no longer need to be admitted into the Federal Witness Protection Program. Under these changes proposed by the legislation before us today, federal organizations will be required to assist the RCMP in obtaining identity changes not only for the witnesses in the federal program, but also for witnesses in designated provincial programs. Mr. Speaker, provincial governments have been requesting an expedited process for obtaining federal identity documents, and we are acting on their request. These 2 changes which our government has introduced will help to meet these demands from provinces like Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. In fact, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Saskatchewan, Gordon Wyatt, had this to say about our legislation, and I quote, "These changes will help strengthen our criminal justice system by providing greater protection for witnesses. We support the proposed improvements to the Witness Protection Program as yet another step in making our communities safer," unquote. Mr. Speaker, a third area of reform proposed by Bill C-51 concerns the protection and disclosure of information about individuals within provincial and municipal witness protection programs. Under the existing Federal Witness Protection Program Act, the prohibition against disclosure of information is limited to only information about the change of name and location of federal protectees. This bill will broaden the type of information to be protected and include information about the change of identity and location of provincial witnesses in designated programs, as well as information about the federal and designated program, including, and this is so important, Mr. Speaker, those who administer both the federal and provincially designated programs. So we're providing greater protections to both those who are being the protectees as well as law enforcement officials who are administering this program. It's hard to believe it's gone this long without changes, Mr. Speaker, but it's very important that we all support this and get this bill passed. Again, this is consistent with provincial requests to strengthen disclosure prohibitions so that information about their witnesses is protected throughout Canada. And the fourth set of changes in the Safer Witnesses Act will mean that the Federal Witness Protection Program will be able to accept referrals of persons assisting organizations with a mandate related to national security, national defense, or public safety, rather than only from law enforcement and international courts and tribunals, as is currently the case. Such organizations include the Canadian Security Intelligence Service and National Defence. Again, Mr. Speaker, these are very important changes. These legislative reforms respond directly to a recommendation that was made in the final report of the Air India inquiry. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-51 will also address a number of operational issues based on experiences gained in administering the current program over the past 15 years. For example, this will include permitting voluntary termination from the federal program and extending the amount of time emergency protection can be provided to candidates being considered for admission into the federal program. The change will be from the current 90-day availability of emergency protection. It will be extended to a maximum of 180 days. And these are changes, again, that have been recognized as important as this program has been used and administered over the last several years. Mr. Speaker, the changes which our government is proposing to the Witness Protection Program Act are the product of extensive consultations with federal partners and provincial and territorial governments, as well as with stakeholders, law enforcement officials, and many interested parties. As I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, our government is committed to providing law enforcement with the tools and the resources needed to protect the safety of our families and our communities, including an effective witness protection program. An effective program is extremely valuable in the fight against crime, especially as we know organized crime. Our government is proposing to enhance the effectiveness and security of the Federal Witness Protection Program by making it more responsive to law enforcement needs. These changes are needed to better support law enforcement and those whom the program is designated to protect by providing better service to provincial witness protection programs and improving protection for those who provide it through broadening prohibitions against the disclosure of program information, improving processes to obtain secure identity changes for witnesses, and an extension of the amount of time emergency protection may be provided. These changes that our government is proposing respond to many of the needs and the requests of provincial and territorial governments. They respond to the needs of law enforcement officials and other stakeholders involved in the criminal justice system. And they also respond to the needs of Canadians from coast to coast who wish to see our government continue to build safer communities for everyone. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, urge the opposition to consider this bill, to look at the merits of this bill, and to support this common sense proposal that we have put forward. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and once again I encourage all members to support this bill, and as police and stakeholders across the country have asked us to, let's expedite this, let's get this bill passed quickly, let's get better, more efficient protection in for witnesses who help us combat organized crime in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her remarks this morning. I want to assure her that in committee we will certainly be working with her to get this bill considered as expeditiously as possible. We always have to look for the possible poisoned needle in the haystack. That's our duty as the opposition, but we will be trying to make sure this gets through as soon as possible. My question really is about the consultation with stakeholders. And I'd like to hear a bit more because I think this is an example of where the government listening to stakeholders has actually worked quite well.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his commitment and his party's commitment to help us get this through committee. It's correct. There's a number of consultations that go on continuously, obviously with provincial stakeholders and counterparts. The Minister of Public Safety meets with his counterparts regularly. In fact, they just met recently before the Christmas break, as well as we consult with frontline officers. We meet regularly with the Canadian Police Association, members of the Chiefs of Police. Consultation is indeed very important, and it's something that our government takes seriously. And I think, as obviously the member opposite has listened as well to stakeholders and to provincial counterparts, they want this to be moved through quickly. So we appreciate his support and the support of his party. Hopefully going forward we can get this accomplished. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do understand that the Liberal Party will, in fact, be wanting to see the bill also go to committee. But I do have a question. When we talk about the designation from other jurisdictions that would now be taken into consideration if this legislation was to pass, does the member or can the member provide a listing of which provinces, and I'm also interested if, in fact, there's programs at the municipal level. I know it makes reference to municipal level, but are there cities that actually have, and if so, which cities? I'm most interested in knowing that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are several provinces, Quebec, Alberta, Manitoba, I believe British Columbia and Saskatchewan, that have witness protection programs in place. There are no provincial, or excuse me, municipal programs. Obviously, the province will operate these. And yes, what that designation will do is just help expedite secure identity documents. Right now, there could be quite a delay when provinces are trying to get secure identity documents for individuals involved in the witness protection program. What they can do now is have their program, as I said, designated under the federal program. And once it's designated, that process will happen a lot faster, which will make it better for law enforcement. It will make those who are witnesses feel a lot more secure and feel that they will be protected if they go forward. But those are the provinces that currently have a provincial program in place. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech and introducing this bill, this important bill, C-51, to Parliament, Safer Witnesses Act, and the many important provisions in this act to help secure identity changes for witnesses and to help our law enforcement agents when they do risky undercover work. Recently, there was news articles about an important undercover case that exposed Hell's Angels activities in British Columbia, and a very daring undercover work, and there's risky police activities that are taken to help bring criminal organizations to the law. I'm just wondering, again, when victims of crime also go forward and testify against some nasty, terrible events that they've experienced, if the member would expand on how the provisions in this bill would help someone like the undercover officer who put himself at great risk in the recent case in British Columbia, and also how victims of crime will benefit from the protections in this bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. Putting victims first, as well as recognizing the good work that frontline officers do, is very important in all of the legislation that our government puts forward. There are a couple of ways that this bill and that the changes to the Witness Protection Program will help our officers. First of all, it creates greater prohibitions regarding what kind of information can be disclosed about someone who is within a Witness Protection Program or who has administered it, which obviously is law enforcement and their agencies. It's pretty unbelievable, but up until now, all it was that would not be able to be disclosed was the name and location of somebody who was in a witness protection program. We know there are so many more ways to be able to track someone down, and so we've expanded that to a much broader, much greater amount of information that will be protected for, again, as I mentioned, not just those individuals who are part of the witness protection program, but also the law enforcement people who help enforce it. So this will help victims. Hopefully this is also going to help us prevent and deter crime, find out where those organizations are working, have a greater ability to infiltrate. Law enforcement will have a greater ability to infiltrate, stop them, and just keep our communities safer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech and for her bill. But the Conservative government has been in place for almost 7 years, and during that time there have been many requests by the RCMP, especially in Quebec, and from the Sûreté du Québec, with the rise of violence in Quebec, with street gangs, organized crime, bikers. And the RCMP and the Sûreté du Québec are calling for more and more higher and higher budgets so that they can identify these situations and administer a witness protection program as effectively as possible and as transparently as possible. I would like my colleague to explain how this bill will help her get.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been very responsive to the needs of frontline officers, including the RCMP and provincial police throughout this country. In fact, we have 11 officers who are part of our HoC as police officers who have worked in the front line. So we listen to them, we consult. One of the things that we've been doing, Mr. Speaker, is providing tools like this these legislative changes. We provided 30 different pieces of legislation to help crack down on crime, which is what police are asking us to do. as well, and we've heard from frontline officers in our study on the economics of policing. They have said it's not more money that they need, Mr. Speaker. They want the tools to fight crime. They're looking at ways to be more efficient. We've given them the tools as far as legislation to crack down on gangs, gun, drug, organized crime. This is just one of them. Unfortunately, many of the bills that we put forward, the opposition don't support. Maybe they, I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if they have any police officers in their caucus. As I said, we do have 11 of them, and so we're listening to our caucus members as well as police from across the country. We'll continue to give them their support, the support that they need. We'd ask the opposition to support our legislation. Don't vote against us when you have a chance to support police officers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Parliamentary Secretary for introducing this bill. And I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could tell this House what checks and balances will be in place to ensure that to ensure the identity of a federal protectee is not exposed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, again, currently the program, there are a number of checks and balances, but one of the issues that we found, one of the inefficiencies was that there was a very small amount of information that was prohibited from being disclosed about someone involved in the witness protection program. Again, as I mentioned earlier, only the name and the location. So one of the, obviously, not only a check and balance, but a way that we can greater protect these witnesses is to make sure that more information is protected about them, so that if somebody, the methods of finding people has become much more sophisticated, so we have to make sure that a greater amount of the information regarding where they've been relocated, their change of name, obviously, the job that they're doing, what did they do previously, all things that have to be protected, again, not just for witnesses, but law enforcement who are part of that process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Protection can be ensured by police services, but there are costs associated with that, and it says on the RCM website that sometimes witness protection costs are concerning because of small law enforcement agencies because they have no budget. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is will the government pledge to invest more in witness protection in future?
Very short answer, please.
The witness protection program is administered by the RCMP, and they do have sufficient budget to continue with that program. It is not administered by local police departments, which clearly are under provincial jurisdictions. We have provided funding, for example, our one-time funding for the Police Officer Recruitment Fund, $400 million to help recruit more officers. We're giving police the tools that they need. But just for my honourable members' clarification, the witness protection program is administered federally by the RCMP, not local police under the federal program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Wanda-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to say honestly that I'm pleased to rise in the House to speak on Bill C-51 at second reading. Not so much personally, as I was already up speaking this morning, as was the Parliamentary Secretary on Bill C-42, when, like many members, we've had challenges even getting to the House today, and some members haven't actually made it here. In fact, as the NDP public safety critic, I have the honour of speaking in the House quite often. Unfortunately, too often on bills motivated by the Conservatives' tough-on-crime attitude. And so when the Parliamentary Secretary asks us why we don't support all their bills, I'd like to take just a moment to talk about this tough-on-crime attitude. Because this is an attitude which too often results in policies that are ripped from headlines. At best, it is based on a faulty concept of deterrence, the idea that harsh sentences somehow deter crime when there's absolutely no empirical evidence to show that. We know that the only way that deterrence actually functions is when the investment is made at the front end of law enforcement. It's the certainty of being caught and the swiftness of prosecution that actually puts people off committing crimes. Most criminals don't sit at home thumbing through the criminal code to see which offense to commit based on how long the sentence is. Obviously, they're motivated by other social, economic, and personal factors. But what does happen is if you put the resources at the front end, you get better results. And that's one of the reasons why this bill looks a lot better to us than most of those bills that come forward from the Conservatives. At worst, the tough-on-crime agenda appears to be based on little more than retribution. And retribution is not an effective approach to crime, although it may make some people feel better for a short period of time. It results in policies that are very expensive and rarely show any positive results. So in contrast, we in the NDP believe in evidence-based measures which will help us build safer communities. And so I am honestly pleased to stand in the House today to support Bill C-51 at second reading. We've seen a couple of hopeful signs from the Conservatives with this bill and also Bill C-54, which deals with measures for those not criminally responsible. So we've seen more consultation from the government on these two bills. We've seen more attention to evidence on these two bills than we've often seen before. In this case, action is long overdue, and we are glad the government finally listened to stakeholders, as we've been asking them to do this since 2007. Most recently, in November 2012, the NDP member for Trinity Spadina repeated our call for action to expand the eligibility for those going into the Witness Protection Program. This is particularly important in the struggle against street gangs, who the previous narrow definitions excluded from the Witness Protection Program. And we've heard from many community representatives, as I know the government has, and from many law enforcement agencies, that in order to get cooperation to help break street gangs, inclusion of possible witnesses in this program would be very important. Since 2007, the NDP has also specifically called for better coordination of the federal and provincial programs and better provision of services to those provincial programs, which is another very positive measure we see in this bill. And of course, we've always called for better overall funding for the program. And I'll come back to that question in a second. So while we support what this bill attempts to do, which is to improve the Witness Protection Program, we're concerned that the Conservative government will refuse to commit any new funding. In fact, the minister said in the introduction of the bill that this would have to be funded out of existing funds. So while there's no legislative flaw that we can see at this point in this bill, that will make sure that we do support it at second reading. We're concerned because, as I often like to say, the proof is in the funding. And so if we make these improvements, but law enforcement agencies don't have the funding they need to actually operate the program, we haven't moved very far forward. So whatever the improvements here, the demand that the RCMP and local police departments work within their existing budgets will likely hinder the implementation of the proposed amendments and improvements in this bill. The RCMP's own website states that there are instances where the cost of witness protection may impede investigations, particularly for smaller law enforcement agencies. When municipal departments, which are extensive across this country, when they try to make use of the program, they must reimburse the RCMP fully for the costs, which can be very high and also an ongoing expenditure, an ongoing cost for them. And most of them have no provision in their budgets for making use of this program. So it means oftentimes frontline law enforcement officers have to make some difficult choices because they can't get those who need protection into the program because the funding is not available to support them once they're in the program. So again, the Witness Protection Program is often crucial to getting the cooperation that frontline police need so they can get convictions that will take key organized crime figures out of the community. And the same would be true if there's adequate funding in helping get key witnesses to testify against street gang members and help to break up those street gangs. The Federal Witness Protection Program has long been criticized for its narrow eligibility criteria and for its poor coordination with provincial programs and for the low number of witnesses actually admitted to the program. In 2012, there were 108 applications considered for admission to the program, and largely due to funding constraints, only 30 people were actually accepted into the Witness Protection Program. So what does that mean? That's 78 cases where we might have been able to get a conviction and might have been able to make progress on organized crime, because that's been the focus of the program to this point, and we didn't get that because of inadequate resources. So there are some important improvements, as we acknowledge, in this bill. Bill C-51 proposes a better process to support provincial witness protection programs. And this will be especially important in expediting getting new identity documents for those in provincial programs, which, as the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned before, required transferring to the federal program, transferring them back, an enormous amount of bureaucratic time wasting and cost. So we're pleased to see that. The expanded definition is important. In addition to including street gangs, witnesses in street gang cases as possible entrance to the program, it will also expand the program to include agencies with national security responsibilities. It will also extend the period for emergency protection, and that's one of the key things that local law enforcement figures have raised. Sometimes people need to go into this program very quickly, and sometimes it takes a while before they can get into a more permanent situation. So extending that emergency protection is important. Provinces such as Ontario and Alberta have been pushing for a national revamp of this program, including recognition of their existing programs. And again, the designation of programs and recognition of those programs is quite a positive feature of this bill. For federal departments and agencies with a mandate relating to national security, both those who function under national defense and those who function under public safety will now be able to refer witnesses to the program, and I'll say just a bit in a minute about why that's been a gap of very great concern in the past. Now, because there's no direct reference to eligibility in the program for witnesses in street gang cases, many stakeholders have been concerned that street gang witnesses may not fit these new criteria. We're assured by the government that they will, and we look forward to talking about this question in committee to make sure that this critical area is indeed covered by these changes in the witness protection program. At committee, I will be asking those questions to make sure that the federal government is truly committed to the inclusion of street gang, youth gang, and national security witnesses in this program, and this will be an important step toward building safer communities in Canada. Now, we believe the bill addresses the key problems. There are still a few things it does not do, and again, we'd like to talk about those in committee. C-51 does not include provisions for an independent agency to operate the program, as was recommended in the Air India inquiry report. So there is a kind of conflict of interest when the RCMP manages the program, but also manages the investigations and is able to use the incentive, I guess you would say, of the witness protection program to get cooperation. And then later makes the decision about who is actually eligible to be in the witness protection program. So the Air India inquiry report suggested there should be an independent agency to make those decisions which involve the RCMP being both the investigating authority and the decision-making authority on who gets protection from the program. When we look at national security, the inability to protect witnesses was a very major obstacle to prosecution in the Air India bombing case. And that's why in the report there's a lot of attention that was given to the witness protection program. One witness, Tara Singh Hayyer, publisher of the BC-based Times of India, was assassinated in 1998. And this made the affidavit that he'd given to the RCMP in 1995 inadmissible as evidence in the case. Now, I would say Mr. Hayyer was not a likely candidate to go into the witness protection program because he was a very brave individual. However, two additional witnesses seeing what had happened to him and not being eligible to go into the witness protection program refused to provide evidence to the RCMP or to the Air India inquiry because of what they had seen happen to another witness who had provided information and the fact that he was assassinated. So Justice Major, in his report, acknowledged that he felt unable, because of the restrictions in the witness protection program, to provide the protection that would be necessary for prosecution in the case of Air India. The RCMP has also called for intensive psychological examination of potential protectees, a national support center for the program, and has also supported the call for, in their case, an external advisory board to serve as a watchdog on the decisions that are being made. Now, what we recognize here is these are all potentially outside the scope of this bill, but I still think it's worth us having a discussion in committee about some of the other things that the RCMP has said is necessary for the efficient operation of the witness protection program. So New Democrats believe strengthening the program will improve cooperation with local police and the RCMP in the fight against gang violence, and in doing so will help make our communities safer. It has a proven record of success in the fight against organized crime. While the Conservatives have been slow to respond to this issue, and we have, as I said, been calling for these changes since 2007, we're pleased to see the government has listened to the stakeholders in this case and brought in this new legislation to expand the program. C-51 does address key legislative concerns with regard to the Witness Protection Program and therefore warrants our support. Despite our ongoing concerns about funding, the NDP recognizes Bill C-51 still falls short on some key changes to the program, such as a more transparent and accountable process for admissions into the program. Again, the Conservative government has ignored the important recommendations from the Air India inquiry with regard to this independent review of who is admissible into the program. But we do feel that C-51 provides the basic legislative fix that we need. We will wait to see if the Conservatives are going to provide the resources to make it really count for local communities. As I often say, and I'll say again, the proof is in the funding. Local police wish to make use of this program. They welcome these changes, and they're waiting to get to work on some of the street and youth gang problems they have when this tool is available to them. But it won't work if they don't have the funding at the local level. And in the Public Safety Committee, now we're doing a large study on the economics of policing. I think it's made all members of Parliament aware of the constant downloading of costs and responsibility onto police forces. When we heard from witnesses in committee, they told us, when we asked what percentage of your calls for service are actually what people would regard as crime, and they responded with things around 20%, saying that 80% of the time the police spend working on other issues, and what that really means is for things like mental health, for things like addictions, for all those other social problems of exclusion and marginalization. In our society, we have made, I guess, what I would call an unconscious decision that we will leave all those responsibilities to the police. And one good sign of that we often see is after 5 o'clock, try looking for emergency social services, even in urban areas. Who are you going to call after 5 p.m. when most people have their crises over mental health and addiction? Well, those offices are closed. And so the police become the agency who are called to deal with those problems. And this is one of the huge, probably the most important cost drivers in policing. I know the Minister of Public Safety suggested police salaries were in fact a cost driver and took away resources from other things they needed. We on this side believe that, of course, police who serve our communities as highly trained professionals need to be paid a fair professional wage, and we recognize that most of the time wages in certainly in municipal departments and provincial departments have been set through a process of free collective bargaining. So it's not the police salaries which prevent there being resources available for things like the Witness Protection Program. It's government budgets and all those other demands that we place on the police every day of the week. And as I said at the beginning, we know the police are out in snowstorms doing all kinds of things that are not strictly fighting crime, but providing emergency assistance to the public. And so I'm looking forward to our work in committee, not just on this bill, but on the economics of policing study, so that we can help find some ways that we get the costs of policing under control by getting the focus back on building safer communities. We in the NDP are committed to this concept, that what we need are measures based on real evidence that will lead us towards solutions that make our communities safer. One way to do this is through an improved witness protection program that helps keep our streets safe by giving police additional tools to fight street gangs. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary has talked about an expedited process, so I want to reassure her again, as I did in the questions that we asked at the beginning, that on this side we're committed to getting this to committee as soon as we can, and to giving it a high priority in committee, getting in the witnesses we need to talk to as quickly as possible. We will not prolong the process beyond what is needed, because we know that the local police forces are in fact waiting for this tool to be made available to them to do some very important work in community safety. And so at that point, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to conclude my remarks by saying this is one case where we believe the government has listened to stakeholders. They have consulted. They might be a little bit late, but we're pleased to see that they brought in this legislation, and we will be looking at the next budget when it comes forward to make sure that the resources that police forces need, in particular the RCMP, are there to make sure that this new improved witness protection program can actually be used by those at the front line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to tell my honourable colleague how much I appreciate his remarks. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that has gone into their approach at looking at this bill, and the fact that they are in agreement with us, and even more importantly with stakeholders, with provincial and territorial leaders and Canadians, that this witness protection program does need to be fixed. I want to ask him, and I appreciate some of the comments that he made surrounding the Air India inquiry, and regarding his comments about a separate investigative body, I want to let him know that we did consult with provinces on that. They had some concerns. They would rather that we deal with it with them directly. So I wanted to let my honourable colleague know that. But on the area that we agree on, which is opening up the ability for other public safety, CSIS, Department of Defence, to refer individuals to the witness protection program. Again, that was in direct response to the Air India inquiry and the recommendations. It's clear that he's had some experience and he's done some consulting with stakeholders. I wondered if he could just talk a little bit more about, from the people that he represents, how that's going to be looked on favorably, and also help in our fight, again, not just organized crime, but threats that come internationally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Wanda Fuga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Parliament Secretary for her remarks. I know she likes to cite they have 11 police on their side, and so I usually end up responding by saying, yes, I'm a former municipal police board member and also did international policing research. So there's no monopoly on some expertise in either caucus. But what I would say is, in my own experience on a municipal police board, we did not have the funds available, and we found it very difficult to convince a municipal council to include a line item in the budget for witness protection, which they already saw policing costs as high, and they clearly saw witness protection as a federal responsibility. So it was very, very difficult for municipal police forces to use the tool because they were faced with a big bill for which it was difficult to get budget money. So that's why when the budget comes out, we're going to be looking very closely at what the government's doing to make sure the funds are available, to make sure that these improvements actually are utilized by the frontline police.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This member and the Parliamentary Secretary also made reference to the gangs, organized gangs, as being a major justification as to why it is that we need witness protection program to be expanded. I wonder if he can maybe provide some background in terms of, in his area, the province in which he represents, what can he tell us in terms of numbers in regards to gangs, gang activities, increases in membership, or provide comment on that?
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Wanda Fuga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. You know, there are areas around the country which have serious problems with youth gang and street gangs, and they're most notable by their presence in the headlines. So some of those, downtown Toronto. And that's the reason that the member for Trinity Spadina has taken such a high-profile role in trying to keep this issue before the House of Commons and to get these changes made. Because the activities of street gangs are often, obviously, by nature involving youth, and by nature involving people whose judgment maybe is not of the best, or they wouldn't be involved in the gang. And it ends up with a broader threat to the safety of innocent bystanders through those gang activities and conflicts between gangs. We also know that in Montreal, my colleague for the member for Alfred Pelin has done a lot of work in her community on the problems with street gangs in Montreal. And then, of course, in Surrey in British Columbia is probably where we have one of the largest problems with street and drug gangs. And both the member for Surrey North and the member for Surrey Newton have been, again, very strong proponents of being able to use this legislation really to, what the police say is to crack those gangs. They have trouble getting anybody to come forward and give evidence. If they can just get one person, they can probably get a conviction that will seriously disrupt the street gang activities.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the position described by my party and my colleague at second reading shows that with every bill, we're starting all over again, and we're certainly hoping for the best for Canadians. However, briefly, I'd like to ask this question. Have we reach the limit of the wealth of imagination, or can we go even farther? I'm afraid that there might not be funding for this provision.
Well, I thank the member for Trois-Rivières for his question, because that is the key point today. From the point of view of our caucus is we can make these important legislative changes. We can do the right thing here in the House. But if the police don't have the funding to allow them to use these new tools we're giving them, then it won't have any effect at all. So that's why I was reminding the parliamentary secretary that, yes, we'll be supporting the bill, but we'll be watching the federal budget very carefully to make sure that there are funds included in the budget for the operation of the new aspects of this program, and also to make sure that general cutbacks that are being applied in public safety here don't end up impairing the ability to fight crime at the community level.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for both his work in the committee and for his comments today. We heard on committee we're talking about the funding available. We've posed this question to people testifying, and they've said it's not as much the funding as it is the model and the structure that they provide. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can actually comment on some of those aspects, because we're getting the sense that you know, if you put the money to it and pour the money to it, that will solve the problem. But that's clearly not what we heard on committee. It wasn't the budgets, it wasn't the money issue. It was how the system is modeled. And on a budgetary note, some of the systems that my honourable colleague was talking about are developed by provincial and territorial governments. And I can say our government has produced in the Yukon, for example, record levels of federal transfer payments, $809 million, in fact, in last year's budget, allocated to the kinds of things that support that increased model, to support improved models with community groups and organizations working directly with the police. So it's as much a provincial and a federal partnership that's required in policing, particularly when you move to organizations that run municipal and provincial police forces to come up with a great model of Canadian policing. Maybe I'll just get my honourable colleague to comment on some of those things that I know we mutually heard on committee. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's tempting to say to the Honourable Member for Yukon the question was asked and answered all at once. But I would like to say that I think what we have heard is that, particularly at the municipal level, that there is a perception that witness protection is really part of the justice system and not the policing system. And so for the cost to be passed back to municipal police forces is a large problem for them, and they don't see the logic of that. We're actually protecting a witness who's giving evidence in court, and we're actually protecting the integrity of the justice system by protecting those witnesses. Yes, it's true, we're talking about getting cooperation with the local police force, but they tend to see that as a federal responsibility or a provincial responsibility and not a provincial responsibility. So I'm looking forward with the member in committee to trying to find, as he said, structures that make sure the money gets to frontline policing. And I know he's been on committee with me, and he knows that I'm not a person who calls for a lot of excess spending. I think we have to make sure we spend in the right areas, which is why my concern about asking police to do all kinds of things with highly trained police officers that might better be done by someone else in our community with more appropriate skills and actually not put all those burdens onto the police force.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South Weston, a short question, please.
And this bill actually expands significantly the number of different ways, different areas of jurisdiction that can have witness protection programs. But as I understand it, the government has said there will be no expansion of budgets to provide for this. How do you do one without the other?
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Fuga.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his question. And again, we're back to the heart of the matter from my point of view. Is last year, as I said, only 30 out of 108 applications were approved for the program. Only 30 people in the country got witness protection. And so if we're going to expand the numbers eligible, obviously that 108 applications is going to expand exponentially. And if we can't offer that protection to those people, we won't get the benefit of this bill. We won't get them cooperating with the police on youth gangs. We won't get them cooperating on national security issues. And so without the funding in place, this isn't going to work. So as I said, all of us on this side, I know, will be looking very carefully at the federal budget to see if the resources are actually going to be made available to make this very positive law work on the ground.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I would like to approach this, I guess, from a different perspective, in the sense that I've had the opportunity to be the justice critic in the province of Manitoba for many years, and there is a great wide variety of different issues facing our justice system. And to pick up on the point that was just raised in terms of the responsibility, the budget, and so forth, at the end of the day, what Bill C-51, which is a positive bill, we want to see it to move forward, will in fact have a fairly significant impact, even if it passes as it is currently being proposed today. When the member says, well, it's an issue of budget, he is correct. We need to factor in, at any given point in time, we could have somewhere in the neighborhood of, let's say, 1,000, a guesstimate of about 1,000 people within the program, of which 70% or so would be under the RCMP jurisdiction. Last year it's already been made reference to in terms of the actual numbers that had made application versus the numbers that were accepted. And that raises other issues. But when you take a look in terms of what it is that we're voting on or ultimately wanting to pass, there is no doubt that by expanding the program, that at the end of the day we are going to see a higher demand for the program, which means that the current budget, and I believe it's in and around that $9–10 million mark. I'm not 100% sure on that, Mr. Speaker, but it's a significant amount of money. But there is going to be a need to ensure that the program is, in fact, adequately resourced. Now, when we talk about adequately resourced, obviously this has more, and the last question to my colleague was related to the province or the municipality, or who's kind of like responsible, and he makes reference to the fact, well, it's the police, it's the Department of Justice. What I've been doing in the last little while is circulating a petition inside my constituency, and if I can, I'm just going to read the last paragraph of the petition, in which I've had many of my constituents respond very favorably to, I must say. And it reads, Mr. Speaker, we, the undersigned residents of the province of Manitoba, call upon the House of Commons to provide and support effective crime prevention programs that will prevent crimes from happening, like programs that will focus on steering young children away from associating with gangs or gang activities. The petition, Mr. Speaker, is actually calling on the Government of Canada to work with other levels of government and develop effective programs that prevent youth from committing crimes. When you talk about the financing and the administration and so forth, you need to recognize that the different levels of government all have a role to play in this, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reason why, when the Parliamentary Secretary had introduced the bill, I had asked her in terms of how many other jurisdictions were actually had a program that's currently running. And I was pleased to hear, in terms of some of the numbers that the Parliamentary Secretary had made reference to, or the member from Portage-la Prairie. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this is a very significant issue. I posed the question in regards to the number of gang members, and is it increasing? It has been a serious problem in the city of Winnipeg, and Winnipeg is not alone. Other jurisdictions, as he has pointed out, have issues related to gang activity. I can tell you that gang activities in the province of Manitoba has skyrocketed over the last 10 years. During the 90s, gang-related issues was really not that much debated inside the Manitoba legislature. It's only since 1999, 2000, 2001 where it's become a very serious issue. And it has led to everything from skyrocketing automobile thefts. One year we had over 14,000 vehicles that were stolen, Mr. Speaker, for a province of 1.2 million, or roughly 550,000 drivers. That is a significant number of vehicles that were being stolen. When you take a look at the individuals that were stealing them, it was young people. a lot of young people that were, and I had, through Freedom of Information, had acquired that it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 youth, and I might be off by a little bit on the numbers there, but had stolen, on average, 30 vehicles. Well, so out of that grouping, relatively large grouping of youth, if you were to canvass, you will find that a good number of them were, in fact, directly involved in gangs. In fact, it was part of a gang initiation that you had to go out and steal cars. Now, at the end of the day, we all pay for it at the different levels, whether it's the municipal, provincial, or national. What we need to do is we have to take more of a cooperative approach at dealing with crime in our communities. And the federal government needs to play a very much so, a leading role in this, Mr. Speaker, because they can ensure that there are, in fact, some national standards from coast to coast to coast in wanting to proactively prevent crimes from taking place. And that's, in fact, what we want to see ultimately happen, Mr. Speaker. Now, I say that in regards to Bill C-51, that the Liberal Party is in favor of this particular bill, and we want to see it go to committee, because we do believe it will have a positive impact, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it will help us in terms of resolving crimes, but ultimately I do believe, if administered properly, that it will indeed prevent some crimes from taking place in the first place. In looking at the bill, it does several things. Parliamentary Secretary made reference to the province and allowing how provinces now will be able to designate their own internal programs and get that designation from the federal program without necessarily having to transfer the individual into the program. And I do believe, as she's made merit, that there is great benefit to that. The biggest benefit is the one of time. Time is very important, Mr. Speaker, when you have things of this nature, and processing times of being able to change identity and so forth is of critical importance. So I think that in most part the government will receive very favorable response in regards to that particular measure in Bill C-51. We understand that it's going to help us and assist in changing identity. Again, it's something in which one would think would have a wide diversity of support coming from the many different stakeholders that no doubt will be following the debate on this particular bill. We appreciate the fact that it does broaden the information that can be protected and also supports people from within the program. But, Mr. Speaker, if you take a look at the history of this witness protection program, I think most Canadians would be surprised that it really doesn't have a very long history in terms of legislation. Most people would believe that there's always been some informal aspects to witness protection, and that was primarily done at the local policing level, Mr. Speaker, when you can go back 30, 40 years where police officers, through discretion, were able to provide assurances, and there would have been all sorts of actions taken to try to provide assurances to witnesses that they would be safe, in fact, if they were to come forward and state what it is that they've observed or indicate what it is that they're aware of in terms of a criminal activity. Well, Mr. Speaker, you could go back into the 80s where that started to become a little bit more formalized because of different commissions and reports that were coming out, and you started to see internal documents clearly demonstrating the need for a witness program. It was not that long ago when Prime Minister Jean Chrétien introduced the Witness Protection Program Act. That was the first of its kind legislation that was actually brought into the House of Commons. And at the end of the day, as we continue to move forward, today we have another piece of legislation that is going to ultimately complement the original legislation that has been drafted. Why? Because in time, things change, Mr. Speaker, and there is a need for us to change the legislation and modernize it so that we can, in fact, meet the needs of today. The power of the Internet, the influence that organized crime has, the potential of terrorism, these are all very real issues today in which legislation has to be able to respond to, Mr. Speaker. The ability of police to protect witnesses is crucial in order to fight crime, in order to fight acts of terrorism. If we cannot provide that insurances to those critical, to those witnesses, Mr. Speaker, there's a very good chance that they would not be able to testify. And if they're not unable to testify, then we're unable to get the type of convictions that our crowns are looking for from across Canada, in all provinces and territories. So we have to somehow recognize the importance of those witnesses and the roles that they play, and the risk we take by not enabling those witnesses to be able to feel safe in making their testimony, Mr. Speaker. If we fail in doing that, then individuals that are committing some pretty terrible crimes are going to be getting away, or they'll be let off in terms of a much lighter sentence had an individual witness been able to actually make presentation. So I think it's of absolute critical importance, Mr. Speaker, that police see this as a viable tool that, in fact, will make a difference. Public trust in the witness protection program is actually also vital to the success of the program, Mr. Speaker. We can say that we have the program and the program's in place, and trust us, it's a great program. There's got to be a certain element of confidence in the program, Mr. Speaker. If a potential witness doesn't feel that the program is going to be strong enough, and they feel that their life is going to be threatened by making a disposition, chances are, Mr. Speaker, that they will walk away from that particular opportunity. So building the trust is critically important. We support the ability of the federal departments and agencies and services with a national security, national defense, or public safety mandate to recommend to the witness to the WPP, Mr. Speaker. It just seems to be a natural evolution that would, in fact, be incorporated into the current legislation. It makes sense, Mr. Speaker. So that is why it is that we support the government proposing that particular change. Now, there were some concerns that we have, and we look to the government to be sensitive to the concerns such as, is there not a need for a separate body that has not, or why has there not been a separate body, I should say, that it's being created to oversee the admissions to the witness protection program, and what potential merits there could be if, in fact, we were able to identify that, Mr. Speaker. The idea is, how do we deal with the disputes between protectees and the RCMP is another issue that has been raised and which has been brought to my attention, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is something in which the government would be best advised between now and the time in which it goes to committee to give some attention to, in hopes that they will approach it with an open mind, as I trust that there will be amendments being brought forward. And through those amendments, we'll ultimately be able to see the legislation take even better form and receive even that much stronger support, Mr. Speaker. We need to look in terms of, as I indicated earlier, the broadening of information that can be protected is very important. Now, I believe it's really a core base that's being suggested, and we need to be able to expand that base, Mr. Speaker, and we support that aspect of the legislation. We need to recognize, as I said at the beginning, as we look at ways in which we can improve upon the program, we need to recognize that that could, in all likelihood, mean that the program itself is going to have to be expanded. And that is something in which I started off by saying in terms of it is in part a resource issue. There needs to be adequate resources in order to be able to support the program. One of the things that I've always appreciated is the fact that through our federation you have different ministerial conferences, justice being no different, in that there is a need for the different levels of government to come together to talk about this program and other programs. But for me, what I would really encourage is that we look at ways in which we can do more to prevent crimes from taking place, Mr. Speaker. And that's how I would like to maybe wind up my remarks, is by saying, yes, we do support in principle this bill because it is a good bill. It is a change from the original Act of 1996 that makes a lot of sense, and therefore we would like to see it go to committee, and we do hope it goes to committee soon. But on a personal note, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be wrong of me not to just to emphasize to the Prime Minister and the government just how important having safe streets in our communities and how important that issue is. For me, during my first election to the House in the by-election, I had indicated crime and safety was a high priority for me personally, and that if I had the opportunity to raise the issue inside the House, that I would do so. And Mr. Speaker, I believe in fairness, in consequences to crimes. I also believe passionately that we need to do more to prevent crimes from taking place. So in the debate on both sides of the House, we heard people talk, or members make mention of organized crime. And organized crime is a serious, serious issue for many of my constituents, Mr. Speaker, to the degree in which they want to see the government take action. I'd ultimately argue even most of my constituents recognize how important this issue is. But when I talk, and I have the opportunity almost on a weekly basis to talk about this type of issue with my constituents, I put a lot of focus on the issue of preventing crimes from happening in the first place. So when we talk about organized crime and we talk about gang activities, there are many initiatives that can be taken to prevent these young people from entering into gangs in the first place. We need to take a look at our infrastructure. We need to take a look at our resources from the different levels of government and have a higher sense of cooperation in terms of trying to be able to find alternatives for many of our young people to be engaged in, so they're not looking to get involved in gang activities, and they get in gang activities for a multitude of different reasons. You know, from the 90s, where you could talk about under 1,000 into the multiple thousands now that are involved in gang activities, and it's hurting a lot of communities, not only in North Winnipeg, but many communities across this country, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why I hope that when we see this legislation ultimately pass, that we're going to see a government that's going to be more committed on looking on how they can resolve the gang-related problems that many of our communities are living with today. This is but a step, and if it's a tool that is used well, and I have confidence in our police forces across the country that they will use this well and work with our courts and prosecutors in using this tool well. But there's much more and many other things that we can do in order to make our young people, or allow for our young people to avoid getting involved in gang activities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Manitoba for his comments, and I'm very pleased to hear that the Liberals will be supporting this bill to go to committee, and hopefully at committee continue to work with us together to get this passed quickly. It's an important piece of legislation. My colleague talked a lot about prevention, and I'm wondering if he is aware of several initiatives that our government has funded in regards to crime prevention. First of all, the Police Officer Recruitment Fund, a one-time injection of funds for provinces to use. It was $400 million, and they've used it very well. Police departments have added police officers. There's one of the initiatives. Another one is our National Crime Prevention Strategy, $40 million. Within that, and I'm not sure if he's aware of this, but he might want to let his constituents know that we are funding $7 million annually to go directly to fighting and stopping and helping young people who are maybe vulnerable to getting involved in crime and gang activity. This is a specific fund that deals directly with anti-gang strategies for young people. I'm not sure if he was aware of those. There's also funds. In fact, today the Minister for Public Safety announced another call for applications towards our security infrastructure funding, where we're helping different organizations, if they, in case, are being threatened for a number of reasons, we're helping fund them so that they can be protected. These are all helping to stop crime, whether it's gangs, drugs, guns. Sadly, many times the opposition don't support this, and I'm wondering if he was not aware of this funding, or why would he have not supported it when we did bring it forward, when indeed his constituents were actually signing petitions on this issue.
Fair question.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, the member for Portage makes reference to a program that was introduced by the federal government, and I would like to emphasize in terms of why I talked a lot about this sense of cooperation and working with other jurisdictions. When the federal government came up with the program to hire more police officers in the communities, at that particular time, you'll find the province of Manitoba, and I don't know if they've acted on it since. Maybe between the two of us we can find out whether or not they actually did. But there was a substantial amount of money that was put aside to hire more police officers in Winnipeg. You know, as of a couple of years ago, they never ever did access that money, Mr. Speaker. Now, one could say that, you know, we need to get a better understanding why that money wasn't accessed, where there was more police put on foot patrol or whatever it might be. But it's interesting to note, at the same time, we had community police offices closing in Winnipeg North, on McPhillip Street, on Main Street. So those are things that have happened in the last few years.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Juan-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Winnipeg North for his remarks, and certainly do share the sentiment that there's a lot more we can do to prevent crime. But my question for him is not a personal question of where was he, but where was his party? So when this legislation was passed in 1996, that was around the time I first joined the police board, and the problems with the Witness Protection Program have been known at least since 1996. And when the legislation was introduced, it was a Liberal government. And so during that very long period of time when they were in power, they took no action despite, and again, I know from my own personal experience, local municipal police forces pointing out they didn't have budgets for this and they couldn't make use of this program. So my question to the honourable member was, in the broad sense, where was he, where was his party? The government's been slow to bring this forward, but they're certainly faster than the Liberals were.
The member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's actually factually incorrect. If you want to look at it, you know, in 1993, Prime Minister Jean Chrétien takes office, and within 3 years, we have legislation. The actual core legislation, the legislation that is now being amended, and they've been in government longer than at the time in which the Chrétien government was here. So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, the Liberal Party of Canada, or Prime Minister Chrétien, I thought responded quite quickly. What I will recognize is that in my comments, I made reference to the closing of those 2 community police offices. Something that had a real negative impact, and I can tell you the provincial NDP did absolutely nothing, and the provincial NDP were the ones that did not access the resources that were being provided by Ottawa to put more police on the streets. So the NDP, I can tell you, heaven forbid they ever form government, I suspect would be a disaster.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're having a wonderful history lesson here, so I thought I'd chime in on this. I remember back in 1998 as a member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Academy under the leadership of the then Liberal government. We were told that the depot would be closed, there would be no more recruiting of police officers, so that's why into the future our government had to bring in the recruitment fund to reestablish the major gap in policing numbers that were there, and they did that during a time when we knew two-thirds of Canadian police officers were about to face a retirement age. So there was absolutely no forethought in that or planning, but thank goodness we were able to recover that. And in 2011, let's skip ahead here into the future. Our government, and something the Liberal members voted against, was 138 grassroots projects, including in Winnipeg, that 16,000 youth have participated in for crime prevention programs. So I just thought I would add my 2 cents worth in that wonderful history lesson we were having there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah, but part of history is reality, Mr. Speaker. And if you take a look at the actual numbers, if his programs were all so successful, one would ask the question is why is the gang-related issues to today getting worse? They're not getting better. There are more gang members today than there were 5-6 years ago. So if the initiatives that this government was taking were actually worth the value in which they've assigned to it, one would think that the numbers would be going down. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to leave it on a positive note. I suspect in 2015 a Liberal administration would make sure we get the numbers going in the right direction, and that is down. And to make it relevant to the speech, Mr. Speaker, or to the bill itself, I would suggest to you that it was, in fact, the Liberal Party that initiated this whole process back in 1996 through Prime Minister Jean Chrétien.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Juan-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, just to continue this lesson in history, I guess the way I would see it is, and my point, which I think the member for Winnipeg North has missed, is that when the program was introduced in 1996, right away, municipalities and frontline police said there's some problems with this program. And the government was in power the Liberal government was in power for another 10 years and never fixed those problems. So I admit it's a bit of a strange debate. The Conservatives took 7 years to fix it, when the Liberals didn't fix it within 10 years. So both a bit slow is all I'm saying here. And I think you've skipped over that fact that the criticisms that we're trying to fix today were well known while the Liberal government was still in power.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I detect maybe a little bit of potential remorse if you recognize the fact that, with a couple of more years, it would have been amazing what the Liberal Party could have done. One would have said we would have had a nice national child care program. We would have had a Kelowna Accord, all sorts of wonderful things. But history will show that the New Democrats voted with the Conservatives, which killed those programs, and ultimately, maybe we would have had this bill a whole lot earlier had the NDP not supported the Conservatives back in 2005 or whenever that was.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York South Weston.
I guess I'll come back to the central point here, is that there is a witness protection program, whether started by the Liberals or fixed by the Conservatives or finally repaired by us, doesn't seem to matter, because it's underfunded. And I wonder how, even between 1996 and 2006, there wasn't enough money to do all of the witness protection that needed to be done. And that nowhere is that more evident than in the Air India disaster. So could the member actually comment on that?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah, I do believe it would be important to substantiate a comment of that nature with some sort of empirical evidence, to show where was the demand, when did the demand, when did it not meet the requirements financially. What we do know for sure is that this legislation is going to be expanding the witness protection program. And if you're going to be expanding the program to include other things, you can anticipate that there is going to be a need to properly resource it. If you do not properly resource the expansion of it, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, you're limiting the ability of our 8 different agencies to ensure that it's effective. So, yes, we passed the legislation. One would like to think that the government will work with other jurisdictions to make sure that there is adequate resources on the field, on the ground, so that we can fully utilize this program, because if we fully utilize the program, Mr. Speaker, it will have a positive impact for all Canadians.
Conformément à l'article.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, Employment Insurance. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville, Foreign Investment. And
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood regarding national defence. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's my pleasure to speak on a piece of legislation that we actually support. We support the... I'm glad for the applause from the other side. We support the notion. We support the direction. We are concerned about whether or not this will be resourced. That's going to be the $30 million or $50 million or $100 million question when it comes time for the Minister of Finance to bring forward a budget. Will he bring forward a budget that will actually put the money where their collective mouths are? It's all well and good to talk about witness protection. It's all well and good to talk about protecting victims. It's all well and good to talk about actually reducing crime in Canada, but unless you provide the money to actually do those things, it's not going to happen. And to this point, this government has not shown a willingness to put real money in real crime prevention, which I class witness protection as partly crime prevention, in real getting at the roots of the crime before they actually happen. But generally, the direction this bill goes, we support it. We're pleased to see them listening to our request to expand the witness protection program, and it will be expanded to include other items that include organized crime, includes other national security agencies can have access to this, including National Defense, including CSIS, etc., so that there can be the possibility of witness protection for other than what is currently covered. We count on the government to actually provide the funding, and we're going to be paying close attention to the budget come whatever day it happens, whether it's the end of March or the beginning of March, that budget will in fact put forward the funding required to actually do what this bill intends to do. The member for Winnipeg North suggested earlier that I have to come up with figures. Well, it doesn't have to go very much further than last year, when there were 108 requests, but only 30 were actually approved. Now, there wasn't a whole lot of money spent last year. There was something like $9 million. That's a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of money we spend on crime in this country. It's a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of money we spend on jails in this country, on jets in this country. It's a drop in the bucket. There could be a tenfold increase in that spending, and it would do good. It would do good for Canada. It would do good for Canadians. And it would do good for actually solving crimes, actually finding the criminals, actually punishing them, if the Conservatives were to come up with that money. We're going to hope and pray that they do. In Toronto, where I'm from, there are several serious problems of gang violence that have gone on for a number of years. And while generally violent crime is down across the country, there are still gangs. The Toronto Police has a guns and gangs unit that and an organized crime unit that does reconnaissance, that actually hunts down criminals and tries to find them. But when I have spoken to Toronto police officers and to the superintendent of 12th Division, which is where my riding is, what they're looking for is the ability to find witnesses. That's the problem that they face, is the witnesses won't come forward. And why won't witnesses come forward? Because they're afraid. Because it's not, in this case, in some cases it's because they've taken some oath, but most cases it's because they are terrified that there will be repercussions, that they cannot be protected, that they cannot be sheltered from harm. And this bill will, in the case of organized crime, at least provide the opportunity for police to offer protection to potential witnesses of violent crime in my city. I go back to the Danzig shootings of last year, where 24 people were shot, 2 of whom killed, in a simple neighborhood barbecue as a result of gang violence. And the police have had extreme difficulty in finding witnesses, in finding people who will come forward and actually testify. They know that there's lots of people who know what's going on. But the climate of fear, the climate of intimidation, and the climate of you can't be protected is the way people believe, that this bill may go some way to allowing the police forces to offer a sense of security to people that they can't offer now, particularly in the case of gang violence and gang-related crime, which we suspect, when 24 people are killed at once, or shot at once, 2 of whom are killed, that there is some measure of gang involvement in that crime. In addition, there is a significant-sized Somali population in my riding and in the riding immediately to my west of Etobicoke Centre. And that Somali population came here over the course of the last 15 years from a country that was riddled with unrest, that had no effective government. They came here as undocumented refugees, and they still can't get documentation, and so their status is still, in some cases, not able to be completely finalized as immigrants to Canada. And that community is terrified of some of what this Conservative government has done to them over the course of the past, since they've had a majority government. And I'm referring, of course, to the immigration changes that have come from the immigration minister. The mothers of those children are terrified that those children who've only ever known Canada as a result of falling into a bad crowd won't just go to jail. They'll be deported to a country they have no connection with whatsoever, to Somalia, where it is dangerous just to be, let alone grow up. And these boys, and most of them are boys, their mothers have pleaded with me and with the member from Etobicoke Centre to change that law, to fix that law, to fix that big hole that is causing their children to be in such terrible jeopardy. Yes, it's true, they have fallen into some bad habits. Bad habits is probably too small a word for it. They've done some seriously bad things. The mothers believe that part of the reason is that they've been abandoned by the system over the course of the last few years. There was put in place by this government, when it was a minority, a series of measures aimed at tackling youth violence before they got to gangs, with intervention programs and mediation programs and mentorship programs funded in part by the Minister of Public Safety to allow community agencies to get at these kids before they joined these gangs and went afoul of the law. And there have been tremendous successes in some of those agencies and some of those programs, but they are being cut back. They are being ended. The answer we get from the Conservative government is, well, that was a 3-year program, and the 3 years is up, and therefore we don't need to do this anymore. And the people running the program know that the program is successful, but they also know that if they end the program, that the next generation of kids is going to fall off the wagon. It's going to end up in crime, in propensity to gangs, and they are not going to succeed. So in addition, we've had, in my riding anyway, huge cutbacks to the immigrant settlement services that were being provided over the past 10 years, to the point where whole agencies have had to shut their doors. One agency was urged by the ministry, by CIC, to sign a 5-year lease. And 6 months later, after they signed the 5-year lease, they had all of their funding cut. And now they're sat holding a 5-year lease for something they can't afford to do. That's the kind of event that's going on in the community now. That's the kind of reality that this community faces. And what ends up happening is their kids end up in gangs. Their kids don't see hope. They don't see jobs. There's not a heck of a lot of jobs in my riding. There's not a heck of a lot of choice or of you know, if as one of the youth said to me, I can either go work part-time at something like McDonald's or some other small retailer for $10.25 an hour and maybe work 20 hours a week and therefore maybe make $200. Or in 5 minutes I can go on a street corner and make $400 by selling drugs. What choice would you make? Said this kid to me. It wasn't because he was trying to give me a lesson in morality. What he was trying to tell me was a lesson in economics. They cannot afford to live. They cannot afford to eat, and they know they don't have access to the good jobs that remain in Canada. Those jobs are disappearing. The industrial heartland of Ontario has been under attack over the past few years, and millions of, well, hundreds of thousands of good-paying industrial jobs have disappeared and been replaced by service sector jobs at $10 and $12 an hour. Can't feed a family on $10 and $12 an hour. My point is not that I am condoning the selling of drugs. My point is that it becomes very easy and very economical and very the choices becomes easy for these kids when they're faced with these dire choices to choose a life of crime, and we're trying to prevent that. One of the ways that we hope to prevent that is by making it more difficult for them to succeed in this life of crime, by making it easier for witnesses to come forward. And when you make it easier for witnesses to come forward, we're back to the bill. Yes, exactly. We're making it easier for witnesses to come forward, but you have to provide the resources to make it easier for these witnesses to come forward. You have to provide the money. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime has published a good practices document for protection of witnesses in criminal proceedings involving organized crimes. 124 pages, well worth reading. That document talks about how you best should set up one of these programs. And one of the things they talk about is funding. And I'm just going to read you some of the documents. This goes back to the period 2005-2006 when the Liberals were in power. The Witness Protection Program of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police dealt with 53 new cases involving 66 persons. The cost of the program was $1.9 million. Italy, slightly more people in Italy than in Canada, but just to give you an idea, there were 4,000 witnesses and family members in the year 2004, and the budget was close to 84 million US, which currently is about 84 million Canadian. That's an enormous difference. That's 40 times more money for a witness protection program in a country that clearly gets it, clearly understands that in order to defeat the omertas and in order to try and deal with organized crime in an organized way, you have to provide the funding to protect the witnesses who come forward. And until we see this government actually do that in its next budget, we're going to react with some skepticism to the intent behind this bill. Not that we don't doubt the veracity of the words. The words are there, and they're good. They're good words. That the bill should cover more people, and the bill should cover more events, and the bill should cover more crime, and the bill should, and the system should actually work better. But you can't work better if you're going to starve it. I have a constituent of mine who has run into the starving of the RCMP in his personal dealings. He has discovered that because the amount of money that is involved in the crime that has been committed against him is less than some magic number that the RCMP deems appropriate, they will not investigate. He is going to be left dangling in the breeze because the RCMP does not have the resources to investigate crimes. In his case, it's $70,000 that was essentially stolen, and the RCMP does not have the resources to be able to investigate that size of a crime. They have said, we have bigger fish to fry. That's the problem with the government's funding of the RCMP, is that it is not sufficient to do the job the government has given it to do. And we agree with the government giving it this job to do, but you have to give it the resources. You can't starve it and say, exist on the budget you've got. It doesn't work that way. And people like the constituent in my riding, who is now out $70,000 plus all kinds of legal bills over the years, is being told by the RCMP, so too bad, so sad, we're not going to do anything about it because we don't have the budget anymore to deal with smaller crimes. Well, smaller crimes is $70,000 to an individual in my riding. That's a couple of years' salary for many people in my riding. It's 4 years' salary for some. So you've got a situation in which the RCMP is under-resourced in a lot of ways and threatened with even smaller budgets by the Minister of Public Safety suggesting they're overpaid. But at the same time, you've got, with this bill, a bigger demand being placed on those resources. Nothing wrong with this bigger demand. We agree. We like it. But please put the money in the budget to be able to pay for an appropriate level of witness protection, a level of witness protection that will, in fact, ensure that Canadians can come forward and can actually testify safely in good conscience and protect other Canadians from crime by making sure that the bad guys, not those people on EI, but the real bad guys, are those people who are going to be put in jail. That's the whole point of this legislation, and I agree with it. The other part of this legislation, of the report from the United Nations, is a really good disclosure of what kinds of things they consider to be organized crime. Organized crime isn't just drug running. Organized crime, which is part of what's covered by this bill, includes the smuggling of persons into the country. And I would hope that this bill would in fact help police forces be able to stop the organized criminals from smuggling people into this country. You don't do it by making it difficult for the victims, by putting the victims in jail, which is what the conservative immigration bill has done. You do it by making sure you find ways to catch the criminals, to act, and calling if this bill actually does include in its mandate such crimes as human smuggling, I'm all for it. It also includes terrorism as one of the lists of crimes that is part of the United Nations definition of what organized crime is. It also includes corruption as one of the crimes that the United Nations considers part of organized crime. And as we've seen in Quebec in recent weeks, there's enough of that to go around for all of Canada, and it's spreading to other places. Does that mean, since corruption is part of organized crime, that this bill will in fact allow witnesses to come forward in the corruption investigation in Montreal and be protected? And be protected by this government, by the RCMP, from fear of retribution as a result of having come forward and disclosing the corruption that may be happening in that province and may be happening in other provinces as well. So there is lots to say about this. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 2 minutes. There is lots to say that is good about this bill, but I'll come back to our central point. Unless you put the money in it, and I'm glad somebody across the way is listening, unless you put the money, show me the money, unless you put the money in it, it's not going to have teeth. It's not going to have the ability to actually do the job. You can say all you want about wanting to protect witnesses. If you can't afford to do it, then witnesses aren't going to come forward. and we're going to be right back where we started from, and we're not going to be any further ahead. So I'm hoping, we're all hopeful on this side, that there may be some minor issues that we need to deal with in terms of the actual language of the bill in committee, but we do want to see it expeditiously passed. We do want this measure to actually reach the royal assent in a hurry. And so we don't have any intentions of stalling this, but we are paying close attention to what the finance minister will be saying about the funding of programs like this in his next budget, programs like this and other programs that are designed to make Canada a safer place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there was a recurring theme in that intervention, it was spend, spend, spend. Now, I'm curious because the NDP gets up an awful lot and they speak about spending, and they have a big checkbook over there. Indeed, I think they have found the magical, mystical money tree, Mr. Speaker, because there is money for everything. Now, I'm not aware of any budget suggestions that the NDP has sent to the Minister of Finance. I note that he's in his seat here as we speak. Perhaps the member could stand and give us a list of how much more money we have, of course, expanded the amount of money that we're spending on the RCMP in our time of government, and we've, I think, came forward with a number of very comprehensive measures aimed at safe streets and communities. But how much more money should we give to the RCMP? I'd like to know what is the dollar figure that the NDP figures that the NDP or that the RCMP is being shortchanged, because I'm not aware that they're being shortchanged. I actually think that when we actually present a budget and we ask them to seek efficiencies and to work as efficiently as they can, Mr. Speaker, given their responsibilities, that is a responsible way to operate government. I'd like to hear how much more money the member feels the RCMP should get.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's a really good question. And what I'd like the member to do for me is, have they costed this bill? Do they know exactly what this bill is worth in terms of dollars, in terms of the numbers of people who have, who will be able to be witness protected as a result of this bill coming forward? It is unfortunate. I don't see a costing attached to it, but certainly when we're in power, we will be costing everything and making sure that we don't overspend and making sure that we don't spend more than what Canadians expect to be spent by a reasonable and responsible government. What we want, though, is that there be enough money in the budget for measures such as this one, which are such good measures that they ought to be endorsed, and they ought to be endorsed with a financial amount from the Minister of Finance. If it means that less subsidy has to go to a big oil company, that's a decision that the Minister of Finance is going to have to make. But at some point, when you put forward legislation that expands the purview of the witness protection plan, you can't then say, and we're not going to spend another nickel on it. It just doesn't work.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, appreciate the comments from the minister or from the member, and ask him in regards to at the end of the day, because of the program and the very nature where you have some provinces that have their own program in existence, that there is this obligation, I believe, a very strong obligation on the national government to provide leadership on the program. And part of that leadership means that you have to work with the different provincial entities to further develop the program. When we talk about expanding the witness program, that will mean that there will need to be additional resources. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide comment as to, in order to achieve success in the program, that the federal government needs to work with the provinces and territories and to develop the program in order to be able to really hit its peak, and that includes the issue of properly resource funding. I wonder if you might provide comment on that.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Clearly, there will need to be a proper accountability in terms of funding, both at the provincial and at the federal level. And I hope that this isn't going to be another exercise in transferring the value, transferring the cost to another level of government. will announce a program, make somebody else pay for it. It seems to be a recurring theme on the other side. I hope that's not the case. I hope that we actually, when we have measures that are brought forth to increase public security on a national scope, that a national government will actually provide national resources for it. Where there are situations where we've created a system that a provincial entity has to follow, then the provincial entity will have to take into consideration those things. But this bill deals with crimes that have national implications, and they should be nationally resourced.
Where were we? Questions and comments. The honourable member from Jeanne-Lebert.
I would just like to expand on this discussion about the costing, because the parliamentary secretary asked us how much we would spend on this, and this is their bill. So I'm kind of wondering, we haven't seen any figures. We haven't sort of seen how much they intend to put into this, yet they're asking us to tell us how much we would spend. I think it's important that we understand how much a bill like this would cost. We think it's an important bill. We think it's something that needs to be done. So what do you feel in terms of their sharing information with us?
The honourable member for York South Weston.
That's an excellent question. It's been very difficult, as we know, and the parliamentary budget officer has had to go to court to try and get budgetary information out of the government. It's very difficult to get actual financial details of what they intend to spend and how they are spending money. And we would hope that when a government puts forward a bill that is clearly going to have a cost attached to it, that clearly is expanding the scope of a federal program, that same government would actually, maybe in committee, I'm not sure where they're going to come up with it, but that government would actually come up with the actual figures of the costs of this bill and put those figures before Parliament so that we can all look at them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. These honourable members, with due respect and I'm sure great intentions, really have kind of missed the mark on this whole. We're talking about the Witness Protection Program, legislative changes that have to be made to it. Nobody's asking for more money. And I know the NDP have never, no, the RCMP are not asking for more money. They spend about $9 million a year. Yeah, you didn't listen to my honourable colleague's question, and that's okay. But we're talking about the Witness Protection Program that is administered by the RCMP, and it costs them about $9 million a year. The range of entries into this program varies. For example, the year before last, there were 16 admissions. The following year, 30 admissions. It changes all the time. The RCMP do a great job of budgeting, and within their operational budgets, they are prepared for this legislative change. So let's start by with this premise. It seems like there's not an issue that the NDP would not throw money at, whether it's needed or not. So nobody's asking for more money. The RCMP are not asking for more money. They are asking for legislative changes. Police officers, provinces are asking for these changes. We've responded. We appreciate the support and the comments from both the critic for public safety for the NDP as well as the Liberals. We understand they may have some concerns coming to committee, but some of these other members who, I'm very happy that they're speaking to this bill, but they are getting way off topic in terms of costs. So I'm wondering, have they consulted with any of their constituents in regards to the Witness Protection Program and making these necessary changes, which, again, nobody's asking for more money for this. No more money is needed for it. Thank you.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Well, there were 108 requests and only 30 granted. I would hope that that wasn't because there wasn't enough money. And that's what the nature of this question, this line of discussion is about, is will there be enough money for the significant expansion of the scope of the Witness Protection Program. The RCMP's own website states there are instances when the cost of witness protection may impede investigations, particularly for smaller law enforcement agencies. That means the cost means budget. Now, whether the RCMP is got their hand out saying, please give us more money or not, it's up to us as parliamentarians to determine how this expansion of this service, of this witness protection program, will actually be funded. Will it be funded? If it costs more than $9 million, does that mean there's going to be fewer police officers in Esquimalt? Is that how it's going to be funded? I'd like to know where the money is going to come from. If it's not going to come from a redirection of priorities by this government from something into public safety, then we'd like to know how that's going to happen.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Thunder Bay Rainy River. Mr. Speaker, the movement of the stars is so important because in addition to telling us about our planet, it tells us it's a time marker. Now, Mr. Speaker, for once, everything is aligned and there are converging ideas on this one. This bill will have our support, but like to astral bodies that never cross paths, I would add that the government could do better to ensure that the witness protection program is successful. Having said that, I salute this bill. It goes in the right direction. However, time will tell if it's sufficient or not. In my view, 3 criteria are insufficient after 3 years of application. The expanding of the criteria for eligibility, coordination avec the province, and adequate funding. Since the NDP has been calling on the Conservative government to review the Witness Protection Plan in 2007, the Earth would have had time to go around the Sun 6 times. We'll have to see if things change this time. In 2007, the NDP started asking and insisting that the government deal with the issue of coordination with the provinces on the Witness Protection Program. We've reiterated this ask many times in 2009 and again in 2012. I'm happy that the Conservatives are open to our ideas. However, I deplore the fact that funding didn't follow. Logically, these changes would have to be enforced. Now, Mr. Speaker, we can't simply buy fighter jets in this country. We need to take steps, other steps, and that's the case when we look at dealing with street gangs. It's logical that, for example, a member wants to leave a gang to testify safely. So each frontline witness of this nature are important, and the government needs to have the tools to deal with this kind of situation. If investments had been made along these lines, I'm sure that the system would have worked better. The Witness Protection Program enables our communities to be safer throughout the country. Offering protection to a witness is also a means of succeeding in an investigation. But people of Quebec know something about this matter. Protecting witnesses enables police officers to use information, helpful information, coming from front lines. It's deplorable that we had to wait this long for protection to be extended to members of street gangs, for example. A long time we've been waiting. Many potential witnesses tried to enter the program, 108 people in 2012. They disclosed precious information as part of investigations, but the government only accepted 30. The government will say, oh, well, those 30 people cost millions, the taxpayers millions of dollars. Yes, but that's what our taxes are to be used for, Mr. Speaker. Since they took power in 2006, the Conservatives have increased the deficit by $150 billion and reduced taxes for corporations by $50 billion. So it's about choices, Mr. Speaker. So the real issue about 2012 is whether dozens of investigations or files couldn't be completed because of lack of funding. There are many other cases that could have been resolved, but they remain pending out of a lack of evidence. If that were the case, then the government, which calls itself the law and order government, should have acted earlier. But there's also a problem with an aspect of the program that needed to be reviewed, and that's coordination. Issues dealing with national security are connected, and we saw what happened, in fact, with the Air India investigation. A man was killed in 98 rather, and Mr. Iyer, and people were threatened. His testimony to the and comments to the RCMP had to be abandoned rather. Could we have prevented or enabled the investigation to go farther with better protection? I believe so. This man was editor of the Times of India in BC, and it's deplorable, in fact, that we were unable to protect him. I wonder why the Liberals of the day didn't take a look at the issue of witness protection more carefully when that incident occurred. It's also unfortunate to note that the Conservatives didn't follow recommendations following from the Air India investigation and include them in this bill. In 2010, the RCMP submitted a report calling for a better and strengthened witness protection program, and they had to wait until December 2012 for this information to be brought out, and months following that for the Conservatives to act upon it. And it's taken a very long time, Mr. Speaker. Action was necessary. The Conservatives don't seem to understand the costs borne by local police offices. There are several programs in the provinces, in Canadian provinces, for example, to protect witnesses, but unfortunately, means are lacking, and the coordination between the provinces and the federal government are lacking as well. This bill doesn't include any increases in funding, so I really sincerely wonder how we will have a better outcome and better results. The government must take note of comments made by the RCMP and the official opposition. On this file, there's no room for partisanship. It's not a time to try and stall anything. If the government wants to protect witnesses, then it must do its utmost to do so. Otherwise, the changes will simply remain nice promises. One of the recommendations from the Air India investigation dealt with transparent eligibility procedures and more accountability, but Bill C-51 doesn't include anything along those lines. Why doesn't the government commit to ensuring the transparency of this program? The bill does not contain provisions enabling an independent organization to implement the program based on recommendations put forth under Air India. The RCMP will continue to assume responsibility for the program, which will place it in a potential situation of conflict of interest, because it will be the investigative body and the one determining whether or not a person will receive witness protection. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this bill at second reading to give them a chance, in hopes that the government will not turn into an eclipse when it comes time to taking more action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her support of this bill. We've heard a couple of times, heard it again in the speech, in her speech, that resources are going to be an important factor for dealing with this program. But I think there's one thing that's been missed in all the presentations by members of the opposition, and that is that appropriate sanctioning and sentencing is also a key element to this. And while our government has moved forward in Bill C-10 to put in meaningful sentence and sanctions for people that are committing crimes, faster removal of Foreign Criminals Act, and other like legislation, those are the kind of things, in partnered with resources, that encourage witnesses to come out. If I'm a witness, and I know as a frontline police officer dealing with victims and witnesses, that if I don't think there's a substantial likelihood of the person getting any meaningful conviction, I am not likely to move forward as a witness to testify. So it's not solely the resources that need to be put forward. It's meaningful sentences, and our government is doing that. And I wonder if the member is going to support future bills that our government puts forward to make sure that important element of protecting witnesses and victims is covered. Not just continually pound on the government for putting more money at it, but actually completing the circle of this by providing meaningful, appropriate sentences for people committing crimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that by increasing sentences, it will help encourage people to want to testify. I don't agree with what the member opposite says. Increasing sentences isn't going to do anything to help with this witness protection. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the member can recognize or provide comment on what we believe is the possibility of a need to have a separate body that would oversee the admissions to the witness protection program, and possibly even something to deal with disputes between the protectees and the RCMP. This is something in which the Liberal critic has talked about.
Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice here. I think that it would be important, in fact, to have an independent body so that the RCMP isn't a judge and jury at the same time. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her clarifications on these issues. I do have a question for her as well. Now, I heard her enthusiasm with respect to this bill initially, but I'm a bit puzzled because on the other side of the House, they're saying that there won't be additional funding set aside to put in place additional measures. My colleague says in her speech that the number of applications from people who needed to access the budget is high, the budget is low. And when we look at the community organizations, for example, which work on preventing crime at the outset, their funding is being cut. So it seems to be all we're hearing from the Conservatives is cut this, that, and the other thing. So how can we hope that this bill will enable them to achieve the results that they want to achieve? Well, I thank my colleague for his question. I don't know. I really don't know. They're giving something with one hand and cutting with the other. Budgets are being cut to organizations that can help people. So it seems to me that there needs to be an increase in budget to provide additional budgets for people who help people in need. The budget needs to be increased for the witness protection program as well. 30 people out of 108 isn't very many. And maybe there were even more than 108 who would have become witnesses and provided evidence if there had been a better witness protection program.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand today to speak about this bill and to let the members opposite know that I will be supporting this bill, at least at second reading. I think it's an important bill. I do have some reservations, which I will in a moment speak about, but I'll also speak about some of the good things in this bill and why we need to get it to committee so we can have more discussions about this. Well, first of all, the NDP has long called for the government to expand the eligibility for to enter the witness protection program and to ensure the safety of all Canadians who are in potential danger. In fact, since 2007, the NDP has specifically called for better coordination of the federal and provincial programs and better overall funding for the program. Our demands were repeated in 2009, and then I think late last year by our member from Trinity Spadina, which, if I have time, I will speak about in a moment. And I certainly support C-51 and the government's efforts to improve the witness protection program. There's a bit of a history there, which I will also talk about in a moment. You know, we've heard in the last, for people who are following this debate here in the House and those who may be watching at home, costing and money has become a bit of a conversation point, a debate point here, and I would also like to bring it up at the risk of having a couple of questions from the members opposite about this, particularly from the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety. The government has said, and the Parliamentary Secretary has said, that they refuse to commit to any new funding here. Now, she also mentioned that there were 30, I think there were 30 Canadians in that program in the last year, but that only represents about a quarter of the people who actually applied to get into the program. And that would indicate to me that there were probably more, last year, there were more than 30 people who should have been in that program and who could have used this program, and the police forces could have used this program to a better end by including more people in the program. And so it seems to me that by saying that there's no new funding for this program means that this is going to come from elsewhere. I suppose $400 million a year from the Senate would be helpful in terms of expanding this program, but that's another whole debate that perhaps I won't get into right now. But you know, we are concerned that this, I guess you could call it a conservative requirement, that the RCMP and local police departments work within their existing budgets, and I think that will hinder the program and hinder a bill and legislative changes that are a good thing. It will expand the C-51 will expand the criteria, the eligibility criteria of the Witness Protection Program to include gang members as well as witnesses who are recommended by CSIS and the Department of Defense. This is a good expansion of services again of this program. But again, how is the money situation going to be sorted out on this when there is no new funding for this? One of the glaring things in this bill that I'd hoped would have been addressed would have been provisions for an independent agency, and I think my friend from Winnipeg mentioned this in one of his questions about an independent agency to operate the program, and this was recommended, if you remember, Mr. Speaker, in the inquiry into the Air India report. So the RCMP will continue to be responsible for the program, and this leaves the RCMP in a potential conflict of interest of being both the agency that's investigating and also the organization that decides who gets protection. So there are some conflicts there. I don't think they can't be worked out, but just to make it aware, make the government aware that these are some issues in this bill that we will be bringing up and talking about during the Public Safety Committee and the hearings and the witnesses that we see there. So to recap so far, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are pleased to see that the government is listening to our requests, the NDP requests, to expand the Witness Protection Program. It's a little late in coming. It's been some give and take over the last number of years. And let me say again that if they want to ensure the success of this new expanded Witness Protection Program, they are going to have to commit to some funding to ensure that this happens. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, the NDP has always been committed to safer communities, and the one way to do that is through the Witness Protection Program, and it keeps our streets safe by giving police services the extra tools that they require to fight, say, street gangs, for example. The Witness Protection Act was first put forward, I think, 1996, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, governments of the days in between have really done nothing to respond to the criticisms of the systems. And overall, it's a positive step, but we need to see if the Conservatives are going to provide the resources that really count for the communities. You know, in my riding, Thunder Bay, Rainy River, we've seen services cut. We've seen Service Canada cut to the absolute bone. Lots of jobs have been lost in Service Canada. We've seen our Veterans Office close. We've seen immigration close. And I don't know if this government has a good track record in terms of making sure that the resources are there to make these programs work. And so naturally there's a concern about C-51. You know that the government is, you know, the front benches are mostly Mike Harris throwbacks from the earlier Ontario years, and that's in fact what they did in Ontario. Downloading became the order of the day, and Ontario is still trying to recover from that. So I am concerned that that's the direction that the government might be going. But for the folks at home, let me talk about C-51 and some of the good things that are there. It proposes a better process to support provincial witness protection programs and expands the programs to include other agencies with national security responsibilities. C-51 will expand the eligibility criteria of the witness protection program to include various requests from the RCMP and as I mentioned before, including such people as gang members, and covering a whole new group of people who give assistance to federal departments. The federal departments and agencies with a mandate relating to national security, national defense, public safety will also be able to refer witnesses to the program. These are good things. It will also extend the period for emergency protection and to clear up some technical problems in coordinating with provincial programs. Now, provinces such as Ontario and Alberta, for example, have been pushing for a national revamp of the witness protection program for some time, including more recognition of their existing programs. And Bill C-51 provides for the designation of a provincial or municipal witness protection program so that certain revisions to the Act or certain provisions of the Act apply to such programs, and that's also a good thing. It also authorizes the Commissioner of the RCMP to coordinate at the request of an official of a designated provincial or municipal program the activities of federal departments, agencies and services in order to facilitate a change of identity for persons admitted into the designated program. Lots of Canadians, of course, will think of witness protection through American media, through movies and television shows and so on. We have quite a different system here, and it's certainly not as widespread or as widely used. But I am concerned when so many people apply for the program, and police services give value to the people who are applying, and only so few, a third or a quarter of them are accepted into the program. I can only assume that that's because of the limitations of resources, financial resources that are available. And so, Mr. Speaker, I welcome questions from my honourable colleagues, and perhaps we can flesh this out a little bit more. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I ask a question of my honourable colleague, I just want to remind him and all of us that sometimes assuming something can make us all look not as good as we should look. So I would caution him not to assume that the reason the RCMP are not admitting every single person who says that they want to be part of the Witness Protection Program into the Witness Protection Program has anything to do with money. It has to do with the RCMP doing what they do well, which is operational activity, law enforcement. They look at the threat, they assess it, and they make a decision based on whether that individual and their families actually need protection or whether there are other ways that they can be dealt with as a witness. So I would just caution the opposition. I know today they're really going on that line. Let's just throw more money after the situation, when in fact what's being asked for is changes to the legislation. I appreciate the member opposite saying he's going to support this bill, and I'm looking forward to his cooperation during committee and moving it through. Thank you.
For Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure there was a question there, but I would like to continue along the vein that she's outlining here. You know, the Conservatives have been in government for almost 7 years, and in that time we've seen repeated calls from the RCMP and the provinces for a change. And of course, it's taken a long time to bring some of these changes forward, and I am glad to see those. But as far as costs are concerned, let me just quote something from the RCMP website, if I may. And this is a quote. There are instances when the costs of witness protection may impede investigations, particularly for smaller law enforcement agencies. And yet, the public safety minister said, you know, they need to do this within their existing budgets. And so the reason I brought up in my part of the debate here, the whole idea of cost, is it seems to be a very big concern.
And comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Wanda Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I heard with interest the intervention of the parliamentary secretary, who said there was dangers in assuming things. And I guess I'd like to ask the member what he thinks about the minister's assumption that we can expand this program without additional resources, because it seems to me very hard to figure out how we can admit more people and more kinds of people to this program, yet do that within existing resources.
For Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that was a great question. Thank you very much, my friend from Wanda Fuca. It's a very good question, and you know, I personally like it when a bill comes forward that we can support, and at least at second reading, and we can get it to committee, and we can talk about these sorts of things, and we can pinpoint one or two particular issues that are of great concern to us. If you want the program to work well. You know, if you're going to introduce an act, if you're going to change some legislation, you have to make sure that it's going to be successful. There's no sense bringing it forward in the first place. And so, you know, if I do have the opportunity, I would like to ask the government, are they going to invest? Just a simple question, as we see in question period, yes or no.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the honourable member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River a question. But first, I want to make a comment. You know, he focused a lot in his presentation on making the money available and on jobs. And I find that ironic, Mr. Speaker, because he's a member of the party. He's a member of the party, Mr. Speaker, that has been working with some radical groups to slow down every resource project we've been developing in this country, and that is starting to show some very negative results, Mr. Speaker. In Alberta, they have a deficit now of about $7 billion. It's going to start reflecting directly on the revenue coming into the federal government. They keep asking for money on one hand, and on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, they keep working with radical groups to slow down development of the resource sector. Now, the member has to answer to this. He has to bear some responsibility for this, and I'd just like to ask the member to comment on that.
Honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know my friend across the way tries really hard, but he's often confused, and this is a good example of a confusing kind of question where he makes assumptions. I guess I don't know if you know, the parliamentary secretary was concerned about making assumptions. In fact, you know, we're doing quite well and moving ahead with resource development in Northern Ontario. Quite well, thank you very much. So, I don't really know what he's talking about. But when we do talk about money and we talk about resources to make sure changes happen and changes happen for the benefit of all Canadians, and also, Mr. Speaker, so we can all work together in this House. I can tell you, people in my riding constantly saying to me, why aren't you all working together in the House? Why aren't you all trying to bring forward the best legislation possible? Well, you know, this is my attempt to stand in this debate, Mr. Speaker, and say to the other side, listen, let's make this work. Let's make this the best possible legislation, but let's be transparent about it. Let's be transparent, and let's talk about the things that we are concerned about in this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée.
The honourable member for Gaspésie et de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Mr. Speaker, I'm really happy to be able to take the floor today and say that I'll be supporting this bill at second reading. This is a rare gem. I hope it'll happen more often. The government often has a hard time consulting people, and we have a hard time finding a government bill that actually meets a daily need, because we've seen this with a number of bills, and I could rhyme them off, but I'll just stick to C51 for now. This bill meets certain needs. The most obvious thing is that there's underfunding. The Witness Protection Program is underfunded, and this government boasts that it's a good manager of the economy, but they have to understand that if they're going to make this kind of changes, the funding has to be part of the picture. So often there's not enough consultation. If they'd taken the time to consult people, like the provinces, who have to actually implement these witness protection programs, they would have realized that the provinces need support, they need more funding. The fact that we're where we're at today is in part because of the Air India inquiry. That was a major tragedy. There was major loss of life, and it took years, even decades, for us to really get a grasp of all the mistakes that were made and what lessons needed to be learned from it. I'd like to point out that the Government of Canada, according to the report by Justice Major on Air India, I'll quote what he said in English. They're talking about witness protection.
Delivering better and more effective protection for witnesses. Alors, je pense que le projet de loi...
So I think the bill before us today is largely as a result of the Conservative government's reading of the report and the recommendations it made, and I'd like to congratulate the government for that. Justice Major says,
This protection program and address current challenges, the government will introduce more transparency and accountability into decisions concerning admission to the witness protection program, promote the fair and equitable treatment of protectees by focusing more on their needs, and enhance the way sources of mutual interest to the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, that we call CSIS, and the RCMP are handled. Perhaps what's missing here is, again, financing all of these goals. I think it's a great thing to list them, but it'd be a great thing to finance them.
if we go back to what the government's attempting to do with this bill, if you go to Public Safety Canada's website, you'll see the definition of a witness to be protected under the Witness Protection Program. I have it in English. I'll quote it in English.
Witness. A witness is defined by the Witness Protection Program as someone who gives or agrees to give information or evidence, or agrees to participate in a matter relating to an investigation or the prosecution of an offense. Generally, there are three categories of people who may need protection under the Federal Witness Protection Program: agents, who are directed by the police to accomplish certain tasks in the course of the investigation and are compellable witnesses. Witnesses include innocent bystanders who have information about a crime and decide to come forward, or individuals who, because of a relationship with the witness, may also require protection. And finally, a repentant witness or co-accused individuals who agree to testify against a fellow accused.
That's all well and good, but we mustn't forget that in the Air India inquiry, one of the witnesses was murdered before he could testify, and that demonstrates just how important this program is and how important it is to overhaul it. The fact that such a major witness in such a major inquiry could have been murdered so that they didn't get to testify, that just shows you how serious this issue is and how necessary it is to have a witness protection program. in the materials we have before us, I think it's important to come back to this issue of out of the total cost is $9 million. So $9 million has been spent so far to protect 30 people, 30 witnesses. In order for an inquiry like the Air India inquiry, I think $9 million would have been a good investment given the importance of that inquiry. So this report gives us some suggestions, some recommendations, some possible solutions. But I'd like to come back to the fact that ever since we've had a Witness Protection Act, since 1996, there have been very few improvements made to the legislation. Way back when, the Liberals and the Conservatives too, they did very little to address criticisms of the program and its shortcomings. The first time the bill came up in the House, in 1999, a reform member put forward a private member's bill, and that was supported. The committee wanted to go ahead with it, but unfortunately the Liberal Party of the day felt differently, and the bill was defeated. But there were members here in the House that really did want to improve the way witnesses were protected in Canada, and I think the people opposite will remember that the Reform Party, they have a lot in common with the Reform Party, and so they should be sympathetic. And the fact that there was a consensus between them and us to go forward with that bill, that would have been a nice improvement. So I'd like to fault the Liberal Party for preventing that from going forward.
Since then, there have been a lot of improvements, or rather there have been a lot of requests for improvements. We shouldn't forget that the member for Trinity Spadina in November 2012 had asked that a bill be put forward to ensure this was improved, and it was done with regard to street gang problems that we see in the Toronto region. And obviously the new bill will help us address those issues, and I think that it's important for us to continue to move forward, but we have to do so with the provinces. And I think that this is missing. For example, Ontario and Alberta, and there are a number of Conservative members from there, so they should perhaps listen harder on the government side to them. For a long time, they've been pushing very hard for the program to be improved, and the changes that we see in C51 are insufficient based on what the provinces are saying. Much more has to be done. If I can continue in English.
For the designation of a provincial municipal witness program, so that certain provisions of the Act apply to such a program. It authorizes the Commissioner of the RCMP to coordinate at the request of an official of the designated provincial municipal program the activities of the federal departments, agencies or services in order to facilitate a change of identity for persons admitted to the designated program.
What I just said was that have to change the identity of the person, and the provinces simply can't do it themselves. The RCMP is well positioned to help people to change their identity and protect them. It takes permits, licenses, new social insurance number, perhaps a new passport. It takes a lot of documents that ultimately come from the federal government, and there's nothing better than the RCMP in terms of who is in the best position to help them do what they need to do. And all this involves federal funding in cooperation with the provinces, and it is this aspect that I find faulty. We have to find a better way to fund the bill before us, and I hope that the members on the government side, when it comes time to debate this bill in committee, will perhaps propose amendments to the bill before us in order for the programs to be better funded in cooperation with the provinces. And I think that the provinces, well, obviously this is central demand that they're making to the federal government, and that is the program be funded. And if I can continue with article that appeared recently in Maclean's magazine, and if I can quote some parts of it, but I think this highlights what I've just said, and I think that this also highlights the demands made by the provinces and the other partners that we hope to have appear before us during debate in committee. In December 2012, the Conservative government announced, and I'll quote,
to introduce long-anticipated legislation today to modernize the federal witness protection program. Revelations 5 years ago that a protectee committed murder while in the program triggered a wave of review and discussion. Très inquiétant. This legislation is expected to include a more independent process for deciding who gets into the secretive program, as well as improved training and more sophisticated practices for handling protectees. Some members have sued over the program, while others have been kicked out. The proposed federal changes follow recommendations from a Commons committee, an inquiry into the 1985 Air India bombing, and extensive consultations with the provinces. Several provinces have their own witness protection program, but often they provide only short-term assistance. In addition, obtaining new federal identity documents for protectees requires cooperation with the Mounties. The proposed changes to the Witness Protection Program Act, passed in 1996, are expected to simplify the process of obtaining these crucial documents and generally improve relations with provincial agencies. Ontario and Alberta have been pushing for more federal recognition of their witness protection program as part of a national revamp.
So what I'd like to stress in all that is that there were consultations. The consultations indicated that there were problems, and the problems are technical issues that cost money. So once again, we don't have the necessary support to move forward with what we have before us. If we are able to take the comments of the provinces seriously, then I think we'll have a bill that would probably be better able to meet the needs with regard to what we would like to see ultimately is that we'd like to have a more transparent system that will meet the needs in a clearer way. We want a transparent system. Things are not necessarily clear at present, but the government has some difficulty today saying who would be eligible. So it's still a step in the right direction, and we do want the Conservatives to start to produce the resources needed in order to ensure that the program can be in place to meet the needs that exist in our communities. And we have seen this on a number of occasions. We've heard this, rather, on a number of occasions. It's particularly in terms of the communities where the need exists to protect people when it comes to street gangs. We do want people who are affected by these street gangs to be able to feel comfortable to testify in order to ensure that our streets are indeed safer. In order to do that, these people need to have access to this program in a more transparent manner. They have to know that they will be protected. Today, I don't know if it's really the case and if they'll really trust the bill before us. Once again, in committee, I think that we will take the opportunity to debate this in greater detail. The government has not yet admitted that there are significant costs. The fact that this is going to cost a lot for the provinces and that the money won't come from the federal government, I think, is a concern. I think it's something we often see, unfortunately, from this government here, and that is that they're going to mandate changes at the provincial level, or they're going to abandon a federal area in the hopes that the provinces will take over, and the province is perhaps having to deal with paying for something they don't have the means to pay for, unfortunately. And finally, the federal government is now saying that they've fixed the deficit because there are fewer expenditures, but they've just transferred those expenditures to the provinces or even perhaps the municipalities, and these people will have to find the means to collect that money. The Harper government will have increased taxes, but won't have increased taxes, but the provinces won't have a choice but to increase taxes. Whether people pay provincially or federally, it's the same thing for the taxpayer who's paying, and the Harper government has nothing to brag about in that area. It's even shameful. And we can understand that with regard to the provinces, the provincial witness protection programs,
that involve crimes of a federal nature, the RCMP takes over and charges local police departments the full cost, something many local departments cannot afford. The RCMP's own website states that there are instances when the cost of witness protection may impede investigations, particularly for smaller law enforcement agencies.
Obviously, the municipalities that I know that have their own police services and a more restricted service in smaller communities, they will have a great deal of difficulty of being able to fulfill the obligations that the federal government is imposing on them or proposing to impose on them with the bill that we have before us now. Once again, it is an improvement, and I want to congratulate them for that, but we have to go much further, and unfortunately this government will have a great deal of difficulty understanding the extent to which the need exists, and the needs must be respected. Public safety is done in partnership with the provinces, the federal government, the communities, everybody together. We can all help each other to help the problems that we're facing by imposing new criteria without giving the means to ensure that these criteria are respected and enforced without being able to move forward. This is not an advantage. We're creating a situation where it will lead to failure, and we must avoid this at all costs. The NDP has long been asking for better cooperation between the federal government and the provinces. We are extremely pleased today that we can see that this process will indeed be improved. However, without the necessary funding, of course, it will be very difficult to see how the programs being proposed today will be able to be fulfilled. I think that we're creating even more difficulties for local police services, and these police forces will have a great deal of difficulty meeting the obligations being imposed upon them by the federal government. We must ensure greater cooperation in order to really improve the situation. Unfortunately, we're not seeing this here today. Once again, I'm very pleased that I'm able to vote in favor, at least at second reading, for this bill. But we will really have to ensure that the federal government, the Harper government, starts to better understand cooperation that we need. I would remind I would remind honorable colleagues that they must use the name of the riding of the other members or their title, but not the family name. You're quite right, Mr. Speaker. I accept your criticism to that effect, and I will do my best to try to avoid doing so. Here in the House of Commons, sometimes it's extremely difficult because it's a strange way of speaking when you don't speak directly to the individual, but we speak through you, Mr. Speaker, to the other members of the House. And of course, I will continue this close cooperation that has existed for years, and I will continue to work in this regard. To come back now to my subject, the protection of witnesses once again, I think that we started this debate because of the Air India investigation, but I think that today where we are now is to protect the street gangs that we see in large urban centers. There's a high or great need. We see that this need exists. There are people who are being killed, people who are being injured, and we really want to ensure that young people can cooperate with the police forces as much as possible. It is somewhat difficult, and here I can quote. I'd like to quote an article by Jim Bronskill from the Canadian Press. It was a recently published article last year, I think in February 12th.
Not just mobsters, bikers, and other traditional protectees should be allowed in the Federal Witness Protection Program as part of sweeping modernization, says the RCMP.
So the RCMP is saying we have to expand protection. And of course, C-51 does meet this need to some extent. That is the request made by the RCMP, and we're very pleased to see that. However, we have a great deal of difficulty understanding where they're going to go and get the money. It's a program that will cost in 2012, it is $9 million. It's almost nothing. So I think if we want to improve the system, it will cost a little bit more. I think the Conservatives are well aware of that. I think that they need to, therefore, put the resources in place. What resources will they add, particularly when we get to committee? Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
In the few short minutes that I have, I want to bring this debate back to the actual bill and the content of the bill. And my honourable colleague in his remarks talked a lot about the provinces and what provinces, the ones that have their own provincial federal witness protection program, what they've asked us as a federal government to do, and we've responded to those requests. What they didn't ask for was more money to implement their program. What they asked was some changes so that they were able to get identity documents changed for the people who are under their purview and under their protection. And so we've responded to that by saying that they could be federally designated. There's no cost associated with that. So I want to clear that up. But I also want to ask my honourable colleague if he's taken any a look at the legislation in terms of broadening the way that people who are involved in the witness protection program can be protected. Right now it's only name and address, which is a very, very narrow and small amount of information that's protected. Has my honourable colleague looked at that part of the bill, and can he comment on whether he supports that?
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie de la Madeleine. Thank you.
The bill has a lot of improvements, and I congratulate the government for having brought forward a number of improvements. And the provinces, certainly, I don't think the provinces are in any way naive here. When they ask for more, services, when they ask for more resources, everybody understands that those resources don't come for free. So, quite the contrary, I think, in fact, the government needs to be putting forward a serious plan of action, a plan of action that will actually be able to bring not only the programs that they're proposing to bring them forward and realize them concretely, but also we need to have a situation where we fully discuss at committee how these resources are going to be paid. I would love to hear from a government which always tells us just how well they try to manage our economy, just exactly how it is that they manage to provide resources for our provinces who require the help. Again, unfunded mandates is a problem that we see an awful lot in the United States, and I would like to see Canada actually buck that trend and actually start working in partnership with our provinces, and that's something that I think I really have difficulty with.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Honoré Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had asked the question to a colleague on the opposite side of the House earlier that witness protection costs money because we have to protect people and perhaps move them. So in this bill, the eligibility criteria are being broadened. That's great, but there are costs that will be associated. So what my fear is that they'll say, we've done a lot to protect witnesses. Our government has done this and that. Well, but we'll have to invest money. So if you have a great bill, but there isn't the necessary budget to ensure that it's properly implemented, then it's just appearances. I'd like my colleague to talk a little bit more about the lack of funding to ensure that this program is really effective. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and yes, I want to thank my colleague. I think the work that you do in your riding is extremely well appreciated, and I want to congratulate you on that. With regard to the question, it is clear this government continues to boast about the fact that it is putting forward programs, that it wants to help people, but when it comes time to pay the bill, it's not there. It's so bent on its ideology, reducing the federal deficit and not increasing taxes, that it's now in a position where the Conservative government, I was going to say something, but it's the Conservative government, must absolutely think about how it's going to pay for the programs it's putting forward. And I think EI is a good example. The extent to which this government has not understood that saving money on the backs of others is not a way of working. It's not a way of cooperating with the provinces. We're just transferring expenditures from one level to another, and it's all going to end up on the backs of the taxpayers. So it's very difficult for them to understand that this is creating a situation where it's an almost a dollar-for-dollar increase for the provinces. This transfer is unfortunate. It is ill-conceived, and I think that after the discussion with the provinces, that's not what they wanted. Please, yes, send us more things that we have to take care of without getting more money. I think this is quite critical, but the Conservative government has a great deal of difficulty understanding this.
The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened at great interest of the questions asked and the continued insistence that the NDP and focus they are putting on the RCMP resources and talking about what they are going to do at committee and going to be asking these questions at committee. The parliamentary secretary assured the House as the debate went on that that was not the focus of this bill, that it was on regulations. I question the member of parliament and his party if at committee they intend to hold up this bill in spite of the assurance that this was a regulatory change and not about money, if they are losing focus on supporting the bill on that matter.
Deputy de Gaspé.
The honourable member for Gaspésie et de la Madeleine.
Minister, for the question. I'm perplexed as to where she came to that conclusion. We are here to collaborate. We're here to help. This is a bill that I think everybody agrees needs to be brought forward and needs to be presented, needs to be put into effect as soon as possible, subject to the discussions that are going to happen at committee. As for what party is going to be causing any kind of delays at any particular level, I don't see how any party at this point is actually creating delays. I think it's the Conservative Party should be looking at itself why it took so long to actually bring this bill forward in the first place. The Area India inquiry started many, many years ago, and the requests from the RCMP have been known for months and years, in fact. So, I applaud the Reform Party member who brought the bill private member's bill forward ages ago, which we supported. The government had ample opportunity since to bring changes forward, and they simply haven't. So, as far as delaying tactics, I don't think they come from this side of the House. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I know, the member is very much aware that the real primary purpose of this legislation is to enhance a program that was established back in the 90s in regards to the witness protection program, recognizing the value in terms of witnesses that are put into a compromised position by testifying, whether it's an organized crime or a potential terrorism act, that in order to be able to get them to testify, the idea through this legislation of expanding it will further provide yet an additional tool to our police agencies across the country. And I'm wondering if he might want to provide feedback or some comment on just how valuable that is in terms of us supporting our police forces, in this case the RCMP, by giving them yet another tool that they'll be able to use. And this could be a very valuable tool in terms of being able to secure prosecutions into the future.
De Gaspésie, Île de la Madeleine.
The honourable member.
Question. I think it's absolutely right that more tools presented to the RCMP is going to lead to a better success rate as far as our prosecutorial ambitions. But I don't think that I've got a certain difficulty with the Liberal Party telling us how we can improve the bill when they had so many opportunities to improve the situation in the past. I don't understand why today they're now saying this is the right way forward, when in the past, every time even small modifications were proposed, they were always refusing it. So I congratulate them for finally moving forward. Perhaps being the third party has helped them realize that they need to actually present concrete ideas to the Canadian people. But now I'm happy that we're all moving together, and I look forward to the debates that are going to happen at committee stage. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame de Grâce.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to speak to Bill C-51, which is designed to improve security for witnesses in Canada. The NDP supports this goal and taking it to committee. The fact of the matter is that the NDP has always asked the government to include more in the witness protection program to ensure the safety of Canadians that could be in danger. I'd like to remind my colleagues of comments made by the member for Trinity Spadina last November. When she rose, as I am today, she called upon the government to support the efforts of the RCMP and our local police services. Because there's a lack of funding for the federal witness protection program, the selection criteria are too restrictive, and a lack of cooperation between the three levels of government when it comes time to protecting witnesses. My colleague for Trinity Spadina had also underscored the difficulties experienced by police services at the local level and the RCMP to convince witnesses to speak out against street gangs, which is a social evil. Bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP commits to building better and safer communities. And one way of doing so will be improving the witness protection program by giving police forces the tools that they need, the additional tools they need to fight street gangs. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you about the urban context that I know in my riding, but it's not due to a lack of will to protect potential witnesses living in the suburbs or rural areas. The context that I know is Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine, where the police work to fight the influence of street gangs. My riding is called NDG. It goes right and extends to Dorval, and part of it is very much affected by street gangs and by human trafficking. There's a great deal of prostitution, drugs are sold, hotels that are $25 an hour to rent, and in Lachine, there are problems with drugs, street gangs. There's a secondary school facing problems where young people are being recruited after school. So the police are grappling with this problem of street gangs in my riding. Local people, when they feel protected, participate and with our police forces to better serve the neighborhoods. But these police forces are facing resource shortages. Local communities across Canada, or in fact 4 local communities across Canada, consolidating the witness protection program will improve cooperation among the police forces. Now, when I talk about a shortage of resources, I mentioned Lachine, where we do have a serious street gang problem in the eastern part of Lachine. Well, we're fortunate because we have a local newspaper for Dorval-Lachine, which has a page where people can write in and cover how they've been affected by crimes that have occurred, etc. And it's a good initiative in the riding, and it shows, illustrates again everything that the police has to do. But they've had to turn to this local newspaper to ask for people to talk about crimes that have occurred. Now, when I'm in NDG, Notre-Dame de Grâce, where there are also crimes that are committed, there isn't any cooperation with the local newspaper in Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine. So to reach out to people, well, people have to come in, and they're afraid to do that. Now, earlier, I talked about prostitution in Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine. we know about this, and the Conservative member for St. Paul, who's done a great deal of work on human trafficking, has talked about this and is very familiar with the situation, but it's very difficult to get them to come in and to provide evidence or to testify. They're afraid for themselves, for their families. They don't necessarily trust the police if they're not offered adequate protection. Well, then they're less likely to come in and be witnesses. The NDP has, since 2007, been calling on the government to make changes for people who haven't been eligible for adequate protection. And we've been calling for this for a long time now. As my colleagues have mentioned since earlier, the government has been in power for 7 years. They've had ample time to act. The Liberals before them didn't take action, so it's high time we did. Now, I'd like to focus on 3 central points, which are very important when we have to deal with C-51. First of all, the broadening or expanding of eligibility criteria, cooperation with the provinces, and sufficient funding. So the first point, dealing with expanding eligibility criteria, for a long time the Federal Witness Protection Program was criticized for its eligibility criteria that are too strict because too few witnesses are admitted into the program. According to a public safety report, only 30 out of 108 applications that were examined and admitted during the year ending March 2012. So that is a 28% eligibility rate. Now, we're all parliamentarians. 28% means we need to face failure and ask some questions about this matter here today. Now, there's a lot of talk about protecting witnesses, and it seems to me that the government calls itself a government that's tough on crime, but if they want to be tough on crime, it seems to me that you need witnesses. That's key to resolving that kind of a situation. If there are no witnesses to talk about a crime and to provide evidence, then action can't be taken. So it's essential to protect witnesses, because if there is no protection, we'll not get witnesses, they won't come in, we won't be setting a good example for others. And in street gangs, oftentimes people, insiders in fact, will come to go to the police to talk about a crime, and all of a sudden then they disappear from the gang. That doesn't give others any incentive to want to go and provide evidence. As I said, the eligibility criteria are being extended, so Bill C-51 offers to extend the witness protection program to people, those who help federal departments. It could also be extended to people in public safety and the RCMP who may require protection as a result. Bill C-51 expands the eligibility criteria. It includes a new group of people, those who help federal departments, persons who assist federal departments. Now let's think about an individual who wants to give evidence against an organized crime group or a street gang. Think about the stress that they are subjected to and the courage that they need to be a witness. Add to that the risk that they might well have to give evidence against someone they know. Doesn't that warrant protection from under a federal program? As I said earlier, federal organizations dealing with public safety will also be able to put forth names of witnesses for the program. Now, as you know, I mentioned Notre-Dame-de-Grâce. I said that we have problems with human trafficking. Young prostitutes are working, but they sell their services for the benefit of someone else. And we have a program called Avenue Zéro. And it provides a a snapshot of human trafficking, and it's not something that is limited, human trafficking limited to my riding, but it's something that has been done on Boulevard Saint-Jacques. And I remember very specifically, in fact, a victim who spoke to an RCMP officer, a woman, and she said just how long it took her before she could give evidence against people who drugged her, people who sold her. Just even talking about it, I have goosebumps. And she said, well, I don't always trust the police because, well, in the past, they'd seen that as prostitutes, it was hard for them to be considered a victim. But I'm happy to say that there is a campaign underway in the city of Montreal to make RCMP officers aware that prostitution is such that the prostitute may well be a victim, and in many cases is. It takes a lot of courage to speak up. And this young woman was afraid for her life, for that of her sister, for her parents. She had to go to the police. That was difficult. It was difficult for her to go unidentified to the police station. She had to talk about everything, and they said, well, it took a great deal of courage for this young woman. There are incredible networks for selling women in this country. We can't hide it. There's a bill that deals with human trafficking before Parliament now because it's something that affects us here, and those victims need protection. And when I see, for example, that there were only 30 in 2012 who entered the Witness Protection Program, I really have a number of questions about this. And it's the same is true for drugs. Oftentimes there are young people involved, and as I said, we've got a secondary school in Lachine in my riding. Lachine has had a history of problems with street gangs. There were a number of problems in my riding, in my neighborhood, and there are people who go and find young people to sell drugs for them. There's a lot of bullying and intimidation. They go seeking out to prostitutes, and no one wants to give evidence against those people because there's no protection for them. Now, another objective in Bill C-51 deals with the amount of time extend the emergency protection period, and that is very important, and that will deal with some of the technical problems that stem from the problems with respect to coordination with the provinces. Now, the third point that I wanted to talk about, which was a very important one as regards the Witness Protection Program, is the cooperation with the provinces. As several of my colleagues have already said, we need coordination, but what we see is that Ontario and Alberta have brought pressure to bear to have the program restructured. Bill C-51 would also allow for the designation of provincial or municipal protection programs so that certain provisions of the Act will apply to those programs. It also authorizes the RCMP Commissioner to coordinate at the request of an official or a designated province or municipal program the activities of federal departments, agencies and services in order to facilitate a change of identity for persons admitted into the designated program. That was an important point I wanted to make as well. And finally, I'd like to reiterate what we've been saying since the start of this debate. The government doesn't seem to be listening, and it is the fact that there is insufficient funding available. Mr. Speaker, there are two things that I want to talk about here. Of course, we can't put in place a reform and enhance a program without additional funding. the Conservative government, well, can the government improve the witness protection program without providing for sufficient funds and staff? The government must commit funds for this to take shape as requested by the RCMP. Why have the Conservatives refused to provide additional funding to this program? Nobody knows. It will be very difficult for the local police services as well as for the RCMP to manage the increasing demand for this program and respect their current budgets at the same time. As we've said, Mr. Speaker, the program cost $9 million, if I remember correctly, in 2012. So it's not that costly. If we want to protect people, we need to set aside and earmark the funding necessary to do so. This will place an operational burden on the backs of the groups protecting witnesses. As my colleague said earlier, it's difficult to establish a line, and I assume that the context varies from one city to the next. In Lachine, there are all kinds of expenditures linked to other issues as well, Mr. Speaker. To my mind, there will be new people admitted into the program under the criteria, but we can't admit them without protecting them. That doesn't make sense. So maybe the Conservatives don't realize how expensive it will be or what the additional costs will be. In that regard, I'd like to add that the RCMP's website states, and I quote, "At times, the cost of witness protection adversely affects protection as regards application of the law." So on their very website, on the RCMP's website, it currently says that with the criteria as they stand, there's not enough money. The funds are insufficient. They can't complete the investigations because of a lack of funding. So the Conservative government is here saying today that they're going to broaden the criteria and admit more people, and that's a step in the right direction, in my opinion. But at the same time, there'll be more people, but no more funding for protection. So that doesn't make sense. And before I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that we are also concerned with the transparency. We know that there was a report that was published and released by the RCMP in 2010. It was May 2010, in fact, that the RCMP submitted a report to the Minister of Public Safety where they called for strengthening this program. We were never informed that the report even existed prior to December of 2012. So we're not seeing transparency on the part of the government. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, this is a step in the right direction. It's a positive step. I'm happy to see that they're expanding the eligibility criteria because it's important to protect witnesses. That's a shortcoming at present. What happened in 2012 is something that we saw, and in order to deal with crime, we need witnesses. We need to have the investigations completed effectively, efficiently, and it seems to me that these new tools will not be all that helpful without additional funding. I hope the government will be open to addressing the issue. Now, I know that the parliamentary secretary has repeated on several occasions. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the parliamentary secretary has said that's not the objective of the bill. The objective of the bill is to broaden the criteria. But there again, if we use these new criteria, they need to be accompanied by adequate resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to provide a bit of an overview in the sense that we have made reference to this bill throughout the day in terms of a bill that does bring us forward in recognizing the importance of the witness protection program. Would like to ultimately see it go to committee. We did have a couple of concerns or ideas on the issue. Expressed that to the parliamentary secretary in hopes that the government will, in fact, be open to ideas that might improve the legislation. Specifically, they deal with the possibility of having a separate body that should be created to oversee admissions to the WPP program, and something to deal with disputes between the protectees and the RCMP. I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment on those two thoughts that we've shared with the House today.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The first thing I think of when I hear a Liberal stand up and say we should strike an independent force to protect witnesses, the first reaction I have is, why wasn't this done in the past? That said, if the Liberals propose that at committee, unfortunately I'm not on the committee, but if I'm sure my NDP colleagues will make sure that the best decisions are made. The reason we're supporting this bill now is that we want it referred to committee for more in-depth study. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her intervention. And my question to her is, with respect to the fact that we hear parliamentary secretary after parliamentary secretary get up in this House and ask for the NDP to applaud the work that the Conservative government is doing, and we, at this point, have been saying, good job on bringing these witness protection measures forward, but what took so long, first of all? And secondly, we know that the three important aspects of the witness protection program are the eligibility criteria, support to the provinces, and then, of course, funding. So we're seeing the first two being addressed a little bit in this bill. What does my colleague from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine think of the government continuing to, they are addressing some of the concerns that were raised in the Air India inquiry as well as by the RCMP in the provinces, but how does she think that the government plans on funding these when there's actually no concrete measures in this bill for funding allocations? Thank you.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's a very good question. As I said, there were some main points in my speech, and one of them was cooperation with the provinces. That would be an improvement. There was broadening of the criteria for witnesses. I think that's a big improvement. But what happened with Air India is there was a witness who was ready to testify who unfortunately died, and there were no other witnesses. There were no other witnesses because everyone else got scared. Of course. I try to put myself in their shoes. If I was young, if I was in a gang, obviously if the time came to go and testify against someone, I'd have to be sure that I'd be protected. It's very stressful. You have to be very courageous to do that. And as I was saying, I think what's important is to have the tools that are needed. And you need the funding to have the tools. When a minister does photo ops for millions, another one takes a helicopter to get around, and then they say there's no money to protect witnesses. Come off it. What planet do they live on? What country is this? So to answer my colleague, I think that's what's lacking. There were 3 recommendations. The RCMP, they need more funding, and they still haven't, that hasn't been resolved. So I hope the government, as I said, will be open-minded at committee to go forward, to make some progress, to dig a little deeper, because if you want to protect witnesses, well, that costs something. It takes money. Questions and comments?
For Jean Lebert.
Mr. Speaker, I would just sort of following up on our Liberal colleague in regards to the commission, if you will, that would oversee the witness protection process. And I'm just wondering if my colleague from NDG Lachine would offer her thoughts on the importance of keeping that separate from the RCMP in a way that doesn't put undue leverage in the hands of the RCMP in terms of bringing a witness forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Notre-Dame de Grâce.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague said, yes, indeed, this is important. It's important to look to see whether there should be an independent body dealing with this issue, providing the protection. The RCMP currently, yes, I think we really do need to have a study at least to recommend which is the better way to go, whether it should be an independent body or not. I do think that's something we need to look deeper into.
I think we have time for one short question and response. Député de Trois.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I listened carefully to the debate, and I think it's emerging that all the clearer that there's no funding for this program. I'm surprised there's nothing. There's a budget coming. I won't hold my breath, but this is a government that tries to do more with less, with the RCMP, with everybody else, except with themselves. But in this bill, there are no recommendations that would flow from the Air India inquiry. There's nothing about requiring a transparent process for access to the program. Are the Conservatives just dreaming in color? Are they Pollyannas? Are they just thinking that here you go, you figure out how to fund it? The honourable member for Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine. That's an excellent question. I'd like to thank my colleague. That's the cornerstone of my speech, really. That's what I put my finger on. The fact is that the Conservatives seem to be blissfully unaware of the costs of this program. If they were aware of the costs, they wouldn't have come up with this bill. There are three things that need improving. The Conservatives did improve two of those things, and that's good. But the thing that's really missing is this miraculous problem of funding. They expect it to just take care of itself. But and the Conservatives talk about cutbacks, but this won't affect service levels. They're talking about protecting more witnesses, but it won't cost anything more. It's so naive. These ministers are constantly telling us that everything's rosy. The honourable member for Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine will have 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes for questions and answers when the House next resumes debate on this motion. And now, pursuant to Standing Order 38-1, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, once again, I have to take the floor on an increasingly urgent issue because the EI black hole is fast approaching. Workers are more and more frustrated, and the minister is turning a deaf ear to thousands of people from all across Canada who have condemned the EI reform. She's trying to calm people by hiding behind words, but nobody's fooled. There has been a radical reform to EI, and behind that reform lies conservative ideology, and they're frittering away our social safety net. There is no point in talking about how well the economy is doing when we're talking about an employment insurance program. They shouldn't be talking about savings. There are lots of economies that depend entirely on EI, and the solution is not increased investigations. Statistics show that less than 1% of all claims are fraudulent. When a claimant makes a mistake, that's not necessarily fraud in filling out their forms. Can the minister stop treating all claimants like fraudsters and criminals? When I asked my question in the House this fall, I asked the minister why she decided to put an end to the 5 extra weeks pilot project, which enabled seasonal workers to get through the well-known spring black hole. This pilot project was useful, and the minister recognized that herself, that it was effective and useful, and it allowed workers whose initial benefits had run out to make it through the period before their season started up again. Parts of Canada are affected by high unemployment, and the Government of Canada decided to apply its decision across the board to all of Canada. Canadians found out in the last budget that the pilot project was to be completely abolished, but what about regions with high unemployment? What's going to happen to them? In her answer to my question, the minister answered to Canadians that the EI rate the unemployment rate was low enough that this pilot project was no longer needed. Mr. Speaker, this project was set up to help regional economies dependent on seasonal work, principally in Eastern Canada. So the minister should at least be consistent and look at the facts. Between January and February 2013, the unemployment rate in some regions was at 17.3% in Newfoundland and Labrador, 11.2% in PEI, 10.9% in Western Nova Scotia, 16.2% in Eastern Nova Scotia, 13% in Madawaska or Charlotte, 17.6% in Restigouche, and so on. Even though the current unemployment rate for all of Canada is 7%, how can the minister disregard regional variations, seasonal work in regions, and the fact that many regions have a high unemployment rate, as I've just described? Does the minister feel that these unemployment rates are low enough to put an end to a pilot project once and for all, which was helping Canadian families get through the off-season without dying of hunger? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
On to the Honourable Member regarding her employment concerns for seasonal workers.
The employment situation of all Canadians is a matter of great concern for this government.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on job creation. In fact, we've helped create over 900,000 jobs in the country since the downturn of the recession. As the Honourable Member already knows, our country faces ongoing skills and labour shortages. Therefore, it's important that we make changes now to ensure that the employment insurance program is working effectively for Canada and Canadians. The fact that the extended EI benefits pilot project came to its intended end date certainly does not mean that we have abandoned seasonal workers. Thankfully, Canada has some of the strongest growth in the G7. That is why the temporary extra 5 weeks pilot project was allowed to expire. This EI pilot program was a temporary measure brought in 2008 and extended till 2010 by Canada's Economic Action Plan to help EI recipients during the recession. This project was always meant to be temporary. In fact, a couple of the regions that were covered by the pilot finished early because they had 12 consecutive months of unemployment below 8%. One of the regions under this pilot had almost 5% unemployment for a significant period of time. All EI claimants, including those that are seasonal workers, can still continue to benefit from other recent EI measures introduced by our government. One important improvement we've made includes the Variable Best Weeks initiative coming into effect April the 7th, 2013. This change takes a pan-Canadian approach to calculating EI benefits. This means that people living in regions with similar labour market conditions will now receive similar EI benefits.
We've also introduced, through Economic Action Plan 2012, a new national working while on claim pilot project.
Pendant une période de prestation d'un tiers emploi. Previously, EI claimants could earn an equivalent of 40% or $75 of their weekly benefits without seeing a reduction in their benefits. However, if their earnings were above that threshold, their benefits were reduced dollar for dollar. This created a disincentive to accept work beyond that earnings threshold. Under the new Working Well on Claim pilot project that came into effect August the 5th, eligible claimants are able to keep EI benefits equaling 50% of every dollar earned while on claim, up to 90% of their weekly insurable earnings used to calculate their EI benefit amount. The intent is to encourage claimants to accept all available work while receiving EI benefits and earn some additional income while on claim. As our government remains focused on jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, we're committed to supporting workers and ensuring that EI enables a strong and competitive workforce for all Canadians in every region of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. My first question is, where are the jobs? I've said it before in the House, and I'll have to say it again. Is the minister waiting for something serious and unfortunate to happen before reversing her decision? Currently, the black hole, the spring black hole, is fast approaching thousands of Canadian families. Action is urgently needed to avoid disaster. Is the minister going to take the time to meet people in the regions, listen to their problems, and truly attempt to understand how precarious their finances are because of the ill-conceived policies of this government? Would the minister at least show some openness to dialogue and consultation, which should have been done from the outset? These people are in a black hole. It's upon them, and the situation is only going to get worse. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Our government is making significant investments to help Canadians in every region of the country find work. Connecting Canadians to available jobs in their local area is vital to supporting our long-term economic growth and productivity, as well as the quality of life for all Canadians. These changes are about making unemployed workers and providing them an opportunity to get back into the workforce.
The changes we've made to employment insurance are necessary to ensure that it is fair and efficient. These changes were especially designed to help Canadians find work more quickly and to keep that work.
Many times in this place, personal circumstances will always be taken into consideration, and for those who are unable to find work, EI will continue to be there for them as it always has been. Thank you.
L'honorable député de...
Honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville is not in the House to raise a question during the adjournment debate. Therefore, it is deemed withdrawn.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood not being present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice had been given. Therefore, the notice is deemed withdrawn. And now a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.